Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Good day, good to see you. And how are you? So how are you? So good day, good to see you. And how are you? I am well. I hope you are. So, pardon me. I say I'm well, and I continue to cough every single moment. But I am well. I hope you are as well. Good to have you here. Always a delight in your company. I always say that if I don't delight in your company, I wouldn't be coming here every day just to make noise to your ears. So always a delight in your company. Good to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. we really would like to see some improvements in the like button. If you can do that for the platform, that would be great. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, do that as well. Just make sure you've liked and subscribed. Then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's always your constant invitation to come and join us on the screen. So I'll repost it here because what we have been seeing lately is that there's been new and dynamic voices joining us almost on a daily basis. So you'll be that new and dynamic voice of the day. So maybe that is what we will be doing now, voice of the day. So that's the talent hunt of the One Man Went to More platform. Voice of the day. Are you that voice of the day? Do you want to be that voice of the day? So be that voice of the day by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So new voices we're looking for, old voices always welcome. Everybody welcome to come and participate. So come and participate. Your views, you can express them as freely as you like. We only have one rule: no foul language or vulgar behavior, because that's just that shows a chronic lack of intelligence. So no foul language or vulgar behavior. That's just the one thing. Apart from that, just go for it as you will. And of course, no ethnic baiting as well. So we want to be pulling away from those ethnic baiting sort of. So just come as you will. Come as a civilized human being, but come and join us. So come and join us. So like I said, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So the first two you must do. The third one you are highly recommended to do. And then the buy your host cups of coffee thing. I keep on mentioning that, but no takers, but hopefully there will be a taker today. So buy your host cups of coffee. Let me post that link as well, and then we get into the headlines that we will be contending with. So just sit back, relax, get yourself that glass of wine, get yourself that if it's that time of the day, if it's not past 12 noon wherever you are, then don't get yourself a glass of wine. But if it's past 12 noon, then get yourself a glass of wine, make yourself a hot cup of tea, and have some biscuits at the side. So do that, or hot chocolate with a bit of cake. So whatever it is, whatever your picadillo is, so whatever relaxes you into the mood. So relax yourself into the mood and surrender yourself to the space. So do this, a hands up of surrender. So relax yourself into the mood and surrender yourself into the space as we are content with this amongst many other headlines. So we are kicking it off with this space. It says you are neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Soyinka tells Emir of Ilorin. So now, it looks as though the move is being made by the Emir of Ilorin to ban traditional worship within the Ilorin space. Let me bring it to you from this space. It looks as though the move is being made by the Emir of Ilorin to ban traditional worship within the space. And of course, the Yoruba space is nothing if not traditional worship. We're traditionalists within the Yoruba space, of course, as you all know. So now, what is the Emir of Ilorin? What is it signaling to with this pronouncement? Soyinka certainly not buying it. Soyinka blast Emir Gambari, your truncation of traditional festival, a crime against humanity's cultural heritage. So that's Soyinka then launching. The prof at it again. It will be so heavily laden with grammar. Let me quickly rush us through it just to get it out of the way. It'll be heavily laden with grammar, so let me just speed through it. Professor Wale Soyinka has criticized Alhaji Sulu Gambari, the Emir of Ilorin, for the truncation of Asese, the People's Traditional Festival in the ancient city. The Nobel laureate calls this action a crime against humanity's cultural heritage. In an open letter to the monarch, Soyinka wrote, Your Royal Highness, it is conduct like this that has bred Boko Haram, ISIS, ISWAP, and other religious malfunctions that currently plague this nation, spreading grief and outrage across a once peaceful landscape. degrading my and your existence by their virulent brand of Islam. So, like I said, it will be heavily laden with grammar. So let's just get it out of the way. It is conduct like this that has turned before our very eyes a once ecumenical city like Kaduna into a blood-stained mockery of cohabitation. It is conduct like this that makes it possible for a young student, Deborah, to be lynched in the very presence of armed police on mere allegation of having belittled the image of a revered prophet. It is action of this nature perpetrated in obscure as well as prominent outlets of the nation that turns a young generation into mindless monsters, ever ready to swarm out and kill, simply kill for the thrill of it, but under presumption of religious immunity. It is conduct like this that then nerves one extremist to wake up one day in a Scandinavian country, publicly announce his intention, and proceed to make a bonfire of copies of the Quran. Reprisals follow, equally mindless, trapping humanity in an ever ascending spiral. That should be descending, of course, not for me to correct the prof's grammar, but that should be descending, in an ever ascending spiral of costly but gleeful violence. Ashoyinka added, your conduct is an affront to my sense of racial being, and that holds true for millions beyond these national and continental borders, stretching to the Americas and the Caribbean. There you will still encounter spirit. Visit Brazil, go to Colombia, explore Cuba, and be humbled by the tenacity of this spirituality amongst the descendants of our Black humanity. So that's our Wale Soyinka then. It goes on still, but do I want to labor through all of this? Okay. As Isese Festival, an open letter to Sulu Gambari, July the 6th, 2023, Your Royal Highness. Soon after the Muslim season of spiritual purification, it is sad to see the ancient city of Ilorin, a confluence of faiths and ethnic variety, reduced to this level of bigotry and intolerance, manifested in the role of a presiding monarch. The truncation of a people's traditional festival is a crime against so I think there's somewhat of a repetition of but you get the thrust of it. So what the emir of Ilorin, Sulu Gambari, what he has essentially done is to ban traditional worship and in Ilorin. So that's essentially what he has done. And by doing that, of course, because as you know, I kind of, maybe Ile-Ife is probably the only other region within Yoruba land that is more traditionalist than Ilorin. So what he has done by this action is essentially igniting a religious war, because you have to consider and concede that traditional worship is religion too. So an invitation to a religious chasm is what the Emir of Ilorin has done with this pronouncement. So the Muslims against the traditionalists, this is what the fear is. So the Muslim against the traditionalists, this is what the fear is. So let's go on to this headline. Let's go on to the next one. Let's go to this one. Obi maintains disturbing silence as IPOB continues killing spree in the Southeast. So there it is right there. So we're starting to notice that sort of play within some of the seniors in the Southeast. So you can substitute Obi's name with Madam Ezekwesili, and the same headline still applies. So this is what we're seeing now: a double standarding and the construction of a protected species that can do no wrong against the weighing down on other people. Obi maintains a disturbing silence as IPOB continues killing spree in the Southeast. So there it is right there. We explore that. I think that space is let me see. Should I just give you this one as well? Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last election, continues to dodge the subject of IPOB even as the proscribed terror group intensifies its murderous campaign across the Southeast in response to calls for an end to its illegal sit-at-home exercise. Since the beginning of the week, the group has stormed different markets in Ebonyi, Enugu, and other states in the region, where they attacked transport workers and traders for defying their order for them to remain indoors. The sit-at-home exercise is a violently enforced trade and movement restriction imposed by IPOB to protest the arrest and detention of its leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Political leaders in the region, including governors, senators, and other prominent voices, have voiced their dissatisfaction with the violent campaign and vowed to work with security agencies to checkmate the terror group in the region. However, Peter Obi is a notable exception, as he maintains a disturbing silence despite his large following in the region and speculated ties with the leadership of the group, which backed him officially in the last election. So they did back him officially in the last election, and of course, the endorsement of Peter Obi by the IPOB space I think that's pretty clear. Several reports and clips of IPOB's brutal violence have made the rounds on the internet and in mainstream media, drawing shock and condemnation from members of the public. In Ebonyi, the group invaded a market in Abba Kyari, shot at motorists, and sent traders scampering for safety, whilst yelling expletives at them for refusing to comply with the sit-at-home. So they go on to give us a descriptive. Critics have credited Obi's silence. Critics have credited Obi's silence and observed reluctance to speak against IPOB to his alleged political alliance with the group. In the build-up to the general election in February, the terrorist group made public its support for Obi and deployed its vast propaganda network, online and offline, to promote the former Anambra governor and spread the fake news about Irving. Now, so I hopefully this headline gets to Peter Obi and we get a reaction from him because this is a recurring decimal that too many people are noticing and speaking to. A recurring decimal that too many people are noticing and speaking to applies equally to the next headline. If you say the Tinubu administration, which is a month and a bit old now, the first thought you have, of course, is taxation. So tax everything that is moving, breathing, and even the ones that are not. So the taxation of the Nigerian space continues. We're talking about stealth tax. Stealth tax. Tinubu reintroduces 5% tax on telecoms, delays collection of climate tax, import tariff by 1 month. So there it is right there. So there is because as you know, Nigeria is broke, and as you know, Tinubu has just been elected, and as you know, he has to govern, and as you know, to govern, he would need resources, especially money. So I think this is him just harvesting money wherever he can find a portal to harvest. So this is Tinubu harvesting money. But a lot of this is another squeeze on the average Nigerian, by the way. But we've not yet gotten into the reading of it, but it's another squeeze on the average Nigerian, because that's how it usually plays out. If a levy is imposed on a company, they pass it on to the consumer. So we'll look into that. Should we see if it's no, it's not heavily laden. So let's have a look. There's about a 30-minute clip that I can play you on this one as well, where Tinubu spokesperson was speaking on it. But let's read it first, and then we'll see if we'll need that video clip later. President Bola Tinubu has reintroduced an additional 5% tax on telecommunications business in Nigeria, months after his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, suspended the duty over concerns of imposing an additional burden on a struggling sector of the economy. The president's spokesman, Dele Alake, said the duty would take effect on September the 1st, effectively reintroducing a policy the former administration considered to be too draconian for implementation and discontinued in March. So it is quite something that a policy that even Buhari considered to be too draconian is being now administered by the Tinubu administration. The administration also suspended the implementation of the green tax on single-use plastic. So now, if there was ever a tax that should never be withdrawn, that should even be doubled, is the single-use plastic. Because of course, we all know what is going on with the environment. So if there's one thing that should be taxed, is the single-use plastic. So you either bring your own carrier bag or you pay a tax on it. The administration, and they do that in the UK, by the way, and I suspect wherever it is that you are, the administration also suspended the implementation of the green tax on single-use plastic and bottles, and an import tax adjustment levy on certain vehicles in an announcement on Thursday afternoon. The decision was to ameliorate the financial burden on the masses. So I'm not sure that I'm particularly inclined towards putting taxation on single-use plastic. I'm particularly inclined in that direction. The decision was to ameliorate the financial burden on the masses. It came weeks after the president removed fuel subsidies and imposed additional tax on vehicle owners and businesses. So is this give with one hand and take with the other, or take with one hand and give with the other in this instance? The president signed the Customs and Excise Tariff Amendment Order 2023, claiming it was shifting the commencement date of the tax change from March the 27th, 2023 to August the 1st, 2023. Right. So we'll probably have to dig into that more, because I'm not quite sure if that is a for or an against the Customs and Excise Tariff Amendments. So is this amended to reduce or amended to increase? He also signed the Finance Act Order 2023, which defers the commencement date of the changes contained in the Act from May to September the 1st. Suspension of the newly introduced green tax on single-use plastic and the import tax adjustment levies on certain vehicles will take effect immediately, Mr. Alake said. The administration said it will continue to implement friendly policies that stimulate and nurture businesses across the country, whilst assuring Nigerians there will be consultation before the taxes will be increased in the near future. So consultations before the taxes will be reviewed, increased in the near future. But there's been so many tax increases that will be an open door administration, which is to say to carry people along. But that has not been the experience so far. So with this one, I'll only give you the headline for this one, not a readout. So let me give you the headline for this one. Ghana Parliament pushes for passing anti-GAY bill. So there it is right there. So the pressure then for the African continent to liberalize its stance vis-a-vis the LGBT space. So it looks as though the African, because of course by nature, because of course by nature we are conservatives on the African continent. By nature we are a conservative people. So it will take some doing. We will be the last set of people to ever change our ways, and we've always been the last set of people to always change our ways. It's only because we're vested and nested in ways that have repetitively proven to serve our purposes. And certainly being LGBTQ is not as something that the Africans readily adopt. It's not something the Africans readily adopt. I'll give you this headline. Principal officers National Assembly crisis split APC NWC. Adamu meets Tinubu. So it's the appointment of principal officers. I think this is a long-standing story. It's been rolling around for the last 2-3 days. I'm not sure if it's strong enough, but there it is. So the appointment of principal officers, as you know, there has to be a majority leader, and all of these describe or whatever it is, the whips and whatnot. So those are principal officers within the Senate. And what the gripe is, the APC's NWC, that is the National Working Committee, they are a bit bent out of shape that they were not consulted before a lot of these things were implemented. So they are bent out of shape. So this one came out. This actually was yesterday's story, but there's been a follow on from there. So let me just take you to the follow on just to wrap up that space. So there's been a follow on from there because as you know, of course, Abdullahi Adamu is the leader of the APC, the national chairman of the party. So he got his knickers in a twist and was bent out of shape about not being consulted. So there he is now meeting with the president and from that this outtake. We have met the president and the issues have been resolved. It is a family affair and there were some misunderstandings. We have resolved our differences. Those eager to see the continuation of the conflict should please sheathe their swords. We have a complete understanding now. The president is the leader of our great party. We met him and we are very satisfied with the discussion we had with him on the subject matter. As far as we're concerned, the issues have been laid to rest. So there it is, right? That is the authority. You know, they say the Nigerian president is the most powerful president on the planet. And he is. Not that Nigeria has any military might, of course, that's not what they're talking. The Constitution vests so much power in the hands of just one, and that's one of the fault lines of that Constitution, by the way, and that's all wrapped around the narrative, the arguments, the debate around that devolution of power, restructuring, and all that. But the Constitution vests so much powers in the hands of the Nigerian president that if you don't sheathe, if you don't yield and bend your knee, it will just finish you. And that is what we are seeing now with Gambari somewhat taking the knee. So we were talking just now. We had that readout about taxation on the telecom space. They can certainly afford it. This headline: Telecom's investment in Nigeria hits $75.6 billion. Professor Dambata. So Professor Dambata brings us this piece of information. And I did there was a time I used to do these voiceover videos, and I did a voiceover video on the Nigerian telecommunication space. You'll be alarmed, you'll be aghast just how many Nigerians are online. There's close to 130 million Nigerians online, you know, and that is from the information of the data buying that we're able to glean. So close to 130 million, that's million, no, Nigerians, they buy data for internet use. You know, of course, the data for phone use is different. So, but they buy data for internet use. So that is to tell you the level of penetration. So there's vast wealth within that space. Telecom's investment in Nigeria hits $75.6 billion. Professor Dan Bata. Professor Dan Bata. What a name. Imagine having a name like that, Dan Bata. Shall we speak through this one as well? Why don't we? Let's. The Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, has officially announced that the investment profile of the nation's telecom sector, comprising foreign direct investment and local investment, has reached 75.6 billion as of 2021. So that is to tell you that it's probably vastly even more than that now, probably in the 80 billion region thereabout. Dambata said this at an interactive session with stakeholders in the communications media ecosystem in Lagos on Wednesday, where he provided his scorecards and landmark developments that have shaped the trajectory of the growth in the telecoms sector since he became the chief telecoms regulator in August 2015. According to Dambata, in 2018, investment profile in the sector stood at $68 billion. This increased to 70.5 billion in 2019, 72 billion in 2020, and at the end of 2021, the figure rose to 75.6 billion dollars. The latest figure is the current official investment profile computed in the industry, up from the initial 70 billion investment in the last few years. So there it is right there. A rich and it's still an under-harvested space. It's still at its virginal stage. The telecommunication space in Nigeria is not even had the beginnings yet of an exploration. So when people start to explore and harvest, I've been looking for a portal, a service that at least 1 million Nigeria would need on the internet. If you can find that as an idea, an essential service that is at a regular, affordable price that the average Nigerian would need on the internet, if you can find that, if you can find what that is, you'll be very quickly richer than Dangote. I can tell you that for nothing. So let's go on to this headline as just soon as it loads. So now let me just bring it to you. Court grants Abba Kyari bail. So is the rule of bail? Not sure if it's what's the readout. A couple of paragraphs. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has granted 50 million. So they set him free, because what is 50 million to this multi-billionaire guy? The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has granted a 50 million naira bail to suspended DCP Abba Kyari in a charge in which he and his two siblings were accused of failing to declare assets to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. NDLEA filed the 24-count charge against Kyari and his brothers, Mohammed Baba Kyari and Ali Kyari. Abba Kyari also faces a primary charge of cocaine trafficking, for which he has been denied bail. However, his lawyer, Hamza Dantani, shared the news of the court granting Kyari bail on Thursday the 6th. So what bail are they granting him? Hearing assets or all of them? So you can't have grant bail, can you? Let's take it from here. Yes, Abba Kyari also faces a primary charge of cocaine trafficking, for which he has been denied bail. However, his lawyer, Hamza Dantani, shared the news of the court granting Kyari bail on Thursday, July the 6th. He wrote on his Facebook, let me not attempt that. Abba Kyari's bail granted by the Federal High Court Abuja today. In the ruling, Justice James Omotosho, who granted Kyari the conditional bail, added that his sureties must have property worth 25 million within the court's jurisdiction so I think even a gate in Abuja is worth 25 million. Kyari was arrested and has been detained since February the 14th, 2022, after he was declared wanted by the NDLEA over alleged drug links. His trial centers around the 61,400 cash. We all know what his trial was about. So that's Abba Kyari then granted bail. So Abba Kyari granted bail. So let's leave it there for the moment. Let's play the Kegai song, and then we launch into the conversation. There's still a few headlines to go through, but let's play the Kegai song just to give me a moment to bring on with the conversation. But first, you know where we're going, of course, to the Kegais. Water. Only water. Water. What's going on? Is my music playing?
It's not playing. You stop it.
Let me try again. Is that you playing?
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. rè o.
eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu tó le.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu tó le.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́ ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀.
ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́ ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́.
Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
Apologies. The traditional glitching system that has now become a regular thing now. It's a standing thing now. If it doesn't happen now, we feel somewhat disappointed. But still plenty of room on the platform. But we have some population. My co-driver, of course, General Thomas, for the after hours. General Thomas at the ready, so pay attention. The erudite Bishop joins us. The elegant Babati, who you know is a prince. So Prince Babati joins us. Our legal luminary, Ogbeni, he joins us. And our samurai from the east, he joins us. Small piece. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight in your company. Always happy to have you around. So always happy to have you around. So. And as I said, the hyperlink is there for if you're a new voice, you want to join us, come join the conversation, please. Acknowledging Alexander Gomez's super chat. Greetings, folks. Always a pleasure listening. Let's keep it civil but thorough. Regards to all. So that's Alexander Gomez, of course, the CEO of the platform. But the first super chat that came in, traditionally always Ayo, he comes in there with the welcome super chat. So thank you, Ayo, who doubles down with a couple more super stickers. So that's just how exactly we want it to go. So that space is still open for anyone else that wants to join in that level of generosity. So all of that. So let's kick off the conversation then. And let's kick it off with let's kick it off with Ogbeni. Let's kick it off with Ogbeni. Ogbeni, good to see you. Did you Kilo Shele? I know you've gone for the IFA when they want.
No. I was okay. Go ahead. Okay.
No, carry on. You
okay.
were what?
Can I and I'm by the way, good to see you, the great host of this great platform, and to our great co-host from Australia, and to the wonderful the panelists tonight and everybody listening across the world. Can I just read a part of our constitution first before we kick off this topic, if you don't mind? One mind.
Carry on. Are you reading it to Emia Gambari?
No, I know, because I'm glad we have a legal mind here already. So before it goes, so let me just give my own position, and he can then educate us, because this needs to be addressed by the Supreme Court. I know we Yorubas, we've not summoned the courage to address the Ilorin situation. When we get to that time, we will figure that out. But at some point, we have to deal with this nonsense. But let me just read the part of Constitution, Section 38, Section 1, or wherever you guys call it. It says, every person shall be entitled to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either alone or in a community with others, or in a public or in private, to manifest, propagate his religious or his religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. Okay? Observance. Okay. And by the way, before I even go ahead, one man, can you correct the pronunciation? It's not Sese, it's called Isheshe.
Okay. Oh my God. Sorry, Baba. Oh God. So, no, Allah, no. I'm a Yoruba man, you know, from Oyo laughing. Isheshe Festival. I beg your pardon.
By the way, Isheshe Lagba. Isheshe Lagba. Can you say that for me?
Isheshe Lagba.
I am glad. So we need to start. At some point, we need to start, because what is going on out here was nauseating, despicable, ridiculous, annoying, mind-boggling, I don't even know how to describe this.
And all of the grammars in between.
And all of the above, because the state, this so-called monarch has no right. And I want to know the state governor's position as well. I know he's a Muslim, and this has to be addressed at the federal level, because you are clearly violating people's religious freedom. You know,
Babati, you know what I think? I think it's a kite. I think it's flying a kite. But when we get into the conversation, we'll explore that. But I think it's flying a kite. That's what I think it's doing.
Right.
I think it's an invitation to a religious strife. It cannot be anything other than, can it?
But you know, in Ilorin, there's this issue that this unresolved. It's like a short term in Yoruba history. Unresolved. We've not addressed that issue yet. So exploiting those fault lines for your, I don't know what the aim of this. I don't know what they're trying to achieve. But this is unacceptable.
It's tantamount to banning Christmas, isn't it? He cannot say he's banning Christmas. So are we relegating what is our ancestral belief system to subordinate it to Abrahamic belief system? I mean, anything outside of Isheshe is alien and foreign to our culture. It's just that it's so loaded. What this headline is saying.
But you never hear me come on your platform talk about you should ban. I mean, I can joke about, we can have a conversation, but you will never hear me talk about, don't ban any form of evangelism in the state. Don't let them express themselves. Everybody has the right to express their religious beliefs. By the way, it is part of the Yoruba culture. Religion is not the culture itself. It's just part of it. So I'm just addressing the religious part of it.
Sorry. What distinction are you making? What
So
are you? Sorry, what does
you
that
have
mean?
when you say the way of life, the Yoruba spiritual beliefs, pantheon beliefs, religion is a part of it. We have philosophy. We have so it's multifaceted. But
but is it not the hub of our belief system, though? Everything emanates from the. Everything is an embodiment, isn't it? The Isheshe, it incorporates Ifa philosophy, art, dance and music.
I'm saying that
Isheshe.
What they are kind of targeting is the religious part of it. There's more to it, but this has to be addressed at the federal level. And interestingly, our president is a Muslim, so I'm going to defer to our legal expert before I come back later for him to give us the legal insight of how we can address this situation. Then I'll come back and I chime in more. But thank you for letting me go first. I look forward to hearing.
All right. Yeah. So hold steady, Babati, because Ogbeni will be central to conversations today, because I'm not sure if you were here the last time that Ogbeni was with us. He gave us an audit of the goings on in court. So is now going to update us with what is going
on.
And there's a lot of it of the narrative on the
I'm sorry to interrupt, because we had a case a few months ago where a child in my own area was bullied in school because he refused to attend BK and Muslim courses in a private school, and we had to go to court. So this is very personal to me, that this idea of bullying and disrespecting the culture and even having children bullied in schools because they don't subscribe to your own religious beliefs. I can be an assistant person and go to school and I should not be bullied and disrespected because of the. Okay, let me just calm down. Okay, go ahead, Ogbeni, before I even get into this.
No, calm down. So you see that Babate is already getting riled up. So kick it off for us, Ogbeni. Start from the entry point. Start from your entry point and then land on what seems to agree, Babate. Good to see you, Ogbeni.
Thank you, Oman, and I greet every other person, other co-panelists, Mr. Thomas, Bishop, and others. Oman, let me start with this news about Emir Gambari, because it's a space I also take so personal, because I've written a book on I think I've sent you the link before to my book which is titled Fundamentals of Chieftaincy Laws in Nigeria. And in that book, I explain the limits of the powers of the traditional rulers. I don't know where Emir Gambari got his own power from, or his imagined power, to truncate culture and ways of life of people, and also religion of people, particularly people who are indigenous to a particular space, not the invaders that came to to occupy Ilorin or Kwara. People that traditionally, indigenously founded or discovered that place. You want to cancel their culture? Where do you derive your power from? Now, the constitution in Nigeria is called the ground norm. The ground norm because it is the parent of all laws, or let me say grandparent of all laws in Nigeria. Every powers you want to exercise in Nigeria, you must derive it from the constitution. And let me shock you, there is nothing about traditional rulers sharing powers in that constitution. So you wonder where it's getting its own power from. There are three major power sharing in Nigeria, or structure in Nigeria, in terms of political power, right? The executive, the judiciary, and your legislation. The executive, we all know who that power is vested on. The governor at the state level, the president at the federal level. Then the local government, they bear little, at their own level too, chairman. Then after that, you have your judiciary. You have court at the state level, you have court at the federal level, and you have the highest of them all, Supreme Court of Nigeria. Same with the legislature. You have houses of assembly at the state, you have assemblies at the local government, and you have the National Assembly, which is Senate and Rep. They all share powers in Nigeria. These are the powers recognized by the Constitution, and the constitutional authorities recognized by the Constitution. Now, you may want to ask me, so where does the traditional rulers lies? And I tell you, they are not even the fourth, what do you call it now? Estate of the realm. They are not. Traditional ruler used to be very, strong in those days when we used to have House of Assembly and House of Chiefs. That was how somebody like Mr. Aderemi Adesoji became governor of the Western region, because he, by virtue of being a traditional ruler, occupied a position in the House of Chiefs. Just like when you come to UK, you have your House of Lords. You have Lords Temporal and Lords Spiritual there. Those spiritual are the ones from the Church of England and others. And you have others, right? The same way when the British came, they saw that those traditional rulers were, winning some political power in their space, and they wanted to incorporate them in the government. And they incorporated them by saying, okay, you'll be part of House of Chief, then these people will be, the politicians will be in the House of Assembly. But then came in 1979, Obasanjo canceled all those things. Murtala Obasanjo, that's after military intervention anyway. But instead of them to return it to the Constitution, they said, no, we're not going to return this to the Constitution. And since then, the traditional rulership, okay, has no political power in Nigeria. Now, what's the implication?
Let me interject you for a moment. Is it not so much a recommendation than a decree? Like you said, it's not vested in law, but he can pronounce as a religious leader, but that's not legally binding. That's more the
I don't think using the word ban is a recommendation, is it?
But okay. I think the word ban, as far as I'm concerned, is just the what do you call it now?
Let me pause you for a moment. Let me provide a bit more backdrop to this very, very quickly. This is where it started from. Isheshe controversy. Emir Bak's group that banned traditional festival in Ilorin wants devotees of consequential repercussions. The spokesman of the Emir of Ilorin, Malam Abdulaziz Arowona, has said that the Emir and the palace is in support of an Islamic group that stormed the home of an Oshun priestess to warn her not to hold any traditional religious festivals in Kwara State capital. Correspondents reported that a Muslim group, I won't attempt their name, in Ilorin, Kwara State, went to the house of a traditional religion prophetess to warn her to desist from holding any Isheshe festival in the state capital. The priestess, Yeye Olokun Omolara Olatunji, an Oshun devotee, had reportedly released flyers announcing a 3-day traditional event aimed at celebrating certain Yoruba deities. Whilst Arowona did not categorically state that the group was giving direct instructions by the emir or the palace, he revealed that the emir had made a public declaration against such events. He also added that Ilorin Muslims would oppose the Isheshe festival because they were against idolatry. When asked whether the Emir of Ilorin had sent the team of Islamic clerics to the priestess' house, Arowona said, not at all. However, the Emir himself made it public that no idolatry activities should be held in the Ilorin Emirate. The Emir spokesman noted that there had never been a time in history when what he described as idolatry activities were carried out in the Ilorin Emirate. He said, the Emir has made it public that he's not in support and he wants them to stay away from Kwara or Ilorin Emirate. So any group that shares the same view and opinion with His Royal Highness can also come out and then do such, which the group you just mentioned now has done. There wasn't any time when they prominently performed events of such. No event of such has ever been associated or held in Ilorin or within the Ilorin Emirate. Our culture is Islamic based, so we don't promote idolatry at all. Speaking further, Arowona stated that the palace's decision not to allow the Isheshe festival in the state was also backed by all arms of the government in Kwara State. He said, this thing we're talking about is not even about Ilorin Emirate alone. Even the governor himself will be up to the task as the chief security officer of the state. Security officers in the state will be well briefed, and then they will also do the needful because they are the ones in charge of the protection of lives and properties in the state. The emir doesn't hold gun, neither is he a police personnel, but the instruction that has been given is enough for individual agencies to be able to play their role. At least for any event of such to be held in any state or community, they will have to take clearance from the police for them to have a lawful or what you may call a legal assembly. So once approval is not given by the police because of the directive of the emir, then it is as good as not holding. It is a collective decision and a collective responsibility of the entire arms of the government in the state to ensure that such an event does not hold, to sustain the relative peace and harmony that we are enjoying in the state, and most importantly in Ilorin Emirate. When asked whether the emir might want to involve the state police command directly in case the traditionalists insist on holding the festival, he was emphatic that the event would not hold. He said, no, it is the people of Ilorin that will revolt against it. They will resist it. It is not even the emir, but the people of Ilorin Emirate who will resist and revolt against it in totality, in its entirety, because it is not part of our culture. Emir of Ilorin is an Imam ul Muminin. Likewise, we have other groups and associations. We have the IDPU. We have several religious organizations, social-cultural organizations, and elite groups whose interests are purely to safeguard the traditions and customs of the Ilorin Emirate. So all these people will also stand against it. According to the directive by the Emir of Ilorin and chairman of the Kwara State Council of Chiefs, His Royal Highness Alhaji Ibrahim Sulu Gambari, CFR, the failure to abide by the directive is tantamount to daring any unforeseen consequential repercussions. According to Arowona, although the Ilorin Emirate is home to people from diverse ethnic backgrounds, it doesn't allow what he described as alien activities. All manners of people living in Ilorin, Igbo, Tapa, and so on. But we don't tolerate activities that are alien to our culture, like Igunu and Oro, Arowono said. So, activities are alien and are foreign to Arowono's culture, Igun and Oro. So, they were Ogbeni.
Woma, you know what they are simply saying? That emir is simply saying that Ilorin is not a Yoruba land. That's the way I see it. Secondly, that emir, I know the emir is a retired judge, so I'm a bit surprised in his pronouncement. Either he's compelled to do that, or that has always been his view, but clothed under disguise of education, of being an educated person. I'm so sure that the emir will be aware of Section 10 of the Constitution. Section 10 of the Constitution says the government of Nigeria and state or anywhere in Nigeria shall not adopt any religion at all as a state or a religion in particular space. He's aware of that. He has been a justice of court of appeal for years and apply all these laws. Yet, his mentality has not changed. It's sad. And so, I don't understand. It's very disgraceful that former justice of court of appeal, now an emir, cannot discern when you're breaching the constitution. What the emir is simply doing, let me tell you, is he's supporting intimidation, he's supporting breach of right to religion, he's supporting attempted assault, because already they've told them who assault you. They even went to the woman's house. That's trespass. He's supporting threat to life because they are threatening them, and breach of public peace, then impending riots. Those are the offenses that emir is supporting.
The converse argument, Ogbeni, the converse argument, because in that readout we were told that there is no history of those sort of events in that space. So the contrast argument is that the Isheshe festivities, is it not an attempt to poke at what is predominantly an Islamic state?
No, sorry, one man. It says religious freedom. I don't care if it began 10 minutes ago or 100 years ago. Under our laws, I can come there and no. So that's not an argument that they can make in any court of law. Am I wrong, Obedi?
You cannot make that argument. Let me tell you. For even saying our culture is Islamic based is wrong. It's unconstitutional. Whose culture is Islamic?
No,
based?
in Ilorin, not
No, it's in Nigeria.
Which culture does Ilorin has? Is Ilorin culture not Yoruba culture? Is Ilorin not a Yoruba land? What's the emir saying? Ilorin is a Yoruba land. You should go and learn well. Ilorin is a Yoruba land. And with what happened to Afonja and their successors and all, today there are so many mortgages in Ilorin, there are so many households in Ilorin that you will know this Yoruba land. When you enter an average Yoruba setting or township, you will know. They don't need to. It's just coming out again to dig out histories that maybe people have, tried to, let it rest. That's the way I see it. And don't forget, that emir is feeding on taxpayers' money. You should remember that too. And the tax, there's a percentage of allocation to local government that goes to the traditional rulers. They are not rich on their own. How many of them is even really working? Like the emir of Ilorin is a retiree. How much is his pension? But you are feeding on taxpayers' money. Government is giving a percentage of local government allocation every month. People that contributed these taxes are not only Muslim or Islamists, Christians among them, which they will call infidel. Because you see, when you start with traditional worshippers, you will take it to the next religion. That's the way I see it here. And
Right.
that is why Nigerians said it must be a secular state.
So it's a purist point. But please, can you also address the position of the governor of the state in this whole situation? Can you also bring that into your discussion, please, if you don't mind?
You're saying why the governor is quiet on it, or has
No,
governor
like what he's supposed to do and what he's not doing. If you can chime in, if you can address that, please.
For me, I expect the governor to make a bold statement immediately after this emir thing to distance his office from those Islamists that have made threat to life of the Quarans living peacefully and wanted to do their own religion.
But that readout told us that the governor is on board with the aggressive stance.
Oh,
That
but
they are going to deploy the might of the state to repel Ishete.
that's illegality. That's unconstitutional. It's illegality. I'm telling you, it will get to other religion one day. It's coming. That's the way they start, and they will take it to another religion one day. I'm telling you. One day they will tell you that you can't build church in that place. One day they will tell you that why is Buddhists coming to that place. One day they will tell you that great messengers, why are you here? Ekanka, Hekist. Do you know how many religions we have in Nigeria? And somebody will just stand up and say, oh, our culture is Islamic based. Who told him? Yoruba culture has been far before those religions, those imported and European religions we brought to our space. Ilorin had been before Islam came to Nigeria. So why will he just say our culture is Islamic based? You see, that's my own on that. You start with the tradition.
All right. Hold on, Ogweni. I'm going to take this topic round. But I'm going to hold you in situation, Babati, for a while. I know you are chomping at the bit to launch at it, but let Prince Daddy launch at it first. So Prince Daddy, what are you then making then of banning Isheshe in what was Esquire considered to be Yoruba land, Ilorin? So Yoruba culture not allowed in Ilorin according to their emir.
Hello, woman. Hello, everyone.
Good to see you.
Good. Yes. Yeah, this is an issue of legality. I mean, just like Ben is saying, I have to completely defer to him. But one salient point he made was that, look, it's not just the Isheshe religion or any other traditional religion. It will come to the main religion. So Christianity could be next on the chopping block. So this is it's a really dicey area that they're trying to delve into. But again, see what is going. See, there's a confluence between Yoruba and Islam or the Northerners in the state of Kwara, I believe, in a lot of ways, and maybe Christianity somewhat, and Islamic religion. So what is going on now is an issue of dominance. They are trying to exert their dominance, regardless if the Yorubas or the Yoruba religion has been there for thousands or even thousands of years or hundreds of years. It doesn't seem to matter. He who has the gavel or the power or the military might will always dominate the other side, regardless of any claim that they may have. So this is what is going on now. It's a power play. That's what I would say. It's an absolute power play, but it also, of course, it's an infringement on other people's rights and religion and freedom of practice, quite clearly. So, yeah. So and people. Somebody used the app word, the infidels, and which I think that's mostly applied to Christians and especially they too. Like some people also, they have this tribal or ethnic superiority. The Northerners, especially, they too have this religious superiority. So that's a big problem right there. So again, it's an issue of dominance. It's legality all the way. So this would probably be if Tinubu has to step in or say anything about it. this would be a test for him, not to just for the sake of politics alone abandon the Yoruba people. And it doesn't even matter if the Yoruba abandon the minority of people that are endangered, so to speak, because of politics. So it's a very serious area. Yeah, I don't subscribe to traditional religion as such, but again, they can come for anyone. Yeah, that's my take. Yeah,
First they came for the Jews, Abi. But thank you. Let's go to Babati.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to Babati then, who I think really wants to launch at that space. But Babati, is there a part of you? Is the conspiracy theorist part of you? Does the conspiracy theorist part of you think that this is meant to be an obstacle in Tinubu's way? Prince Daddy just hinted at it because he will be tested by this. If he takes on the emir, then he takes on Islam. If he backs the emir, then he turns his back against the culture. So is this the first attempt at Tinubu by the Northerners? And the emir of Ilorin, of course, is a Northerner, a Fulani man. Babati, your take.
This is two-part. On one hand, because I know earlier Ogbeni was talking about this unresolved ownership. Like, there's always been this issue about the ownership of Ilorin. So, like, I'm going to agree with him that I don't think the emir believes that Ilorin is Yoruba land, which I think is also part of the problem. But on the other hand, to address your question directly, I think, yes, this is a test for Tinubu that he has to pass. With that question, he has to pass. He has to find a way. And he has to address this. I don't want to hear it's a state issue. This is not a state issue. This is a federal crime, in my opinion. If this thing goes down the way they're planning, if anybody dies, this should be treated as a federal crime. As a matter of fact, there should be laws, federal laws for religious rights in this country. I mean, for like the way we have hate crimes, stuff like that, there should be targeted law. If you go against this group of people, this is what should happen. So I do agree that, yes, are they setting Tinubu up to test to see how religious he is? He's never really been a religious, like a devout Muslim. I don't think he's like a fundamental like list or something. I don't think so. But are they testing Tinubu directly? I won't go that far. But will he have to respond to it? Yes, at some point he's going to have to address this issue. And I honestly want
So how does he respond? Okay, you are Tinubu. How do you respond? How do you respond to this?
We have a constitution. You have to meet with the governors here. With the governor, you have to meet with the governor. Do your job. And if the Isheshe folks take this up in court, that's what we've always talked about within our own space, about taking this further, because it took us 30 years to even get the Association of our Onisheguns to even get their licensing in Ogun State, in Egbaland, almost 32 plus years for them to even get approval. So we've had our own issues too. So, but when it comes to this, I want to see this in a court of law. This has to be tested. I know where it's going to land. I know where it should land. But at some point, this is a federal issue. And as the president of the country, he has to address the situation. Just follow the Constitution. That's what I should do. I don't want to have him wait until things get out of control. Like
you know, Babati, things will get out of control because the Isheshe the Isheshe space, they will want to assert their right to freedom of religion and all of that. So they'll roll out that. And of course, the warning from the emir will come into play. The warning from the religious group, the Islamic group, will come into play. So it's almost an inevitability that there's going to be bloodletting there. But then what happens in the aftermath? What happens after? It's almost a certainty, isn't it?
And you know, like Prince was saying, once you come after a certain group, the other groups will also feel some kind of way. So it's going to fit into that narrative of this Muslim ticket that people had issues with in the first place. Like, oh, so this is what we are planning, and also fits into that narrative of RFI making that. You remember when he said Tinubu got their back, and it's gonna Islamize. I'm just paraphrasing here. It's gonna Islamize Nigeria with this kind of. So you're fitting that narrative. So what issue do once again is follow the Constitution and address the situation head on before it escalates into something else. But will he do it? One man, honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know. He's a Yoruba man, by the way. Last time I checked. So from a religious perspective, it's affected. From a cultural perspective, it's also affected. So you can use the Obas, the emirs, or whatever, have, meet behind closed door, resolve these things, ensure this emir stop. He has to be cautioned. But I think the key factor, the person that is
you know that the Gambari family is a senior family within the Nigerian space. Ibrahim Gambari, his brother, was the chief of staff to Buhari, a senior diplomat all the way through for 20 decades. He was the UN special envoy to Myanmar. So it's a senior family within the Nigerian space.
So therefore they can do and undo. They can do whatever they like because they are.
Well, you have to handle them with caution. Is more the thing. Now you have to handle them. With caution.
So if they make a reckless statement that leads to the loss of lives and property, then we should just see them with key loss because I'm sorry, they're special Nigeria. No, that's the reason why I said the governor is the key here. You are the governor of the state. You will be held responsible. So you better need this stuff in the board before it gets out of control. Because if they can get away with this with traditionalists, trust me, the churches will be the next. They will be the next. So even if you're a Christian thinking that we don't like this as well, okay, just wait. It will be your turn very soon. Let's not play these games. The governor has to come out. I want to see a press conference addressing this issue. Caution this emir. You can't be making this kind of reckless. How can you be seen supporting this kind of groups? I don't understand. I don't understand. People don't have it right.
What the group actually said, Babati, was that for the Isheshe proponents to have this Oshun festival, they have to get clearance from the security forces. Which they will not get.
No.
And if they don't get that clearance, then it becomes an illegal activity, which then becomes a police matter.
So when they do their evangelism and stuff in the open, where did they get their own approval from?
Yeah, from the police now. They get police clearance.
How many of them actually get approval?
I don't know, but I'm assuming
let's not play this game. You know how this goes down. Come on now. You can't subject people to this now. I mean, this is unacceptable. And this goes even further. I just gave an example earlier about a child that was bullied, and I think it was forced to withdraw from this private school, a private school for God's sake. And you have all these religious bodies that pay people to go to Mecca and Jerusalem. Do we complain? We don't complain. You get all these privileges when it comes to sharing power in the House of Rep and at all levels. It's all Christian Muslims. Do we complain? We don't. Just leave us the hell alone.
But if this is allowed to pass, of course, then that to all intents and purposes declares Ilorin an Islamic state. That's what this means.
But that's what they believe. That's what they believe already. They won't.
But this formalizes it, doesn't it? If that festival does not hold, then it formalizes that Ilorin is a single religious space.
I said earlier that it was a short term that Yorubas have not had the balls to even address this for a long time. We've always done that issue. We don't want to address.
The Yorubas now we will cower and hide away.
Actually, we don't want to. We always do this playing smart, like we are white. This is being a coward. We've just been a coward. We've failed to address this issue. We failed. It's a terrible part of our history. I'm sorry, one man. This is a terrible part of even I'm uncomfortable talking about it because we just literally gave this thing away. We didn't fight for it enough, one man. We did not fight for what belonged to us. We let it go.
But the Yorubas have never really had fight in them anyway. But
Okay.
Hold your thoughts. I'll still come back to you on this. And there's there's several topics. Actually, all the topics I want to focus on. There's an obese space that I think you might be interested in. But I was going to go to Bishop. But Bishop, with your permission, let me go to Simba. Because Simba, of course, he's a born-bred Ilorin indigene resident there as well. So this is central to you. So Simba, what is your emir up to? Banning Isheshe Yoruba. Simba, let's hear from you.
Hello, woman.
Hello.
I just wake up and actually, when I was listening to the discussion, I heard people discussing about law, and that was what made me to join the show, because it's just 12:07 in Nigeria now.
It's
I'm not an
12:07
Ilorin.
here. It's 12:07 here too. We're on the same time zone, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm not an Ilorin indigene. I'm just a resident in Ilorin. I'm from Osun State. Though my wife is an Ilorin indigene. You know, we have to be careful the way we politicize and ethnicize and everything that happens in the Nigeria space. I've been in Ilorin since late 80s. So I schooled there. I did my university education there. I worked there before I relocated. I've never heard about any traditional religion in Ilorin. Though we have some part of Ilorin, they call them Oloje. Is a part of Ilorin. They call them Oloje but I've never heard that publicly that they are practicing any traditional religion in Ilorin. Even this news that you are discussing now, I've never even made that I'm in Ilorin. As I'm speaking, I'm in Ilorin. I've never heard of any fighting, any religious acrimony happening in Ilorin. Everybody is calm. Everybody is going about their business. Even yesterday, I was out throughout. I came in around 8 p.m. and virtually I traversed throughout Ilorin. There's no fight.
Professor Wole Soyinka is not calm. It's incandescent with rage. It's fuming.
That is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And then the way people are now seeing, we now want to put it as if it was like Yoruba versus Fulani now. That's the way we are making the thing to look. And that's why I say we have to be careful. Because, even right from inception, if you look at, yes, we say Nigeria is a secular state. We have so many religions. But how many of them have we even granted recognition? Even in the Yoruba land, even in our National Assembly, they only do swearing people with Quran and Bible. And the issue here is, when it comes to religion, people have, is a very sensitive issue. The emir himself, though is from a Fulani origin, is more or less like a Yoruba man. If you come to Ilorin, there is no other language that you speak in Ilorin apart from Yoruba. If you go to the indigenous area of Ilorin, it's like a proper Yoruba setting. So, to me, I don't want to...
Sorry, let me ask you a direct question, which elicits a direct answer. If the Osun priestess wants to hold a 3-day event in worship of her deity and wants to do Oro, etc., in her own land, which is Yoruba land, should she be allowed?
It should be allowed, but what I'm saying, that's why I say we have to be careful. And I don't want, from what I'm sensing from this issue, Osun, I don't think there's any other place where people practice Osun apart from Osogbo, because it's a river that is in Osogbo, and that is the only place they do Osun festival.
So if somebody... It's a deity, or is it?
I know.
Sorry,
Sorry, Simba. They practice Oshun
In
all
Brazil,
over the
in,
world.
what are you talking about? They do all over the world.
Cuba, Puerto Rico, Colombia, everywhere in the world.
Just listen to me. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that it's not as if I'm supporting what is happening there. We have to be careful not to put it in ethnic connotation. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, but Simba, sorry.
Just wait.
This is a very passionate subject for me. I'm so sorry. But will the MA stop a religious revival, a Christian revival in Ilorin? Does it have the guts to do that?
And that's what I want to say. Let me just land.
Yes, hold on for Simba. Hold on, Simba, hold on as well. Hold on for Simba, Kulata. But Simba, that space that Kulata opened up, I want you to enter it in the course of your narration. Because if they are able to successfully stop at the Oshun Festival from holding, then that should then tell us then that on the 25th of December, when the Christians are gearing up to kill that turkey, the emir can say no. That
is what I'm saying. If you look at Ilorin traditionally, and there are so many story about the origin of Ilorin. So people believe that the Fulani will say there is their own Yoruba. People will say, but predominantly the language in Ilorin, the most predominant tribe are still Yorubas, and there are a lot of Christians. You can't count the number of churches in Ilorin, and even if you look at the notable pastors from even in Nigerian space, like even this Oyedepo of a man is from Kwara State. When he started his second church, actually started in Kaduna, and his second church was actually in Ilorin. So we have a lot of Christians in Ilorin. Even we have Ilorin indigenes that are Christians now. So don't let us extend it and say, okay, they will say
that are Christians now.
Yes.
What's your position? Because there's a lot of ambiguity in what you're saying. What is your position? Should the Oshun Festival hold or not?
The issue I have with that is that at least for more than 30 years I've been in Ilorin, I've never heard that somebody is celebrating Oshun Festival. That is why I'm saying, are they newcomers? When did they started this? Is this something that somebody just brought to come and create ethnic tension or religious tension? That's why I'm saying we have to be very careful. I've been in Ilorin for more than 30 years. I've never heard anybody celebrating Oshun Festival in Ilorin.
Is there traditional worship in Ilorin? Do you have traditional worship?
I've never seen it. That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it. The predominant.
Hold on, you've never walked down the street and you've seen Ebo at the corner and all
No, I see. I see it a lot.
Right. Is that not
I see. So, but Ebo is not a worship. It's not. You can't see as a form of worship, because people do it like a form of prayer or sacrifice or whatever. I see it a lot. I see it a lot in junctions in Ilorin. I see it a lot, especially we have two different parts.
Hold on, Babati.
We have two different parts of Ilorin. We have two different parts of Ilorin: the indigenous area and the areas where the non-indigenous are predominantly living. And in those areas, you see a lot of these things, especially if you go out very early in the morning. You see this Ebo at the junctions. But those ones are not visible things, because even the people that are carrying Ebo, they don't carry it during the day, they only carry it during the night.
All right. Stay
so we can't say Ebo is not a...
Simba, hold on. Let it be conversational.
One man.
So, yeah, you hold on as well. Is that you share? So hold on. So Simba, you acknowledge that you see a lot of Ebo, a lot. You had emphasis on a lot. So traditional worships are practiced in the dead of night. So are you then saying that traditional worship in Ilorin should be confined to the dead of night? I'm confused.
I'm not saying this, one man. I'm not saying this. What I'm saying is, but I'm just confirming that I'm hearing for the first time that somebody publicly is now practicing traditional religion in the law, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it should not be allowed. And you know the issue, you can't separate religions from politics in Nigeria. The governor and even the Tinubu has to be very careful, just like talking about Islam in the north, and even religious generally. If you want to do that, they have to. Let me tell you, recently there was a conflict between even the Muslims and the Christians living in Ilorin, but it was settled amicably, and it didn't degenerated into bloodletting. So this one too, I'm very, very, very sure that Ilorin people are very peaceful people. Ilorin is like a transitional zone between the northern Nigeria and the western Nigeria. And most people that are relocated from the north, they settle in Ilorin. Is a very peaceful town, and I'm very sure what is happening now is just a skirmish, and it will not degenerate into any religion crisis. And for us to extend it that one day they will say the Christians should, no, it will never happen. I assure you, it will never happen in Ilorin, because we have prominent Ilorin indigenes that are Christians, and we have a lot of big churches, big ones, and a lot of fact in Ilorin we have Christian, almost like 30 to 40% of the Ilorin indigenes are Christian. So we can, and then for you, because I've been hearing you saying that it's that Islamic, Kwara State is not an Islamic state. There is no state that you can call an Islamic state in Nigeria. Even Kwara State, they have a lot of.
Is this not the precursor to the?
Ilorin is not a state. Ilorin is the state capital. We have some other prominent.
I know that was.
We have some other prominent towns of so many big towns that they are predominantly Christians also.
All right, hold on. Simba, take an interjection from Kulata. Then round
Simba, I apologize. I do apologize to you.
Hold on. Take an interjection from Kulata. Round off your thoughts, and then I go to Bishop Kulata.
I do apologize to you, but I think you're skirting the issue. You're not addressing the issue. Yes. It's very easy to talk about Christianity because that's a big enough religion. But when you say Ilorin has peace at the expense of someone else's freedom of religion, you cannot say someone that wants to do Isheche is going to create issues. It's just yet another religion. Is it because Isheche is both Esin and Asha? That is why it's a threat.
Kulata, Isheche.
It is both. Is it because there's a confluence of both Esin and Asha, both culture and religion? That is why it's a threat to the Emir. So the Emir probably will won't do anything when it comes to Christianity. He dare not anyway. But when it comes to Isheche, because does it feel threatened? Because we're talking about they've been there since 18-something. I don't think anybody is going to use Isheche to go and remove them from the throne, even though they tried at some point in time and the British rescued them. But that's an old story. But so why will he like make this kind of decision? And I believe this is an opportunity to actually take him to court and win that case, so people can freely practice whatever idol worship Yoruba idol worship they want to practice, because essentially that's an ancestral Yoruba land, regardless of what's on the emirate, on the throne.
Yes, I agree with you.
Right.
Can I interject?
No. Let Simba round up that space. Simba, to you.
What I want to say, Kulata, is that
Have you lost connection? Have we lost you, or have you lost me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Simba is clearly dancing around the issue.
We can hear you.
Yes, it's pretending to have lost connection.
Just dance around it. Just want to address it.
They will not, because of religion, exterminate anybody from Ilorin. I'm very sure of that, and I'm very sure very soon all these noise we died down. And so, to me, there are so many things that have happened in the past, and even the worst that are worse than this, and it was settled. So, I think, and what I'm just trying to do now is just to allay our fear. Nobody, no, there will not be any religious crisis in the Ilorin. Everybody will be allowed to practice whatever they want to practice, and then there won't be any crisis. That's what I'm just saying.
All right, all right. Hold steady. Let's
Because one thing that we normally do, and because in fact, I didn't hear anything of such. And so it's like the news now in Nigeria. Even the people that are not even in the space, that are even outside Nigeria, they fear more about what is happening in Nigeria, even more than the Nigerians. So we should not be. I don't think it's something that we have to belabor. I know that the freedom.
Hold on, Bishop. I'm not Bishop. Simba. If you had heard me read out what the group said, then it's reasons to be concerned. But round off your thoughts in a couple more sentences, then we go on to Bishop Simba.
No, so what I'm just saying is that it's not a big issue, and the people that want to do what, I think they will give them space to do whatever they want to do. The only thing is that maybe I have to do some more investigation to know the details of what is happening, where it is happening, and what actually transpired. Because whatever we see in the news may actually be something that might not be true. But I'm just hearing it from you, one man. And because even nobody is discussing it, even in Ilorin. I interacted with a lot of people yesterday, and nobody made mention of such a thing. So that's what I just want to say.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah. Have that interjection of any.
Okay, just to yes, I appreciate the situation Simba find himself. First, probably a Muslim. Secondly, probably not from Ilorin, but when you stay about 20-something years in a place, you're part of the place. So you will be a kind of a conflict of interest here. You may not really be objective. He said something which I know that is not completely true, which is that there's hardly crisis in Ilorin. Ilorin are very peaceful people and others. See, just 2 years ago, this thing you're showing here happened in Ilorin. There was even
I won't play it because of the that shows it. Yeah.
And there was a curfew. What happened? The Muslims believe that by the Constitution of Nigeria, they should exercise their right of religion and religious expression, and on that basis, they ensure that the government, because there are so many in Kwara government, ensure that the Kwara state government came out with a policy which is pro-Islamic in nature to allow hijab even in Christian schools, and it turned out to be a serious issue, and violence erupted everywhere in Ilorin because, particularly a particular Baptist school, Methodist school, Catholic school, Anglican school, and all those schools that, yes, they are public school now, but don't forget they were once a time missionary school. There are schools that have chapel inside those schools, and according to the Christian communities, the Khan in Ilorin, they said when the missionaries and all those Christian bodies that use their own money, hard-earned money to establish those schools, were handing it over to government. One of the things they signed with the government was for them to preserve the faith-based, orientation for that school. But the government imposed hijab on those schools based on the constitution. That Ilorin is a secular state. So if Kwara is a secular state, then why won't you allow hijab? Because somebody wants to express his religion. You can't impose your Christian religion because your school is Christian based on people.
But that's a hold on, Ogbeni. That's a fair argument, surely.
Yes. So
that's a fair argument.
The same argument should go to the Isheshe people. That's where I'm coming from.
All right. Okay.
You don't approbate and reprobate. You don't fight to get freedom for your own religion and then deprive others of their own religious expression. That's my point. I remember back then, all those bounties, the only issue I had then, as the lawyer in me, as with my legal training, I say yes, fine. But if it is true that the agreement, those fathers, don't forget that those schools were not established by governments. They were established by missionaries, Christian missionaries that came to those places. And if it is true that the funding document by which they used to hand over those properties to you actually said, maintain our religion and our structure there, you shouldn't breach it. And it tells on trust. That was my argument then. But if you go back to our constitution says freedom of religion. Then allow them to wear a hijab. And there was even wrong in a hijab. It's decency. You know, it's decency. As long as you're not covering your face that can, threaten people. It's decency, rather than coming out and be nude, So I supported it back then. I said, okay, this thing should be resolved. And I think decency should be allowed in this space. They may say, okay, don't wear heat to chapel, because that's a Christian place. But if you fight for that in your religion, my issue is that then allow other religion also to breathe. That's just my point.
All right. Let's hear from Bishop. Bishop, let's hear from you. Bishop. All right. There you are. So yeah, good to see you, Bishop. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Let me just let's start by saying good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow compatriots. Wherever you may be listening from. Please click on the like button and share. And if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. So, Woman, how are you doing?
I'm good. Good to have you back. I know you've been away. We've had conversations in the back end, but good to have you back on board.
Okay, thank you. So, probably let me just. I actually was interested in the Quara space kind of a thing, and I would like to come in from there.
We're only doing the Quara space at the moment. So give us your thoughts on that, and then I'll go to World Peace, who I'm sure is gearing up for that space. Yes.
Okay. Everybody has spoken very well. Let me start by saying I know Quara State and Ilorin fairly well enough. I lived in Quara. I lived in Ilorin specifically between 1977 and 1981 or thereabouts. So one thing I want to disagree with, I really sympathize or empathize with Simba. Way back, as far back as time I just mentioned now, there's always been this subtle attempt at suppressing other religion apart from Islam, especially the traditional religion. I used to live in Balogun Fulani. I'm sure Simba would know Balogun Fulani, Unity Road, before I moved to Sobi Bara. So I used to go to Shao, and these Shao people are a little bit very religious, but they were suppressed. There are places, he did mention Oje. The Oje people did not just give up on their religion and their ways of practicing. Traditional religion. It was a battle, really, back in the days. So what's happening now, unfortunately, is not different from what was happening then. There was a subtle attempt at imposing the Islamic religion on everybody that lives, especially in the Ilorin Emirate itself. It did not just start now. I don't know where this originated from, but it's a little bit insensitive. Because I believe that we've gone beyond that stage. Saying that there are big churches in Kwara State or there are lots of religion, it's a fair enough argument, but it does not hold enough water as to the reason why the Emir or the Zulu Gambari will kind of outlaw some people's way of life. I don't know how Ilorin has grown and developed over the years. There was significant. Islam was, of course, for obvious reasons, but at the same time, the church grew too, and both the church and Islam had over the years suppressed and kind of demonized other religious practices. Wherever they find their courage from now to want to openly identify and worship their religion, whatever, however anybody wants to see it, I think it is in their within their rights. If you are propagating your own Islamic religion, and the Christian people are propagating their own Christianity, you shouldn't for any reason hinder. And if you actually want peace to reign, because you can only suppress some people's voice for a certain, you cannot do it forever. So if anybody here, if he has the ears of the Sulu Gambari and the government, I think they should just try as much as possible to come into it and see how this is resolved. You can propagate and
Bishop. The only way that it can be resolved to the satisfaction of everybody is for that Oshun festival to hold. Because
is the Oshun festival they want to do in Ilorin, right?
They want to have an Oshun festival for 3 days, and the only way for this to be resolved is for it to
hold.
It
is not even within
and hold peacefully.
It is not even. I don't know why it is within the power of the emir to outlaw the practice of a certain religion. I don't know where
Bishop. That was my exact question in my head right now. That
I don't know where he got that power from. I think we are beginning to abuse. Yeah, they used to be powerful in those days.
Answered that now.
I mean,
has no power.
Yeah, they used to be powerful in those days until at a certain point. I know the traditional rulers used to have a space. They are looking for that space now. But hey, we are developing at a space that we must, as a necessity, accommodate. I mean, yeah, I don't know. We have our voice together.
How does this wrap into the Islamization agenda that a lot of people have been talking about? That even El Rufai gave flesh to in his now famous clip. How does this add to all of that?
Well, I never really believe there's anything like Islamization. I never did, and I still don't believe that there's anything like Islamization agenda. People painted all manner of narrative. Yes, sometimes because you already have some things working in our head, we want to add flesh and here and there and justify what we were thinking. I don't think that anybody think that Nigeria. I mean, maybe if a country of 200 million people, we have over 100 million people that are practicing other religion. I don't know how you want to do it. Is it in the southwest that you want to? Let's even say there are just 20 million Christian religion worshipper, and maybe another 10 million traditional area. How do you want to Islamize, or you want to eliminate 30 million adherents of other? I don't believe in that bullshit. I think, sorry for that language, I don't believe in that. I think it's just a the season of politics, at which ultimately was a season of anarchy that we whipped that into the front burners. I don't believe in that Islamization agenda at all. I don't think there's anything like that. I think it just exists in the head of some people.
Sorry, guys. Are we just ignoring the elephant in the room here? Because I don't think we want to dive into what the real matter is. No, we have to talk about it. The real matter is the emirship is foreign to a Yoruba town.
Hold on. Don't open that space. Don't open that space.
Let's open it, one man. Let's open it.
We will open it. Hold, everybody hold. We will open it when we get to Kulata. But I want to get through Bishop and War Peace quickly, because I know that Kulata is barely containing himself. So when we get to Kulata, he can let rip. I know that he is, and I know you want to rip too, Babati. But Bishop, continue with your thoughts.
Yeah, I can't hold myself.
Just please. Sorry for the interjections. I think Thomas and I were discussing this. So let me just say this. For the interjections going forward, we're going to be allowing one interjection when somebody has the floor. So that interjection will not be more than 5 minutes. So you ask one short question and maybe another follow-on question, and then you let the person continue with his thoughts. The interjection is the unique selling point of this platform, but sometimes it spirals and it gets rowdy. But continue with your thoughts, Bishop.
So what I was saying is that the angle Kulata is coming from, or whoever was there to interject, is going to whip up a lot of emotions, because I know, and this is me, that it is a matter of time. At some point in time in our life, we have to address that issue frontally. Is Ilorin a Fulani land or a Yoruba land? Place the map of Nigeria before you today and ask yourself the question, how is Ilorin? It's not even above the River Niger. It's below River Niger. Go to Ilorin from Okeogun, Shabe, what do you call this side? Kayama and the rest, all in Yoruba land. They speak the predominant in Yoruba, and they are below the Niger River. And go to the other side too, a better part of Kogi, the what do they call this Yoruba speaking part of Kwara? What do they call this?
Okun.
No, not even Okun is in Kogi. I mean the Kwara own. They used to call them Igbomina from exactly. God bless you. From Omuaran to Ajaso Ekpo, Eswa Elidun, Arodun, Mopa, all of those places. How did those places end up as being a part of the North when they are completely, fully? I know Arodun, I know Omuaran, I know Ajaso Ekpo, I know Eswa Elidun, I know Egbe. All these places are Yoruba land. How they ended up, and that's the area, and a better part of Ilorin too, is Yoruba land, Ayetoro and the rest. So how did they end up as being part of the North? One day, I don't know how soon that is going to be. We have to have that conversation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well, so you're up next, World Peace. So World Peace, you've been listening to the conversation, and really, it's a very dangerous one and a very delicate one as well, World Peace. So now they want to hold an Oshun festival. I know we all know you're a traditionalist, so this probably close to your heart. They want to hold an Oshun festival in Ilorin. And the religious space, they are telling them that it cannot hold because it runs contrary to the will of the people. So what is the will of the people, which Bishop has just described convincingly as Yoruba land? What is the will of the people of Ilorin other than the tradition of their forebears, which is vested in deity worshipping? So all of that, War Peace.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I've been following this space and I'll be getting exclusive report on this space for the past 1 month now. I'm surprised Babati is acting strange to this issue. If he truly belongs to the Africa Traditional Institute of Restoring African Pride, these summits are out there. A month before this, Ilorin people is on social media or some newspaper. You see some Afar burning, they are burning some Afar shrines. Some are rejecting traditional worship. There was one of that lady they banned that wants to have I don't know if you call it Shechel, but you had a shrine. They banned her to close her shrine. Yes, this thing has been going on since a month, and mostly in that Ilorin space, and I've been following it. I'm not surprised the Emir Gambari make this kind of statement. But again, let me follow what Ogbeni said. He's the legal luminaire or legal expert. He gave a good analysis, but he ended up by confusing me more. Because if you, there's a saying in Benin, if you want to stop a fight, you first stop the quarrel that will lead to the fight. Now, you ended by saying, Ilorin, sorry, don't get me confused. I'm trying the best way so we can solve this issue in a very easy way. You ended up saying Ilorin is a Yoruba land. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm disputing right now in Nigeria Constitution, if we want to get a fair hearing, have a winning in court, we are practicing a federal system of government, which is state. We don't have indigenous, it's a state of origin we have in our constitution. So by me saying that Ilorin is in Kwara, is a state, it's not no longer Yoruba land. It's a Ilorin state, Kwara state. So we'll take it from there first. Now, the people of Ilorin, They are against Oshun worship. Oshun worship, too, I know very well. It's from Oshobo, it's not Oshun, Oshun State. I mean Oshun people. Now, if somebody trying to do it there in Lori in a private scale, which is very okay by me, I have no problem about it. But if Ilorin's constitution, I mean, constitution is against it, we cannot really shout. We cannot really impose it on them by saying we are banning Oshobo festival that is so known in Yoruba land. We're no longer in Yoruba land, we are in states. So please let's get that clear first so that we can turn our argument properly. Because we are doing this, in as much as we are accusing them of what they're trying to do to us, we are doing the same thing to them. The people
Can
I saw.
can I quickly answer that?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let him land his thought. Carry on.
Yeah. And the people I have been seeing on that space on the social media that was carrying out burning, some rejecting traditional worship, which is sad and sickening to me. Most of them are Yorubas. This is what I use Yoruba. They have Ilorin people who speak that dialect. I hardly see Fulani looking people in that place. You know, that's the danger we have to look at. This is how we try to rewrite our history by being too cultural. Being cultural is not being traditional. It's two different things, and we are missing it. So when we give rooms to these things, all these kind of things start happening. For me, I'm one person that's against. You cannot be a traditionalist and be a Muslim or Christian. That's my stand. That's how I was brought up. I've never seen when one person will be a traditionalist and at the same time you practice Islam or Christianity. It's wrong to me. Probably to Nigeria Christian is not. But this kind of things will start happening. We saw Mr. Rest in peace. He didn't die. I said to the ancestors. We saw what people did in Oyo land in Ibadan, which is wrong. The other day, the other one said he wants to convert his throne to Sultan of what? You know, call himself Sultan. I think that is the Olowo. The second he said Sultan. And the other one in Ondo said,
Oluwo of Iwo, yes.
yeah. And the other one in Ondo said he wants to be a Christian. Go and ask the Atua shared the second when he said he wants to change the Ogiame show of Iwere land, which is Wari people. They remind him that you can be a Christian, we tolerate that, but don't dare it to temper any traditional issue you came to meet. It's beyond you and it's after you. He quietly calmed down and pulled back. But you have to have the will of the people. When people start having different practice, what is going to happen. It's not just a danger to people in that region, it's a danger to all Nigerians. Christianity and Islam is dominating that country in a different form of shape, through proxy, directly and indirectly. When Rufai made that statement, we only took the political statement, but we never took the religious statement and the spiritual statement behind it. He said that this is Christian for Islam or Muslim to rule. We took a political statement. But look at the presidency. From Gbajamilia to in Tinubu camp, you're not a Muslim, you cannot be there. They are all Muslims. Most of the Kabas in Lagos, Tinubu Kabas, they are Muslims.
Hold on. So Wodo is not a Muslim. Ambode is not a Muslim.
That is Sanwo-Olu. I said the Kaba. I said Kaba in Lagos. They are Muslims.
I suspect Dele Alake is not a Muslim. I have to check.
I don't know Deleke. I don't know Deleke. I know Deleke. I don't know what is, but if Kaba, I said
that is what is Yeme Kadosha or something. I don't think he's a Muslim.
But I said he's Kabas. If you know Tinubu very well, his Kabas are Muslims.
Is the chief of staff? Is he a Muslim?
That's his inner caucus now. What are you talking about?
Jamila is a Muslim. I know. Let me land. Hold on. When this kind of issue, I'll be surprised if who speaks about it. I'll be very surprised. And he speak about it. If he doesn't speak about it, I will not be surprised because it's not issue he will speak about. Because if you speak about it, they will politicize it and start testing his government. But again, first of all, we must choose our path correctly. Stopping traditional belief in Ilorin is wrong. First of all, I'm against that. But doing Oshun festival in Ilorin to make it like a Yoruba thing is wrong. True, but if that woman is doing it on her own capacity, it's wrong for them to stop her, but not on the state capacity. That's my take on it, one man. Let me use the floor for the next person.
What do you mean is wrong by making it a Yoruba thing? What do you even mean by that?
Because we're no longer in a regional system. It's a state.
Regional
Just like now,
nothing to do with practicing your culture now. Are you
hold
trying
on.
to say
Let me make one example to you.
Government, you can't practice
Let
your
me
culture?
make one example to you. Let me make one example to you. If I tell you now I'm going to practice Igwe festival in Oshun, people is going to come out heavily. Your people will be the first to go against it.
Hold on one piece. Hold on. The Igwe festival is not is alien and foreign to Ilorin, but to Yoruba culture.
You see, you just answered my question.
Oshun festival is very much integral to Yoruba culture. It's in the DNA of the culture.
One man, like Simba said, and I know that for a fact. Oshogbo festival was never practiced in Ilorin in time immemorial. It was practiced. I've been to Oshogbo festival in Oshogbo many times when I was in Nigeria. Then when my friend father was military administrator for just 3 months when Abacha took over.
Hold on, no, don't take us on that anecdote. Even if it wasn't practiced before in Ilorin, they want to practice it now under their freedom to free associate and worship.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If she's going to do it on her own capacity, then just stopping her, that's a problem. That would be a problem. But making a state is a problem to the state because it's alien to them too. Don't forget, these people are Muslims too. They choose to be Muslim, even though they choose to be Muslim. You're not looking from that angle.
But she's not stopping them from being Muslims.
No, that's something we are saying. Like I said, she's doing her capacity. If she has like 500 people, 1,000 people coming to her shrine, and you want to stop her, it's wrong to stop her.
Hold on. Even if she was to have a promenade and a parade on the streets, she's entitled.
Yes. Hold on, one man. Yes, I'm not saying she's not entitled, but making it a state thing that she's not entitled to. Like you are explaining it to, not me, not what.
Hold on, what piece? She's not asking Kwara State to adopt Oshun as their official religion. She's saying she wants to practice her faith in her own state.
Yeah, you didn't make me land. Sorry. Like I said, I want to say that what you're explaining and Kolata saying is Yoruba thing, is a Yoruba land. If you are put in that context, it will be wrong. I believe it's that context. These people are going against her. You know, in everything there's undertone on it. You know, this will not rise up because she wants to have. She has been having the festival, I believe so, because she started living there today. She has been living there. You know, so when people rise up, probably somebody have used propaganda or sends the undertone like, okay, like we say, Muslims are coming or they want to turn our state to Christian state. Let's resist these people. Probably there's undertone to that they want to bring a show festival here. No, we don't want it, and there's undertone to it. That's what I'm just saying. But if we can separate the sheep from the cow, I believe this problem will not happen and will not be happening. If everybody's practicing at their capacity, I don't think these Muslim people will come and disturb them, and they will not feel threatened. I believe there's something going on the ground, and I am saying, to me, I don't know, but I believe that underground tone is like, we have to collect this land, is Yoruba land, and the people that going against it said, no, it's a Muslim land. That's how I see it, and I will use the floor. Actually, I will end it that all tradition is on that threat. And we should not allow this thing to be happening, and we should do things the right way so we get the right result. Thank you, Waman.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. Have that interjection, Obeni, and then we go on to Okulata. Yeah, come in, Obeni.
Okay, Waman. This is what I want to say because Wapis talked about me saying or maybe concluding my thought on this issue by saying, "Oh, Ilorin is a Yoruba land." Yeah, I said that for a reason. Ilorin is a Yoruba now. Now, let's go back to the constitution. You see, the constitution, the present constitution in Nigeria doesn't say Yoruba should not still be identified as a Yoruba man and Igbo man identified as Igbo man. No.
The present constitution understands the identity of each of us and understand that we have a root. The constitution of Nigeria understands the indigeneurship of Nigerians. And that is why he said, if you go back to that chapter 2, the chapter 3 on citizenship, why defining citizenship, you will see in that constitution, it recognizes indigenes of Nigeria and it recognizes indigenes of Africa who happen to be in Nigeria. That's the reason why people like Atiku Abubakar can be contesting in Nigeria today. Because when you trace his root back, you can't really say he's a citizen of Nigeria in terms of indigenship now. But because the constitution says we allow you, even if you come from another part of Nigeria, as long as before that independence, you stayed in this space. Same with Buhari and so many of them, even Abacha and others. These guys are not Nigerian. Even Obi's vice presidents, Mauritania. So, but the constitution says so. But when you look at it from that light, you realize that the constitution doesn't cancel our indigenship. The constitution only respect our indigency. Then I now make us a nation. I now give us just one nationality. So don't forget, whenever they want you to feel Nigeria, they won't ask you whether one land or not. All they will ask you is nationality. That's a nation now. But it doesn't rob you off or strip you off of your. And then I ask you a question. So why do you think local government, local government council in Nigeria issue what they call certificate of local government of origin? They issue it because they lost their still recognized citizenship. So if I say, oh, Ilorin is actually a Yoruba land, that is my understanding, and I'll close it on this call. If you come to UK, for instance, every citizen in UK will tell you, I'm a British citizen, I'm a British citizen. That's the nationality. But underneath it, the Scottish will not tell you this is not Scottish land. You meet a Scottish guy and say this is no man's land. Just look at you, what's he saying? Or an Irishman in Northern Ireland, or a Welsh in Wales, or the Englishman in England. So, in as much as they still understand their indigenship, they know that there is one nation they all have to build, which is their British nation, United Kingdom. So, it is from that light I'm saying Ilorin is a Yoruba land, no dispute about that. Yes, the Fulani, the Nupes and others, yeah, they all came. And historically, when you go back to it, there have been this issue back and forth, oh, where do you place Ilorin? But the truth is Ilorin is Yoruba land. All right.
All right, brilliant. So Ilorin, I don't even know why we are having to say it. When has Ilorin never not been Yoruba land? Even Kogi is Yoruba land. Even Niger State is predominantly Yoruba land. But let's go on to Kulata. But I want to trail Kulata with a video clip. So I'm going to trail you with a video clip, Kulata. Let me just play the clip and then you pick it up from the back of it. I'll show you the title of the clip and then I'll play it. So here is the title of the clip. It says Osun Festival in Kwara State, prayer by Oba Yemoja Agbaye, and then he gives a telephone number. And what I want you to also note is that this was 2 years ago. Because there is a political undertone to what is going on, is what I suspect. But these are nails categorically then that they have that history in that place.
Babaláwo Olúwẹ̀rí ló dín fáfọ́ Olúwẹ̀rí. Olúwẹ̀rí lọ́mọ àrà gẹ́tìgẹ́tì. Ìyá mi lọ́mọ ayọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ torí ọ̀tá lọ. Erin lápá tí ò rà, Ajamlala. Ifá Olúwẹ̀rí kì í ra Ajamlala. Ẹ̀fọ́ lápá tí ò rà, Ajamlala. Ifá Olúwẹ̀rí kì í ra Ajamlala. Olúwẹ̀rí nìkan ló lápá tí ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ní olókùn tó jẹ́ ní ọlọ́sà. Ajamlala. Ifá Olúwẹ̀rí kì í ra Ajamlala. Ifá wo ní ra láyé? Ifá wo ní ra láyé? Ní sí wa o, àdúrà wa gbà. Ifá lórí òkú rere, ọ̀sà rere, babaláwo Olúwa. olúwẹ̀rí ló dín bá fólúwẹ̀rí olúwẹ̀rí lọ́mọ àrà gẹ́jẹ̀gẹ́jẹ̀ ìyá mi lọ́mọ ayọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ gorí ọta lọ ẹ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ń tọ̀ dúdú ẹ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ti tẹ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ti wọ̀rọ̀wọ́ níbi tútù là ń bá ní ọ̀ṣun àtòjò àtẹ̀rùn ilé olúwẹ̀rí kì í gbóná ọ̀ṣun má jẹ́ lé wọ́n gbóná olúwẹ̀rí má jẹ́ lé wọ́n gbóná ẹ dákun ẹ ṣàánú wa kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kọ́dún yìí kó tù wá lára ìbàdí ètò òkú kọ́dún yìí parí báyìí ọdún ayọ̀ ni kó jẹ́ fún wa àwa àti ọba rìṣà Kwara ọba àlà Kwara wọn wá síbí báyìí ẹ jẹ́ kádùúrà àwọn ó gbà wá abilékọ nọọlẹ àti gbogbo àwa àsìkò àti ìríjú wọn náà àwa tẹ̀lé wọn báyìí ẹ má jẹ́ aráhùn ẹ má jẹ́ arágó ọlọ́dún ní náà ó sọdún ọdún ní kó ṣe tẹ̀mí ò ìgbà ọdún báyìí ọdún kan ní kó jẹ́ Ifá ló ní òòtú arẹrẹ ìrẹsẹrẹrẹ babaláwo omi ló dífá fómi omi ń tìkọ̀lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wálé ayé ẹbọ náà ni kó wá máa ṣe òòjọ́ tómi bá balẹ̀ omi a máa nípa bódò bá balẹ̀ odò alàlùjá bómi bá balẹ̀ omi a nípa.
So there it is. So Kulata, is the Tinubu presidency, is it a window of opportunity to reclaim Ilorin and have back to tradition and Oba, not an emir? So what's going on here, Kulata?
I mean, what is going on is a system that has been used to subjugate and perpetuate that subjugation since the takeover from Alimi in 18, I can't remember the date, 18, just say 18 something, mid 19th century, 18 something, is using religion, the tool of religion, as a way to perpetuate the emirship, because it's strange to that land. And the only reason that continues today is because the people accepted that as a means of religious compliance. So it is not seen that a foreigner is leading them. It's seen that a religious leader is seeing them. And that is now mixed up with Obaship. As of today, Afonja descendants are still fighting to implement Obaship in Ilorin. And the reason they're antagonizing this traditional worship is because it is authentic to us. That is us. That is our culture. It's also our religion for those that practice it. And for some of us that are a bit more agnostic, we don't care. But we care about it from a cultural perspective. But here's the thing is, the reason this is warred over is you don't want to inject another form of authority that will make the people subject to that subjugation rule based on a religion. They don't want them to look elsewhere. So this is a threat to the traditional institutions of Ilorin. The people of Ilorin don't see themselves. They're the few Yoruba people that identify with religion first. The normal Yoruba person identifies with ethnicity first. That's why you don't see a difference between Muslim and Christian Yoruba. We simply don't care. But that is the space where it's different. But when you think about the reason why it's different, it is what's been used to subjugate them since. And it wasn't like it was forced upon them. A lot of them willingly did it to fight some battles. And then, I mean, the story continues and we're where we are. So as we speak, the new governor, people thought the new governor was going to help them either remove the emirship from that line or allow rotation between the Gambari house, the Fulani house, and the Balogun, what's the name of those people? Alanamu. They're like 3 or 4 ruling class or something in Ilorin, but it's only the Fulani one that gets the emirship. So it's either they rotate it or they make it an Obaship. So people are very conscious about that space. So anything that is close to authentic Yoruba worship or Yoruba culture is frowned upon, usually by the ruling class. So I don't see, this is not a Tinubu anything, but this is a breach in someone's fundamental right to practice their religion. I don't care what religion you practice, but you should be allowed to practice your religion. And I think Simba mentioned that it is strange to Ilorin. No, it is not strange to Ilorin. You just watch that video. That's as recent as 2 years ago. It is strange that the emir is trying to implement authority where none simply exists. We're not back in 18 something or 19 something. Those power have been shifted. Power is not with the governor, the local government, and the police and all. He has zero authority to do what he did or threaten what he did. And I believe the woman is just scared for her life because he can't send the police and anything to go do anything. And again, the way they subjugated a lot of Obaship, they make them second class, and that's all them Sharaki shenanigans. A lot of kingship around that Ilorin is very worrying because the local government surrounded that Ilorin town. There are many other towns there that have kings, but they class them as class 2. The same thing, Jeba, which is the border town to Niger State. There's an Oba of Jeba. That's far north of Ilorin. It's still a Yoruba king that's there. They're subjugating that king. They're making him a class 3 or class 2 Oba. The person that's supposed to deserve it should be first class Oba. So the influence of religion in Ilorin is too much. Of course, with Christianity is a different ball game because that's big enough. But the one they feel threatens that that royalty.
The stool.
The stool. That's the one they're really, really gung-ho about. And the funny thing is, a lot of clerics, like any other Yoruba town, same thing with pastors, they practice both religion. They mix it up. They do Isheshe and they do Islam. They do Christian, they do Islam. Just like, normal Yoruba behavior. So, if Oshun permeates that space, gets more adherents, it threatens, because the only authority that Emir really weighs over them is a religious high moral ground that everybody bows down to. Outside of it, take out that religion, take out religion as a factor. Isn't this alien?
There's no cultural affinity between the indigents and the emir who was superimposed through conquest. So yeah, the religion
it's through conquest, and the people have revolted historically. Yeah. They revolted at some point in time. Was the British that I can't even. I need to go find that history. I know I came across that history a while back that they revolted. I think the British or something intervened. And so what I don't like is stifling someone's right to practice their religion based on zero authority. You have zero authority to try and do all that. So that means whatever you're doing is illegal. Because if you're pulling other strings, they must not be legal strings. So I think this is an opportunity to take that emir to court and win the case once and for all. People should be free to practice whatever they choose. If they want to wake up and start worshiping frog, it's their business. They have the right to worship frog. If they want to worship fried rice and jollof rice.
Is that not the religion of all of us? Fried rice and jollof rice. Who is not a worshipper of fried rice and jollof rice?
So nobody should, no emir, of no authority should get that kind of power exerted on the people. And the fact that that's the tool that has been used to subjugate these folks. Because honestly speaking, I apologize to anybody that comes from that town. But sometimes when I hear people that come from that speak, I get very irritated. Because it's like there's an identity crisis. All our parents, the Yoruba, yeah, there's a mixture for some of them. Yeah, we acknowledge that. But by all our parents, but you now start going a bit traditional, then they fold. It's more like Kosheku, Koshe, like Adon. Like, so who are you? Who are you? Are you your ethnicity or are you your religion? What exactly are you? You move out of that space, you conform. You get back in that space, you turn to something else. So what exactly are you? That's why sometimes I get irritated with this Ilorin matter. It's just one area that I really don't like visiting.
It's a very complex space. Kulata, as you just said, is who are you? That's the thing. Are you a Yoruba space or are you not? Are you indigenous or are you not? Are you for the north or are you for the south? You could say it's a melting pot, which is probably a more wholesome way to look at it. But in a space that is led predominantly by ethnicity and religion. So that's the question to Ilorin, isn't it? Who are you?
It's not the only melting pot. Lokoja is a melting pot. The Yoruba area there, they know who they are. That's the confluence town. Even by practical geographic reasons, it's a confluence town. They are not confused. So is conquest achieved by religion that is still going on? That's exactly what's still playing out now. Because what is happening right there is not natural. I don't care what religion you practice. That's your business. But you should not threaten another person's right to practice what they want to practice. And that woman, I'm not sure if she's the one we just watched 2 years ago. But if she's the one just watched 2 years ago, she should be allowed to do what she did exactly 2 years ago. Because she did it in 2021. It did not change a thing in Ilorin. Why are they threatened by our freedom of religious practice? Why are they threatened by it? So that's how I feel. Obviously I'm not happy, but it's just a space that irritates me, and I don't think I can hide it.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Kolata. So apologies to the people asking for Ajane Koko. By the way, he sends his regards. Is not available at the moment, but he will join us. Not today, I suspect. But he will join us. He sends his regards. But let's hear from you, Sheson, on that space, and then from there we go to Ogbeni to open up the space on yes, we'll open up a space. But let's hear from you, Sheson, first, and then we go to Ogbeni.
Thank you, one man. Good evening, good morning, everyone on the platform. Please let's like and share. Regarding this issue, one man, it's like we are just scratching the surface. What's really going on? It has started a long time ago. Some Yorubas in Kwara State, yeah, they trying to claim their identity back. They are minority there, and most of the Yorubas in Ilorin axis, they're still deep in the Islamic wherever that they used to blindfold them. So and for long, those who identify themselves as Yoruba, they've been trying to take control of Kwara State. But what the emirs, what they've done is that they've penetrated the Kwara State politically, and so they are in charge of so many places, and they've brainwashed many of them with religion. And the worst part of it is that people there, they believe in religion before tribe. So they don't see themselves as um, Yoruba tribe. They see themselves as Muslim first. So they don't care if the person that rule them is from another place. They don't even care. And some Yorubas, they've been trying to take over the place for long. Like some years back, some OPC, they went to Ilorin and they tried to take control. I don't know. They went there, to maybe they tried to take over the palace. I don't know what they were, but they were sent back by the military, and it shows there are some political power behind it then. So Yorubas, they've been waiting for this point that their son will be in power. So now they want to use the opportunity to raise the awareness and the what's it called, the emir. They feel threatened that if they should allow this, the many Yorubas will start waking up to their identity. And this thing that is going on, it has been going on online for long. Like the Sheshe people, they've recruit so many youths, because I know some of them on Facebook. They're like the speaker. They speak. They try to wake Yoruba or Yoruba people up to their identity and their religion, and what Islam has done to them. They let them realize that Islam is a foreign religion, that they should wake up, that these people, they will take control of their life. They want to take away their culture, and they've been
But
fighting online.
tread carefully with the language, but carry on. We don't want to
Okay,
cause religious
okay.
offense, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so they've been fighting online. They've been fighting online on about this. Even this issue now. I know one guy. He did a video about this issue, and where the people called him, they start fighting about it. So they just want to test water, because Yoruba son is in power now. So they too, they want to rise up, and the emir feel threatened. They feel threatened. So that's what is going on. It's deeper than all this. That woman, she's being sponsored. It's not as if she's doing by herself. There are many Yoruba
That's
that are behind.
that's an interesting angle actually. Are you saying
Yeah.
it's politically motivated that
Yes.
that the traditionalists are looking to test the will of that's an interesting angle.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
For Wole Soyinka to have spoken about, it's not really about, that guy let me realize that he's got the backing of many Yoruba leaders that are not Muslim, that they want to wake Yoruba up now. So I don't know how it's going to be solved. How it's going to be resolved. I just don't know. I just pity Tinubu at this moment in time, because those people in Ilorin, they believe in religion, and if Tinubu is not careful, it might cause him, problem for me in the north. And Yoruba people, and for me, it's high time we Yoruba stood up to do something about this Kwara Ilorin axis. We need to do something, because we've got so many Baloguns there, and all of them, they have been suppressed, and all you hear is the emir, 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 emir. Something needs to be done about it. One man, something needs to be done about it.
What do you mean something needs to be done about? What does that mean? What done about
Yeah.
what? By the way, what offense? It's a system that they've operated for decades, if not centuries. And they all seem to be accepting of it. So what do you want something done about?
Yeah, it's because Yorubas, they are grumbling underground now. They're grumbling every now and then, but they can't voice out. They've been trying to do that a long time, with the power that be, we suppress them. But now, I think they want to stand up to it now, because we
Can
can't
I
just leave the wound open.
No, hold on, Patrick. Yeah.
We can't just leave the wound open just like that. Something needs to be done about it. If we need to close it, let's close it once and for all. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, what are you saying? you know the religion that they practice in Ilorin, they practice it freely. They practice Islam freely. It's not so they practice that freely. But what they should be able to practice freely is indigenous thing as well. But it's nothing greater than that. I'm not sure. Are you confusing me with what you're saying?
Yeah, no, they should practice it freely, but it's a concern for the emir. The emir feel threatened. The emir knows what's going on. The emir knows some people are using it. You know, they want to use it to achieve something. So they want to create. They want to let him realize this is Yoruba land, but to him, he doesn't believe the space is Yoruba land.
All right. The Ebia, by the way, is predominantly genetically Yoruba, by the way. But thank you, Sheson. I'll take just very, very, very short comments on this because you've just now joined us. I'll take just very, very short commentaries on this from Patrick and Pansat, and then we move the conversation on. So Patrick, give us your... are you back with us? Give us your thoughts on the Ilorin space, and then we'll move the conversation from there. Patrick, good to see you. Patrick, we can't hear you. All right, let's go to Pansat. Pansat, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, woman. Can you guys hear me very well?
Yes, we can hear you, but Pansat, I feel as though there should be an advisory before we take your commentaries. It's a delicate topic handled in elegant language, so and it's been going smoothly so far. So just give us a short, non-controversial commentary on the learning space, Pansat.
All right. So how's this flowery one? The irony of Ilorin. How's that? Look, I'm on what's his name's side this time? Simba. I'm with Simba. Because somebody speaks a language, let's say in Ilorin, they speak Yoruba, it doesn't make it a Yoruba land. Think about it. You cannot make that argument. I know you guys are having this discussion in a sneaky way, so we don't get to see it. The Igbos, we see what you're doing here.
We're in a sneaky way on the internet. We're sneakily having it on the internet, on YouTube. In a sneaky way on YouTube. Carry on.
So the thing is that this is the time that the reflection should be on. What is the difference between irony and hypocrisy? Because the same argument I hear people like Kulata and others making here is what we say in the South. They speak our language. These are our people. And for a couple of years now, I'm listening here and people are making the argument, hey, because somebody speaks your language doesn't mean. But anthropologically, it's sound, culturally and otherwise. The division of our people by invaders in the past when we were weaker, for example, in Ilorin. These Fulanese, they're very lucky. And they ought to quit before their luck runs out. You can't come into somebody's land, no matter when you did it. Because you have to look at Israel, for example. Goes to biblical times. They came back to take their land back. And all the armies of the 9 Arab nations cannot stop it. So, like you said, we're doing it in brotherhood because that's what's sparing these people. You cannot come to somebody's land and you're talking nonsense about you letting them practice their religion. You're not letting anybody. These are God-given rights given to us by God. So to make a long story short, Simba, you didn't know, but I've always known that you don't know where you are. When you keep trying to divide us from the Yorubas, and every time you're talking and talking, your quote is us, Southeasterners. Whereas you have a log in your eyes, big log. Ilorin is a Yoruba place. Now, the one mistake you make is that when you talk about Christians, you know, it's not like if you're going over there disturbing people who are doing traditional worship, and we Christians, we're just gonna sit there and watch you do it. No, that's not Christianity. Those are our people. We don't care who they worship. They have the right to worship whoever they wish to worship. So you can't separate it and say, okay, there are a lot of Christians, so we're going to let them practice whatever they practice, but these few, this minority here, we're going to deal with them. You're smoking something, pal, right? So you and then the thing is that you're here.
Hold on, keep it 100.
It is.
Keep it 100.
I can't promise you 100, but I'll try to do 90 something. Let me do 90 something, because you should be able to go back on your tapes and listen to this guy talk and divide us and just be like he doesn't have it.
Let me say this, Pansat.
Yeah.
You know, if you take on the personalities on the platform, for reasons of balance, then I'll have to give them the right to reply, and then they will prod at you, and then you will prod back, and then it will quickly escalate into.
Okay.
So just keep it 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do better than that. I'll stop right here, since you have a lot of people who have better things to say than I do on this occasion.
All right. Whole
Thank
situation.
you.
Whole
Yeah.
situation on the open side, because after I take the commentaries from Patrick, Ogbeni, who is our senior advocate on this platform, he's going to give us a roundup of your case at the tribunal. So you may want to hang around to hear that. But whole situation. Patrick, let's hear from you. Ilorin, your take.
Yeah, Ilorin, I'm particularly interested in Ilorin because that's where I worked, and my wife is from Ilorin, so I'm partly Ilorin. Ilorin are Yorubas, but the fact that they are Yoruba does not necessarily mean they will be Muslims or Christians. They have a choice of who to worship and how to worship. So it would be wrong for the emir to obstruct worship of traditional people, or if you do that, he will extend it to other people, like to Christianity. I've had instances where crusade wanted to be held, though it doesn't happen now. It has happened before. Crusade was to be held in Ilorin, and they were not going to allow Riabonki to hold his crusade. It was that bad. You understand? So we don't think in a secular society. Ilorin, Kwara State is not an Islamic state. Nigeria is not an Islamic country. It's a secular state. So people should be free to worship who they worship. And it doesn't make sense. There's no religion that forces people to worship.
Sorry, Patrick. I promise not to interrupt you or interject you too often. But you know, when you say a secular state, people don't have a full understanding of that. The people feel that that you have the right to either worship Christianity or Islam. That's not secularity. You can worship whatever you like. That is what secularity means.
Yeah.
Carry on.
And mind you, do you know that even our God created a secular world? But if he does not, he will not give us the choice, the power of choice that we have. God created human beings that are capable of disobeying him. So he doesn't force his obedience on people. He wants to be loved by his creatures. If he's forcing it on them, love does not force. Love is willing submission. Even Islam is the meaning of Islam is he that submits to the will of God. It's not saying he that is forced into the will of God. So what the emir is doing is not Islam. A Muslim man is a man who has submitted to the will of God. Means the person gives his own will. He made the choice to do that. That's what Islam represents, which is a good thing. And the same thing with Christianity. Christianity is come to me, all you that labor, and I will give you rest. So you can choose to continue in your labor or accept the rest that Christianity offers. So many other religions too. So people their choice should not be taken away from them. That's what a free society is. So it is wrong for the emir to do that. And if they can do that to a traditional religion, the other religion better watch out. They will extend it. They have done it to the Christian group in Ilorin before. Simba is here. I'm sure maybe he was not in Ilorin then, but must have heard it. And now he's going to these guys. And who knows, maybe nobody will be free to do anything again. It is wrong to do that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So Ogbeni, over to you. Give us then the latest updates. Obi Atiku versus the Nigerian state. Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you there? All right. I think Ogbeni temporarily not available. But let me take you to this space then. Let me take you to this space and maybe Kulata can lead on this one. Kulata, so to this headline, Telcom's investment in Nigeria hits $75.6 billion. Professor Dambata. So what does this tell us? What should we be reading into this, Kulata?
Well, what we should be reading to it is like this, Telecom has turned to, I think Telecom has dwarfed oil and gas in our GDP, in our economy, way more, perhaps maybe even double itself, contribution to GDP. So this is a big area. I mean, doesn't mean it's export like it's generating us dollars, but in terms of how much economic activity is associated with telecom in Nigerian economy, it dwarfs oil and gas. So there's a lot of investment still coming down the line because there's still 5G. I don't know if they've deployed 5G everywhere. There's still more stuff coming in there, fiber network in a lot of areas in Nigeria. So a Tinubu president is expected to increase the number of networked area in the country. So there's growth opportunity in telecoms. But the thing is, you have to look at a sector that was dead. And then, as a result of Obasanjo's policies, they licensed bandwidth, which is actually free stuff. They licensed it. We made like $1 billion. And look at where we are today, 75 billion. So what other areas in our economy does government needs to get out of the way and let private investors come in, bid, and build stuff? Chief in my mind is rather than government borrowing money for railways, give people sell right of way and let all these foreign countries and investors, Nigerians, to build rails from, for example, what stops us from having the south, southeast, southwest rail line that will have the highest traffic. We can do that. And in another 10 years, we'll be talking about, this is what $35 billion or whatever $1 billion. That is how we'll grow. So it's just more reinforcement that privatization and liberalization of our economy is the way to go. Government should stop trying to do everything and anything because it just breeds corruption and it breeds incompetence. So that's what.
All right. Do you think this headline on the screen is what inspired this next headline? Tinubu reintroduces 5% tax on telecoms, delays collection of climate taxes, import tariffs by 1 month. So what do you make of that? It looks as though he wants a portion of that 70-something billion.
This headline is incorrect. What actually happened was there's some taxes were issued on plastic use. I think one is called green tax. I think that's the plastic one. Telecom, tariffs, and all that stuff. But the government rules before taxes can take effect. You need 3 months where people digest it before you now start taxing. But Buhari's government started taxing they started backdating the taxes rather than wait that 3 months. So what Tinubu is doing is suspending these taxes and delaying the time they're going to start. So the telecom tax, I believe that's probably going to come in September. The plastic and the green one, that's probably August or September. I can't remember the date. I read it briefly today. So it's just delaying what is going to come. The taxes are still going to hit, and it's going to start hitting in 3 months at the minimum. Some of them starting in August. So that's what he did. That's what all that is about. The telecom tax is a controversial one. That means on every single call, there will be some surcharge that will be a tax. So it's some sort of use tax. And well,
It's going to be a nominal amount, though, I suspect. But then, of course, the mass of it will be a substantial amount. But maybe
yeah,
maybe 5 naira or something. Yeah, something like that.
in a country that's so difficult to tax, the easiest thing you can tax is things like this. Value, some sort of value added tax or usage tax, because people's income, you don't really have window into many people's income, so you have to do more flat taxes like this, which is a bit regressive, because really we should be able to get more tax money from rich people. Everybody now, rich or poor, uses a cell phone. They're going to be paying the same flat amount of tax. In a society in Nigeria, that may be unfair to an extent, because poor people don't have that much disposable income. The people that have the higher disposable income should be the one paying the highest amount of tax. But now in Nigeria, how do you track people's income taxes? So we were left to all this value added tax, all this kind of surcharge into different services that at least is there are more guarantees of getting those, because the telecom companies that are going to just be remitting that to the government. They won't be chasing people from one village to the other to collect on that tax. So we have to do it. We need the money.
All right, brilliant. Let me bring Babati in with this headline. So Babati, are you still there? BT. Everybody's gone to bed. Let me bring who should I bring in with this headline? Let me bring you Simba in with the headline. So this is the Peter Obi space. Obi maintains disturbing silence as IPOB continues killing spree in the Southeast. So is that narrative, Madam Ezekwesili wrapped up in that as well? So your take on that headline, Simba? All right, brilliant. Who is there? It's a full screen. So who is there?
I'm here. Where's everybody? Where is everybody? I'm here. Where's everybody? I think they're interested. When you broach the ego, they're interested in the Oshun festival in Kwara, and you are trying to be what concerns us with to be this kind of situation. We need to settle the Gambari and the Alaafin matter there once and for all.
All right. Okay. So Pansat, then you lead on that space. Then Pansat.
Which space now do we settle on?
The Obi maintains disturbing silence as IPOB continues killing spree in the Southeast.
Okay, well, I'm going to be short on this because the headline is a lie, right? Obi, we know his character by now. He's not one to hug the media and start talking all kinds of stuff. The state security services who have the country well-funded should be able to find out who is doing the killing. Now, the way we see it, even when somebody such as Asari Dukuba comes and confesses, right? I don't know if you've been following the news. I'm sure you have. In the last couple of weeks, he's come out, gone to the Tinubu headquarters there in Asorok, and he's come out and he said, hey, look, Buhari contracted me to clean out Abuja, Kaduna or Kano, I believe it's Kaduna axis, and we dealt and we killed a lot of terrorists over there, terrorists. He took credit for that. Then he says in the Southeast, we did the same. And we're going to show them our fathers used to sell the Igbos. I'm going to deal with them some more. I've been killing people over there. And that jives with some people who, eyewitnesses account that people who were killing people in the South, they speak Igbo, and some of them are mixed with Fulanis, but there are Igbos there, Igbo speaking people. And he was unusually quiet during the period when this was like a pandemic in the Southeast. So he took credit for it. Then he displays his AK-47, or two of them. I also saw you show that clip of him threatening the Igbos with AK-47. confessing to doing it. Now, we know the Igbos don't kill. As a matter of fact, that's why they didn't take over Nigeria in 1966 or 67. They were more interested in dealing with the corporates, the leaders.
Pansat, narrate to the headline if you can. Yeah, about that. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes me, you have to look at, there's a word I use here all the time. Cultural anthropology is important. A people, where they come from, what do they do, what's their religion, what's their social mores, what are the characteristics of the Igbo man? We don't kill. It's not our thing. We're Christians. And we embrace Western tradition. So it's not trying to be proud or superior. It's just the truth. Igbos don't go killing people nilly-willy. But when you had the Saduana in the 60s talking nonsense about the Igbos, you go on YouTube, you're gonna see it right now. Yeah, hold on.
Pastor, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me land, please, because I'm kind of up there. If you leave it right there, it's gonna look like I'm talking nonsense myself. So what I'm saying is that when you say Obi maintains the stubborn silence, what position does Obi hold? He hasn't assumed his mandate yet.
Is a leading voice with whether he's assumed this mandate or not, is a leading voice within that space.
Yes, he is, and he does what a leading voice does. He does know that the atmosphere is charged up right now, and the virtue about
and what is he doing to assuage it?
Well, all kinds of things. You should see this man's calendar activities. He goes to everybody. If Dele Momodu is having a birthday party in London, he goes over there.
I'm talking about the excesses in the southeast. What is Obi?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That he is all over the map in trying to steer the state of ship forward. Okay, you could knock up Obi about anything, but the thing you have to understand, think about it. This man is what you want to be. You want your son to be, what your neighbor want to be, what you want a Nigerian to be, what you want an African to be. If not, then what do you want? He's not maintaining, it's not his job. Because before you go to assuage anybody from killing, you have to know who's doing the killing. You have to know who's doing the killing. We're a country. We have security services, we have military, we have soldiers, we have police officers. They don't want to identify who's doing this. That's whose job it is. Tinubu is the one, you should say, is maintaining silence in the killing spree in the southeast. Or you could go lower, could go to DSS, you could go to the military. We can't just for debate's sake or to come here to talk, lose our sensibility. I mean, be sensible. Whose job is it? Obi's job to talk about who is doing the killing? It's not his job. But on a personal level,
it's his obligation, though, is it not?
No, it's not just. It's my obligation. It's your obligation, and you're doing your part here. But you have to do it properly, right? Don't point fingers at the wrong person. It's not his job. He's concentrating on reclaiming his mandate, which is the fastest way to stop all this.
He ran commentaries on the Mesoma girl. He ran commentaries on the Alaba situation, but he's not running commentaries on the goings on in the southeast.
Yeah, because like I said, you're talking about the killing spree, right? Now, in the other examples you gave, there are no abstracts. You already know who are the actors. You know the young lady, you mentioned her name. You know Jam, you know all the puzzle, the pieces to the puzzle. So in that case, somebody can then talk. But in this case, you have somebody confessing to doing it. You have some people denying that they did it. IPOB is denying that they're doing it. You have Sarid Kubo taking credit for it.
Pastor, please let me chime in, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have people claiming they did it, or not just people claiming, people pronouncing it, aka Samuel Ekpa, saying they should be sit at home 1 week in Igbo land, in Southeast, and on his word, he says it's gonna be sarcasm or Sikhism. meaning it's going to be bloodshed and all that if you don't obey. And we saw the TV, we saw on social media and on everywhere, they're going around shooting people, claiming Nnamdi Kanu must be released. And you are saying Obi does not know who pronounced that statement, and the leaders of the Satis, including you?
Yeah, let me answer you because you have to understand how trained security services or criminals even how they operate, right? So there is a scenario where people take advantage of. Let me give you an example that is just gonna bring it home. Let's say during NSARS, you have our kids go to the Lekki toll gate and they're gonna pray with our flag and they're trying to be peaceful and they're marching and it's a protest, right? But then you're gonna have the SSS or DSS or even other actors, Muslims, for example, come in there and start killing people, doing all kinds of things, provoking, right? So that's how those things work. In the Southeast, when they say sit at home, it's a protest, they have the right to do that. Now, nobody has the right to force anybody. That is true. But that's why we have the police and we have the military, we have the army, who shouldn't, but they do interfere with civil discourse, polity, and all that, interfering and killing people and doing things that they are not trying to do. But since we have that, that's their job is to make sure that those people who want to protest legally, and those who don't want to protest have the freedom not to protest, and their safety should be guaranteed by the state. Do you understand? So you have to be able to know that. Don't play that game you're playing because we see Showore say, okay, look, I'm going to do a protest whereby there's revolution now. Okay, so we know what he means. Now, the state could then go in there, apprehend him, and start killing people, doing all kinds of things that they do with Igboho, Sunday Igboho, who was planned to go do a march and things like protest, this Ilorin type of issue. And then the state will go there, knocking at the door by 2 or 3 in the morning, causing chaos and killing people, right? And you saw that girl, his wife, in distress. So when you start putting, or in Southern Kaduna's area, where Zaki and
Pastor, are you replying to my question or you explaining something different?
I'm responding to you. So just hold your horses for a minute. I'll be done in 1 more minute or so. So giving you examples is I don't know if you're following the examples or they don't jive. You could say they don't jive, but I'm trying to tell you the activities of the same actor, the federal government of Nigeria.
I knew I would regret it when I invited you in on this topic because I knew you would dance and skirt around it.
No, but one man, do you follow what I'm saying, though? I'm saying if Zazaki and his group wants to go out there and protest in 2015, December, and then the military chief of staff...
There is no correlation between what you're saying and
I don't get it, Pastor.
No.
Pastor, hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Sure.
Yeah. The other day during the election, during the campaign, and this guy, what's his name? Is it Wanyao, who's not the new head of Honeze?
Yes.
Making claims and talking about the situation going on in Lagos, then during the Lagos No Man's Land, and even recently when this Alaba international market stuff came up. But I'm surprised to see that he has not made a statement, or he hasn't made a statement on this ongoing killing on
this is part of the criticism being levied by people like Reno Mokri as well, and it's taken on Obi Ezekwesili, especially on Instagram on this, that she's very, very quick to the media. Alaba, Deborah, Samuel in the north, and all of that. But the silence is deafening about the goings on in her own backyard. So Peter Obi stands equally accused, but
Let me come to leaders.
Let me respond to
One piece.
Hmm?
Yeah, Asat, give me 1 second, please. One man, good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
One
Tom.
man, don't you think they are fear for their life? Why do I say that?
No.
Let me finish now.
Okay, go
Let
on.
me finish, please. Yeah. Don't you think they are fear for their lives? Why do I say that? Let me make a case here. Joe Igbokwe, he doesn't even make that kind of statement because he's just supporting APC. His house was God burnt in the southeast. Don't you think the government can go and take them down, take their family down, burn their houses? Thank you.
All right. I don't think somebody of Peter Obi's seniority will be in fear of his life, but
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think they're not afraid of their lives, but
No, I'm not talking about Peter Obi. It's a question that you are talking about. The big arms in the southeast.
Yeah, the big guns in the southeast. Let me make some few call some of few of the other.
You have a question pending, so could I respond to that and then?
Carry on, Pansat. Carry on, Pansat.
The concern that the co-host general there is not.
I beg you. Go on. Yes, I was going to say something, but go on.
Yeah, yeah, that's an angle there. I mean, it's something a reasonable person could ponder, and that it's true. But when we talk about silence, are we talking about quietude, tranquility, hush? In essence, are they
lack of utterances? And all of that. Yes,
right. But I don't think that's the case. You may not be privy to what they're doing or what they're saying. And exactly what do you want? Do you want to tell them how to handle it? The problems in Nigeria,
a public condemnation would be the barest minimum.
No, but that may be the way you, and perhaps even I may approach it, but that doesn't mean it's the only way to approach it, right? We're dealing with a beast. This country we're dealing with. You see the Igbos. You see, one man. Let me just say something. Give me a minute to tell you something. What's going on here? What I think. I'm gonna use some kind of metaphor.
Well, don't go too deeply, Igbo.
You know, if you let me get too deeply, I will really get to educate a lot of our people. But it's up to you when you're gonna let me go deeply. But right now, I'm not gonna go deeply. Let me just use the metaphor that I was gonna use. It's like metamorphosis, right? The Igbos have gone through what's called a complete metamorphosis. There's two types of metamorphosis. Let's say in insects, right? So you have the butterfly one, which is what the Igbos have gone through. Complete metamorphosis. They went through the egg phase, they went through the larva, went to the pupa, and then turned into a butterfly. But the rest of the country, they're going through a metamorphosis, but it's an incomplete metamorphosis. They're going through the roach one, cockroach. They went from the egg and then just appeared as an adult, right? That's normally called a nymph in biology. So when they're born, they look like the adult, a cockroach. So that's what's going on. You don't know that country, that military, who are the cause of all our problems. They started a war in 1966, and it's placed on the Igbos. And the Igbos suffered all this, separated from the country, knowing that the Nigerian state is not a good actor. And they're very suspicious when they're dealing with that state. And you people who are just coming up as adults in the country, you never went through any of that scenario. We went for a war for 3 years and some months, fighting the state, and how vicious they could be, knowing that they're being manipulated from outside. We manufactured our own weapons and went to war, full-scale war. Okay, so you're now beginning to discover, let's say somebody in Benue State, like Governor Autumn, right? He ought to be ashamed of himself, right? Because he was part of that juggernaut that fought us. But now they're killing him. They're killing his people. So that's why when somebody like me, we're talking here, you go, oh, you should condemn it. And you don't know the Nigerian state. You don't know what our military and who is manipulating them from outside. They're like mannequins. They're nothing. They're doing all kinds of damage to you now. I don't care what part of the country you're in, you have the same problem. So now when you come to Obi Obi has gone through a complete metamorphosis. Coming and talking nonsense and pointing fingers on the usual suspects or trying to placate you because you want to be blaming Obi for something that
Hold on, Pansat. Do you not see an inherent hypocrisy in the way that Peter Obi engages with the Nigerian space? So he's very quick to moralize and be sanctimonious on every issue outside of issues pertaining to his own homestead. Commentaries on Deborah Samuel, commentaries on Alaba Market, commentaries on everything, commentaries on JAM, commentaries on presidential convoy, commentaries on how to fry dodo.
Even took to the flood affected area during the campaign. It was on both.
Right, I'm actually talking post the election. So even commentaries on how to fry dodo. So commentaries on everything, but the most volatile area now in Nigeria is not even the northeast anymore. It's the southeast. It's just they're just hemorrhaging so heavily, and that is where he comes from. And the only thing you hear in terms of commentaries on that space, which is quite liberal about other spaces and other subject matters, is radio silence. So do you not see an inherent hypocrisy in that?
No, I don't, because I would have seen it if he commented on the Deborah situation, and then he didn't comment on the Msoma, the lady, the youngster that is accused of stuff over there, the Igbo. Okay, so you cancel those out because that's the nature of those. You have to compare apples to apples. Now, when you're talking about something that requires the state, the federal government, whose job it is. Now, talking about people's constitutional rights, you already say that he made commentary on all those. That's a totally different segment. These are the poor, the weak in the society, women, people like that, right? So you cannot compare the two when it comes to the state function, things that require probably diplomacy, things that could be done discreetly, that's more effective, right? Yeah, he doesn't play to the gallery with that kind of thing. Even when he was accused of stuff, even when he's innocent of it, sometimes he would hold his fire. Right? Timing is everything. And then he would choose the time to respond to such, to bring the polity, quieting it down. Now, am I like that? And do I like that style? No, I do not. I'm not like that. Right? I'm not like that. That's where he is. And that's why he's the presidential candidate. And that's why he won. So would I go, there's probably a few things I would do the same way that P2B does. I have a brother like P2B. I'm not like him. I'm totally different. I think that my method is more efficient. Doesn't make me a lot of friends, but I don't like friends. So what I'm saying to you is that when you are criticizing Obi, you're going to have to understand he is not a violent person. He's not a rebel rouser. He's not the kind of person that wants to hog the limelight or create, revolutionaries or whatever they call it, right? He's not that kind of a person. So he's measured. He's a gentleman. He's a Democrat. And he's a good guy. So we have a lot of those in the country. So we say those people apart. Then we also have people like Showore, Nnamdi Kanu, Iboho, and those who want to bring about a revolution and change things right now. Right? Okay, so I take that as a sign that
yes, bring it home in a couple more. Bring it, yeah.
Okay,
and then I'll hear from Joel a little bit on that space as well, and then we move the conversation on.
Okay, let me go back to world peace. Did you want to add something, or did I even answer your first question? Go ahead. World peace.
You did not even get close. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I don't know if
clarify.
Yeah, you saw the shenanigans going on in the East, and people have been dying, and you saw the horror. And we're asking you now as a person, you,
yes.
Why are you not speaking about it? And you are not making all kind of UN speech about climate change.
Okay, I got you. So now, who is killing who? Can you tell me so I can give you my opinion? Who's killing who in the southeast?
The southeasterners are killing southeasterners.
Okay, how did you remove the ones that are not? How did you remove the Ejo or the Calabar or the Yoruba? How did you determine it?
Okay, I know that's the place you want to go to. Anyway, let me tell you this.
Simple, because the
Let me
come in if you don't have it all day.
Condense it into a 2-minute conversation.
Yeah. Let me just say, because there's no way I can talk to Assad.
Hold on. Do it this way. Put a direct, solid question to him. Answer it just in a succinct manner, and then we go to 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. Wow, man. Okay, that was more difficult for me because there's something direct question you can do to
I know you cannot.
No,
I
no.
you cannot.
I don't want.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I don't want an. Sorry, I don't want an atrocious back and forth that's Chinese water dripping sort of a thing.
No, but one man, he told you he cannot do it.
No, he's trying to condense his thoughts. So do you want to ask him what a direct question and then or do you want do you want Prince to do it?
Prince, ask your question. I will pick from there. Prince,
no, you won't pick from there. I'm only allowing the window for one question. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make this a little. Let me condense this a little. You can take as a question. Hold on. You can hold on now.
Oh no, Pansat.
Hold on now. Hold on. You can take it as a question. You can take it as a comment. Now, it's saddening what's going on in Southeast. In all this, we are formidable. We're being oppressed. We're looking for freedom. It's really sickening to see this happening. This would be a better opportunity, a window to really see who are the leaders in Southeast to come out to speak about this ongoing killing in Southeast. Well, now the country cannot be taken for when in Southeast. And that did some Epa. And we see crime happening, then blaming other people for it, then you expect people to accept your blame when it comes to you. Now we have the biggest comedian in all these people and all this shit that's going on is Chris Uba or whatever his name. You are in the house of you are in the house senator. You came to on TV, said you are doing more to stop the insecurity in your state by talking to people. First of all, showing their face. Now the unknown government know the people that is trying to protect the state. Instead of you have the power, political power, to just go to the House of go to the Senate to declare what's going on in Southeast as a state of emergency. You have a Baribe, you have Carlo that is crying that you're not treated fairly. You have all of them crying for marginalization every day. Now you have the window to put an end to this. But you guys want us to believe is we that in another state is coming to your state to kill your own people by not sitting at home, that you put pronounced to sit at home to protest for somebody that is a criminal that's held by DSS. That we in the south or in the north, Fulani man just travel from the night in the north to come to the southeast, start speaking Igbo, shooting people.
All right.
But one man.
Thank you, one man.
Hold on, Patrick. Let Pansat wrap up that space. Pansat, in just and I'm strict with the time. Just 2 minutes. Wrap it up.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And sometime when you guys are going on here and there, I hear the last speaker, not the interjector, but the last speaker, be rational and defend the Nigerianness. That's we do have a Nigerianness, regardless of all these things that we're going through. And he really stands up and he fights for everybody, including the Igbos, sometimes when they're not here. Now, the question that he's asking, I'm not gonna really treat it seriously, obviously, saying that we don't fight when we should right now take opportunity and fight for ourselves. We'll do that. I mean, the people he's citing criticize Andy Oba. People from Southeast criticize Andy Oba. If I have pictures with Andy Oba, comes here, we do hang out. He has family here. People criticize him. People criticize the other way around. People criticize everybody, right? Now, freedom that you're talking about is not something that's alien to other parts of the. We have the same thing in common. Do you understand what I'm saying? The freedom. What is freedom? The power or the right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. That's what you want. That's what we all want in the country.
1 minute.
Yeah. So, absence of subjugation by the government or anybody else that's despotic. What is evil about that? That's what every human being wants. Liberty. So I will not treat that seriously because all his talk is usually the same way. Like I said, Simba earlier, you got a log in your eye. In your goddamn eyes, you have a big log, but you're pointing at somebody, little speck. The Igbos don't have to condemn anybody for you. They don't, but they do. That is why I didn't want to touch it, because the criticism of our senators, of our politicians, as a matter of fact, is utmost in the Southeast than in the South. So when you talk here, what you should do, War Peace, let me give you a little advice.
Don't advise him. Wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll leave it right there. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Joel of Nashville. So Joel, good to see you. This is becoming a regular thing. It's almost like back in the day where we could never of the platform. But a short commentary on that headline. I'm pretty sure you are towing the same line as Pansat. But let's document your thoughts and then we move on.
Okay, I'm one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're listening from. Like, share, and subscribe on the One Man Show. I'm one man. I do not think Obi has any business responding to what is going on in the Southeast. I would like to ask you, one man, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria?
It's Peter Obi, is it not? As you often
No.
Every time you come here, you tell us that.
It is your selected president, Tinubu. So if he is the CEO of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the buck stops on his table. What is Obi speaking going to do? We like grandstanding in Nigeria. Obi has condemned the criminality going on in the Southeast. Most of us are speaking today as if stay at home started today. Stay at home is like almost 8 months old. Are you just coming to the table? Wake up, people. What are we talking about? There was a government when that declaration was made. It was not managed. It was not properly managed. All of a sudden, Nnamdi Kanu was reached away from somewhere and brought into the country. Look, I am not a supporter of that man, but his human rights are valid. You cannot just go and kidnap somebody from somewhere and you bring him here, and the next thing it took you about 1 to 2 months to take him to court. I don't follow him. I have condemned the activities, but I also respect the fact that he has followership. And whether you like it or not, those are his followers. The issue with Nigeria is that we treat serious issue with kid gloves. We like dancing to the gallery. You have a cancer, and you are trying to ask another doctor from another place, what do you think? Have you seen this cancer? Meanwhile, you have all the expertise, the wherewithal. You have diagnosed this thing right, and you are able to excise that cancer from that person's body. But first, you want to call the media. Did your mother talk? What did your mother say? Did your mother cry about the cancer? Did your son? What nonsense. Do the damn job.
You are the CEO. That is the reason why you got elected. You did not get elected for Obi to start picking in issues of insecurity in Nigeria. Your primary objective, President Tinubu selects, is the protections of the lives and properties of Nigerians. That's your primary responsibility. You cannot just put that on the table.
Are you inviting Tinubu to take action?
I am talking. One man. I don't know.
The excesses in the southeast.
Of course.
Okay,
of course.
So if he does take action, are you going to support him?
Why not?
Not you personally, but the southeastern space. Are you not going to ethnicize it if he takes action?
No. No. The last time that they came, everybody knew when they were doing the dancing. And we were saying, I am not a supporter of these IPOB folks. But what do they do? Those days, what do they do? What were they doing? They will only do march. Fly their flag and do their march and go. Yeah, do I ignore them? Good luck, you ignore them. Buhari now came with, I am this. Did he solve it before he left? That's why we say people that are not leaders shouldn't be leaders. You cannot fight your way through everything in power. You cannot keep oppressing. Always understand that power is transient. You don't have all the years to fight those people. And even if you have all the years, death must catch up with you. Today, Buhari is gone. IPOB still remains. It is an ideology. And when we start looking at these issues, in a way that makes sense, then we can start preferring solutions. This is the issue, one man. Obi has no business discussing about. He has condemned the activities. Like I said, the killing spree did not start today. We saw it during presidential.
You don't think he should be speaking publicly on it until we start to look like we're having solutions?
No, but
him being one of the foremost, if not the, as it stands today, actually, Peter Obi is the preeminent voice in the Southeast. Is probably the only voice that commands respect in the Southeast as it stands. You don't think he should be using that voice regarding what's going on?
Thank you, one man. What you don't really understand is the fundamentals. The fundamentals are the people doing this killing are not really IPOB. IPOB has distanced themselves from this thing that's going on. They distance themselves from what they call it, the sit at home. They distance themselves with all these things that was going on. Simon Ekpana came up with that. When Simon Ekpa was doing what he was doing, he had no full soldier. So one man, what we have in the Southeast today is criminality. It has nothing to do with agitation. So if you have an issue with criminality, you talk to the people. If you have issue to do with with agitation, you talk to the people. If you have issue to do with criminality, you deal with them decisively. It is not a question of treating them with kid gloves. I knew yesterday I spoke on this issue. We spoke on this issue yesterday night. Yes, the IPOB gave rise to this. But like I said yesterday night, since the jailbreak in Owerri, where over 2,000 prisoners ran away from that prison, broke away from that prison, the Southeast has not been the same. We should attach history. It shows that you already have empathy, because we come here, we study how this person Washington did what he did. It shows that we care about our environment. You study about the Queen, you study about the King, you know about the royal family. What is wrong with knowing about ourselves? That is the problem.
Joel, can I interject?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, because you said the same thing yesterday about this jailbreak in the south is being responsible for the killings. Can you enlighten us?
I didn't say it was responsible. I said that it increased exponentially after the jailbreak.
Because it's something that you emphasize every time you talk about this killing, and that means there must be something about, because can you enlighten the audience about the composition of those people who are actually escaped during this jailbreak? That actually, because what is their grievances? We'll be having jailbreak all over the country. It doesn't cause unrest in those places. So why is it now that jailbreak in the southeast is the one responsible for the killings in the southeast?
Okay, thank you. Now let me tell you something. Let me tell you what happened. Before that jailbreak happened, right? There was patches there. Nobody knew what was going on. IPOB said it wasn't them. We will just stay and somebody will just burn down a police station, right? All of a sudden, somewhere, some people just went and attacked a village or something. So we started seeing this thing. We were like, man, who are these people doing this? Right? But then they were also being apprehended. So there was, a seeming peace in the southeast. But after that jailbreak, it was after the jailbreak, it's like these people now recruited most of these people, these prisoners. And from then henceforth, we started having issues of kidnapping. It increased exponentially in the southeast because the police could not get everybody back. Now, why did I tell you that? Because, remember I told you that my friend was kidnapped last year. So this year he sent me a WhatsApp, a video showing that, hey, dude, they've caught those people that kidnapped me. Look at him here. This is his name. This is this person's name. This is this person's name. That while they were there, about 4 or 5 of them said that they escaped from the Imo State jail, from the prisons. So that's the point. So those people, of course, if some of them are like condemned criminals, they're not going to go back to their families because their families might throw them in. They might be snitched upon. So where do you think they're going to go to? They're going to find safe haven. So all they need is someone that will give them a welcoming arms. Those guys in the bush then were very ready to give them that welcoming arms. And that is from there, this whole thing started escalating.
Take an interjection from Prince. Prince, you wanted to come in, Prince.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask a quick question. So I think the highest form of responsibility is taking responsibility when you're not even at fault. How much more when one is at fault? Just like from Pansam to you, you guys are not taking responsibility to what is going on in the Southeast. Now, question in regards to the jailbreak. Is it the orchestration of the government, the Yorubas or the Hausa, the Fulanis that broke those people out of the jail and let them loose in your community?
Is that a question? Are you done?
Yeah, that's
okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Prince Daddy. Okay, Prince Daddy. Look, whenever I come on this show, I am not here on an Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. I speak on issues. So if you're going to ask me a question next time, ask me a question on issues.
Well,
I'm not here to No. I am not here. I did not call any tribe. All I told you is that we did not know what was going on. And I never told you that the people of the Southeast never took responsibility of what is going on. I took that responsibility yesterday night, but I did not want to make the session a long one, trying to repeat what I said yesterday night. It is going to be a long one. So what I'm just saying is that thank you. So one man, what I was trying to say here is just this, right? Obi has spoken against the killing in the Southeast. And that killing has been going on. I was thinking that if someone has spoken about an issue, the person does not have to keep repeating himself. especially when that person does not control even a bullet, not even an army. So the person that has been in government, the party that has been in government all this while, should take responsibility for what is going on, especially in the southeast and in the north. And I will leave that question at there, one man.
All right, brilliant. I want to play this clip to introduce a different talking space.
One man, I wanted to speak about the Yoruba. I wanted to speak about the Yoruba and the stuff going on in Ilorin. It's important to me.
All right, 2 minutes.
Okay. So one man, I will say good morning, Yorubas. Because
is that the good morning Vietnam sort of? Is that where you're going?
Yes. I wanted to also say good morning to Kulata. Prior to the election, when we were talking about religion, Kulata would be like, "Oh, the Yoruba don't see this, don't see that." Look, there is no alliance between a beast and whoever. A beast is a beast. Any person that is a conqueror is a conqueror. Any person that has conquering as an orientation, we always try to push it. We have seen it happen in Nigeria for quite a long time. It has happened there for a long time. They will come. Some people say, "Oh, the Igbos and there's a similarities between the Igbos and the North." And I asked my friend that, he was telling me we were just joking, and he said that we conquer. I said, "Okay." The North, they conquer with knives, with deceit. So there's no way you can do that with the Igbos. The Igbos, even if they are coming to live in your area, they come with economic growth. So I would want economic prosperity. I would want economic empowerment. So if some people see that as being domineering, that is their business. But I am not stealing from you. I am not coming to tell you the kind of religion you're going to practice. I am not there to tell you what the pagans want to do with their lives. No. Biri can biri, live and let's live. So one man, this issue, let's just pray. I think that this thing is coming up right now because Tinubu is in power. During the time, I know this thing must have been going on under Buhari, and everybody will shut up. It happens whenever they're in power. That is oppression.
It's a curious thing, Joel, because I've always been of the thought that Tinubu's presidency is going to be tested in the southeast, but it looks as though that it was because the activities in the southeast will be the, but it looks as though Ilorin is where it's going to be first tested, because the way it is lined up, they are putting him in that sliver between religion and ethnicity. If it goes in that direction, then he is going to be tested.
Yeah. So, Wama, you say he's going to be tested in Kwara. I want to tell you, he'll be tested in religion. And if you look at it from that angle, then you know that it could happen in Jos tomorrow. It could happen in Lagos tomorrow. It could happen in Southeast tomorrow. It could happen in South tomorrow.
No. What I'm getting at is, yes, he is going to be tested in religion because clearly that's what is being lined up.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm just telling you that this one is happening in Kwara, right? That it could there could be something similar, right? In a place like Lagos.
Hold on, Joel. But this is going to set the template, isn't it, for how it's going to govern. How he addresses, if it goes in the direction that it might go, he's going to have to straddle very delicately at that chasm between religion and ethnicity.
But woman, has he spoken? Has he spoken on this issue?
It's not spoken yet. Actually, it's actually
why?
Well, I think it's a new and evolving space, isn't it? And it's still localized within the Kwara space.
Woman, I was thinking that as a Yoruba leader, being the president, he should be far reactive, isn't it?
How do you mean?
Let me make a comment on that.
Woman, you see, that is what I'm telling you. For me, I would tell Tinubu, shut up. The likes of Soyinka are doing the job. Shut up. Do not respond. they're going to they're going to dig a hole for him. Anytime Tinubu dabbles into the issue of religion, they will remind him that I'm just telling you, that is my take. Anytime Tinubu dabbles into anything that has to do with religion, they're going to get him.
Joel of Nashville, please. He is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he has to address the issue as the president of Nigeria, not as a Yoruba leader. Okay. He has to. He's the president of the country now, so he has to address that issue.
Good, but my brother, let me tell you something. You see, this one you're talking about now, you're talking as as an enlightened person. I am telling you the people we are dealing with. Anytime Tinubu dabbles into anything that has to do with religion, and it does not favor the Muslims, bro, it is going down. I am telling you the way these people think. It has nothing to do with enlightened people. This is the way they think. For them to come to Kwara is a Yoruba land. We all know it's Yoruba land.
Okay, let's.
You understand what I'm saying? But if they can come in there, it's just like an Igbo man. I mean, an Igbo man came to say it's only in Igbo. You guys were running around in Lagos State. But here we have an emir in Yoruba land. And I had before the election, somebody was promising them to emir in Lagos too. You can't give these people this kind of rights in your land.
Who promised them
Well,
an
let's you're dealing with them. I am telling you.
Hold on. Don't whip up ethnic jingoism.
One man. It is not ethnic jingoism. The issue is this: that we do not like to tell ourselves the truth. The people you're dealing with thinks differently. I am not saying treat them like Hausa or this. Look, be careful. Go ahead with your question.
All right. Take the interjection from Prince and then round it off. And then I want to play this clip and then Babati leads on it. Prince, come in.
Yeah, I was going to say in regards to maybe Tinubu responding, we all know his MO by now for the most part. And he's not quick to just say whatever. Just like the DSS and I think it was EFCC or whatever, the other organization, he sent the people to go and lay ace with these two institutions to resolve the matter. And typical to Tinubu's way of approaching matters is probably have some people going to negotiate if need be and try to calm things down. But in regards to, again, going back to Peter Obi not making a comment about what is going on in the Southeast. The need to want to kick the can down the street that, the people that were shooting, it was in Anambra, may not be from the Southeast or some foreign element. This is the part of it being irresponsible. Peter B is very quick to talk about everything else apart from what goes on mainly. Yeah, it's criminality. Well, I don't know what that means anyways, but to come out and talk in a more logical way and condemn the actions and make proposal to what is going on in Southeast would be more apt. Would be something to look forward to. It never does that, and I think maybe Thomas is right. He said it. Maybe he's scared, just like many other Southeast leaders are scared to speak or go against. Is it MASUP or ESS or whatever they call the IPOB? Those groups, they somehow solidify almost the power vacuum in the Southeast. Okay, and the politicians and leaders did not really helping. They're not helping that much. I think let's not kid ourselves. Peter B is the fourth leader of the Southeastern right now, even above the governors. Whatever he says, whatever he tweets matters. He should be speaking to it now, because I've never.
Hold on. Joel, stay muted until he lands, and then you come in. Stay muted. Carry on, Prince.
Yeah. Whatever it says carries a lot of weight because is to some people is their desire in a lot of ways, and they regards his statements, his tweets, and his comments. So he should talk, but in a more constructive way, not trying to be talking about convoys and some other non issues that don't solve the problem of the Southeasterners. There are real issues going on there. Okay, and just like I said, the highest form of being responsible is taking responsibility when you're not even at fault. But to want to not take responsibility to a lot of things that goes on there. I mean, we saw the senator that came the other day talking and condemning Samuel Ekpa, right? And we've seen some of the leaders they're trying to voice their opinion and make things right. But somehow, some way, I would say just like Pensant, he said himself, is more like a Janjaweed. It's more like a contract from South America. So that rebel thinking to approach a matter is what is not working. You need people that can be diplomatic, bring people to the table and talk. What Nnamdi can be released. I don't think it's justified to release him based on his what is done in the past and breaking the law. But if it comes to the table with the right people and talk about it, why not? It's negotiation. We can always negotiate and come to a consensus. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this real quick. If Nnamdi Kanu comes out today, right? If you release Nnamdi Kanu today, this stuff will not stop. Am I making sense? That is the problem. I am trying to tell you that we have created a monster in the Southeast. And that
Sorry, but the people want him to be released.
Hold on, please. Yeah. Carry on.
That those folks are criminals and they should be dealt with decisively. And that was what Obi said prior to the campaign. Deal with them. If you can kill your fellow human being, you're no more an agitator. If you can kill you kill your fellow brothers and sisters, you're no more an agitator. So my point now is this, that whether you release Nnamdi Kanu or not, this thing that is going on in the Southeast will not stop unless the government weighs in and clean up the society.
Hold on, hold on, Joe. Just where you are there, that's an argument not to release Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm on board with some of the with the logical flow of what you're saying, because that space has expanded so much. It's tasted blood and it's tasted the power of it. I don't think releasing Nnamdi Kanu is likely to resolve the unknown gunmen phenomenon. It is not. I think we all know that. It reverts back to a law and order issue. So Nnamdi Kanu does not come into play yet. So Nnamdi Kanu can only really be released politically. It is not going to release. His release is not going to bring peace to the Southeast. No. What will bring peace will be development and law and order, which is a government issue.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm trying to make you understand. That these guys have tested money, cheap money. They can only just kidnap somebody and they get 5 million, 7 million, 20 million, 30 million. They tested money, they tested blood. You think they're going to listen to Nnamdi Kanu? No. These people you're asking to talk, they are talking. Igbo leaders are talking. But if
if they release Nnamdi Kanu, sorry, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
If they release Nnamdi Kanu, they will move the goalpost and say until Obi reclaims his mandate, they will continue to agitate. So, like you said, they are hiding it under Nnamdi Kanu's narrative at the moment. But like you said, they've tasted blood.
One man, the issue there is this, right? The main agitators, right, do not care about Obi. They do not care about Nigeria. What they care is about Biafra. That's my point. The real Nnamdi Kanu followers, they do not care about Nigeria. They do not care about Obi. They did not vote Obi. The real core people. So my point is this. You released Nnamdi Kanu today, you did not. Nnamdi Kanu should be released based on the fact that, yes, his case has been exhausted in court and the court has said he should be released. It's a human rights issue too. If he is he's been of good behavior in jail and order, release him. Right? So I mean that will help do though.
Sorry, what do you mean release him? You mean grant him bail?
Yeah, I mean he should be released, one man. I mean it's not you see.
You mean what about all the charges? They should drop all the charges. Is that what you mean?
I mean, who's going to charge Nigerians for kidnapping him from where they got him from? Look, one man. Look, this is the issue. Under Nnamdi Kanu, even when Nnamdi Kanu was still in Nigeria, I cannot recall one person that he ordered to be killed. Most of these things that happen.
You want me to get clips?
No. I'm just telling you I'm telling you the progress. Most of the killing started happening when he got incarcerated, and people started.
No, it did not.
One man, we did not have a sit at home when Nnamdi Kanu was out.
He has always been a proponent of violent secession.
But the thing there is that you cannot point to one place where they say Nnamdi Kanu ordered the killing of anybody.
Do you want us to go to the NSA space and some of its commentaries there?
You're talking about commentaries.
Go and get the clips.
One man, you're talking about commentaries. I am talking about what is going on in the Southeast today. When Nnamdi Kanu was in the Southeast, when he was released, when he came back to Nigeria.
Joel, you forgot Nnamdi Kanu placed 100 million in Wike's father's head.
That what?
Nnamdi Kanu placed 100 million naira on Wike's father's head.
Hey, see, my brother, that's what I'm talking. He's flippant. But what I'm saying is that does he have an army? Does he have an army that he can say that he ordered, say, go and kill this person, and they kill the person? It did not happen when he was out there. Most of this killing, sit at home, happened when he went into jail. So what I'm just saying is that
hold
on now, Bob, please.
If he's going to be released, he should be released on his merits. But if you're thinking that his release is going to bring a stop to the criminality in the Southeast, I'm saying that you're joking. So the problem of the Southeast is an issue of law and order, and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President-select of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should be able to deal with it. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me play this clip. I was going to play this clip to bring Ogbeni in, but Ogbeni is still not available for the moment. Let me play it, and hopefully Babati can lead on it. So we're still in the Southeast, and we're still speaking narratives of stolen mandate. Watch this.
President Bola Tinubu and his party, the All Progressives Congress, APC, have closed their defense in Peter Obi's suit challenging Mr. Tinubu's victory at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja. Obi of the Labour Party came third in the 25th February presidential election. He is urging the court to overturn Mr. Tinubu's victory on account of electoral fraud and non-compliance with statutory provisions in the conduct of the poll. Tinubu and the APC had on Wednesday opened their defense after Peter Obi finished presenting his case on 23 June. Bola Tinubu, the APC, and Nigeria's Electoral Commission (INEC) are respondents in the suit. They have closed their defense. This sets the stage for its next phase, which involves exchanging final written addresses among parties and a day for closing arguments. At Wednesday's proceedings, Tinubu's lead lawyer, Wole Olanipekun, tendered volumes of documents to defend the president's mandate. Key among the tendered documents were academic records of Mr. Tinubu from the Chicago State University in the US, details of the president's Nigerian passport, and clearance letter from the US Embassy in Nigeria to the Nigeria Police Force. The letter from the US Consulate General in Lagos, dated 4th February 2003, revealed that Mr. Tinubu had no record of criminal conviction of arrest in the US. The 5-member panel of the court, headed by Haruna Tsamani, admitted the documents in evidence despite opposition from Obi's lawyer, Livy Uzoku. INEC's lawyer, Abubakar Mahmood, and APC's lead counsel, Lateef Fagbemi, did not object to the admissibility of the documents. After the documents were admitted and marked as exhibits, Olanipekun, a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, called Tinubu's first witness. The star witness, Michael Bamidele, a senator, while being led in evidence by Mr. Olanipekun, told the court that Peter Obi was not a genuine member of the Labour Party at the time he vied for Nigeria's presidency. A membership register of the Labour Party in Anambra State, Mr. Obi's home state, Southeast Nigeria, was earlier tendered in evidence to buttress the allegation. Under cross-examination by Lateef Fagbemi SAN, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, who represents Ekiti Central at the Nigerian Senate, said there can be no criminal conviction of anyone without a charge in the US. Mr. Bamidele, who was called to the New York bar in January 1999, was referring to Mr. Tinubu, whom Obi and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party alleged was convicted and forfeited $460,000 in drug-related offenses in the US. However, Mr. Bamidele, the current Senate leader, disagreed with a portion of the ECOWAS Election Observation Mission report concerning widespread violence during the recent general elections. Under cross-examination by Mr. Uzoko, an SAN, Mr. Bamidele blamed cases of killings and arson in Nigeria's southeast region on the grisly activities of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. In his testimony on Wednesday, Mr. Bamidele blamed IPOB for the brutal killing of a senatorial ticket holder in Enugu a few days before the presidential and National Assembly elections on 25 February. This was after Mr. Uzoko drew Mr. Bamidele's attention to the ECOWAS report on the outcome of the general elections. Senator Bamidele told the court he agreed with the conclusion, but disagreed with that part of the ECOWAS Election Observation Mission report concerning widespread violence during the polls. After Opeyemi Bamidele concluded his testimony, he was discharged from the witness box. Chief Wole Olanipekun then went on to tender tons of documentary evidence. Subsequently, Olanipekun informed the court that his client's defense had ended. Towing Mr. Olanipekun's line of submission, APC's lawyer, Mr. Fagbemi, adopted the evidence led by Mr. Tinubu's legal team as theirs. Following the conclusion of their defense, the chairman of the five-member court, Mr. Samani, said the respondents shall have 10 days to file their final written addresses, while the petitioner shall have 7 days to reply. Mr. Samani added that the parties would be notified of when the hearing would resume for the adoption of their final written addresses.
To be that was meant to be the build-up for Benny, but he's still wherever he is doing whatever he's doing. So pick it up from there, Babati. So Babati.
I can also help in that, by the way, one man. I want to make a comment on that.
Yeah, but somewhat I suspect that your commentaries might be predictable. But let's go to somebody that might not necessarily be predictable. Okay. Let's say BT is BT is shuffling between working and being with us. So BT, are you there? Babati. All right. I don't want to yield the space to Pansat. Let me come to you, Prince. I want to build it up for you to come in. Let's hear from Prince. Prince.
Hello, woman. Yeah.
Yes. So it looks as though the legal suits have now all been submitted, and we're now at the adjudication phase. So that little clip then just gave us a brief roundup on it. So give us thoughts on that space, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Thanks, woman. I mean, they wrapped it up, right? So what's next for the verdict? Now, I think they intend to not really win the case, but based on the documents that is submitted, to answer any doubts in his qualification, education, and any criminal charges in the U.S. It's been taken care of. I mean, so I wasn't sure initially how many witnesses they plan to present, but it appeared they only brought about one or two, right? So perhaps they're quite confident in their case, and to wrap it up.
They are saying Tinubu did not present any witnesses at all, which is a curiosity. But then I was chatting with Ogbeni just earlier on, and then he was explaining the terminology that he was using was quite legal. But what are you making of Tinubu not presenting any witnesses? What's to be read into that?
Well, that's what I was trying to allude to by submitting those documentation to substantiate any doubts in the questioning, in the submission by Obi's team regarding all those his education and criminal case. I mean, what is best to what is best to support or to dispute any doubt? It's not documentation, and it's up to the courts to go authenticate the documents and see if it's true or not. One more is needed. They don't want to beat a dead horse. I mean, this thing is just dragging, and some of these claims are like supercilious in a lot of ways. Again,
it's been a long time since I heard that word, supercilious, but carry on.
Yeah, it is a beautiful word, but one man,
Yes.
could I interject him before it's my turn? I just want to correct something he just said right there. That's quite, it's important. So this is not my turn, but let me say to you that the matter in that court, in that proceedings right there, it's not a criminal case. It's not. It doesn't rise to that standard you're talking about. The standard they're looking for is not beyond a reasonable doubt. No. It's preponderance of the evidence, and as a matter of fact, even lower standard, which is clear and convincing.
Sorry, Pansat. Who Banda is on? I'm just going to. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to correct my brother right there that it's not a criminal case, right? What they're looking for is a clear and convincing evidence, right? We could even go a little a bar higher, which is preponderance of the evidence. So they did have to defend themselves in these allegations, right? That's brought against both them and INEC, right? Even if one of them has a strategy of saying, let's say the Tinubu camp said, we're going to use a tact where we're ashamed of ourselves. We're not going to fight them. What about INEC, right? They have to show by preponderance. So when you're talking about preponderance, there's a magnitude involved in preponderance. It has to be clear and convincing, that's true. But also, the more, the better, because if let's say you came up with 2, if somebody comes out with 4, they win. You follow me? It's not a criminal case where a higher burden is required, which is what you're talking about. But then to buttress it, the thing we just watch right now, which is showing Labour Party saying that Obi is not a member. But if you go to Labour Party's Article 10.1 in their membership 10, Article 10.1, subsection, I think it's 4, subsection 4, it says a prospective member shall register at the ward he/she ordinarily resides in or his/her ward of origin. So he doesn't have to register at any particular ward. Wherever he's residing, he could register. That's a party issue, and that was decided by the Supreme Court in the last 4 months. So go ahead. I just want to correct you so you know what the standard is, and then see what a faux pas, what a mistake they made. Because even if you're ashamed of yourself and you want this thing to be over, because that's a characteristic of a guilty conscience, right? You want it to be over. You don't want to be you want to be done with this thing. So you just abruptly end it, right? So it's
to whose advantage is the abrupt ending? Who is advantaged by it?
Look, one man, I don't know if you've ever stolen something, right? The stress.
I try not to.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you don't know. Like if you go and you steal something, like
do you have experience there?
Look, I teach things. I'm like a teacher, professor. I try to teach things. So in order to do that, sometimes you do have to look into, put yourself in that position. But what happens is that the stress of coming to court and seeing your fellow Nigerians, the world, in a shameful display of disrespectful. The Nigerians spent 400 billion naira to conduct an election. You have all kinds of Nigerians, right? So to bring it home to you. So even those lawyers, they want to be done. They want this thing to be over with. So that's what's happening. It's not like, look at the allegations. Look at what's riding on this. You don't come out there knowing what the standard is, because it's the major thing to talk about, because we don't know what these judges are going to do. We don't know if they're incorruptible judges or if they're corruptible judges, right? But when you look at it legally by jurisprudence, you first should know that at least this side has shown a lot of things that we saw them bringing in bags and
all right. We saw all that. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, if I can chip in a little bit, because I had Prince Daddy making a statement. I thought that probably he doesn't really know much about what is going on in the courts. The news that you posted here was a little bit deceptive, and I would say that because yesterday there was an important question that was asked Mr. Bamidele. And that question was section 982, and between section 981 and section 982. When Bamidele was asked a question about the $460,000, he said that he was aware of it, and it is a criminal forfeiture. It's a civil forfeiture. And he quoted, I think, section 981. And Levi Yuzuku asked him that if he has seen the judgment. He said yes. He said, on what law was that judgment based on? Bamidele answered 982. If you go to section 982 in the United States Constitution, as regards to criminal forfeiture, I'm using my phone. I would have read it out to you, but it clearly stated it is a criminal forfeiture. So that was one of the things. If you go on Twitter and all that, that is what is popping out there, because these were real-time questions that were asked in court yesterday, and people were like, Bamidele went and shot himself in the leg. So I did not want to take much of your time, just a clarification. Thank you.
Sorry, I was talking even though I was muted. We covered that yesterday, but ultimately, you notice that we've been staying clear of the Peter Obi space and whatnot, not as much as we should. We are just waiting for the judgment there now, and then we move on. Because it's almost like trying to pick meat out of a bone. What's the obedience space seems to be clinging on to, but there doesn't seem to be anything for anybody to have any real concerns about. But what do I know? That's why we have Ogbeni here, or at least in body, not in spirit.
Yeah. So, but you see, one other thing you ought to know is this, right? This is how it is. There has never been an election in Nigeria in the past that had trails from the beavers, had this electronic trail. So with this electronic trail, there are evidences abound. With the social media, there are evidences abound. This is no more 2003 or 1993. So we are in the information age.
Okay, so what is it hinging on now? Is it hinging on you have the numbers to take the victory, or is it hinging on Tinubu not even being able to run in the first instance? Or is it just and where did the 25% in Abuja go, by the way? So
it's still there.
The whole thing is just all over the place, isn't it?
Well, one man. The thing there is that some of the cases were brought by Atiku, some of them were brought by P2B. People tend to mix them up, so you don't know who brought what and who did not. But what we know is that the case, what is constant in all of this, is that they have a case in whatever thing they are putting out there. The 25% is valid. Tinubu's criminal forfeiture in Chicago is valid. The mutilations at the IRF is valid, and they have the ECFA to prove it. So, one man, I believe that there had never been any tribunal. You see what happened with Adeleke. You see, it went on seamlessly. So let's give the judiciary their time. Hopefully they are not corrupt. Hopefully they will do something nice for Nigeria and just give us the case the way it is. If Tinubu wins, good. If he doesn't win, he should be booted out.
All right. I think hell will freeze over before that happens. But back to you, Prince Daddy. All right. All right. Let me actually do let me do a sound check. Simba, are you there? All right. Joel, I know you are there. Thomas, are you there? Kulata, I think. Kulata, are you there? Prince, are you there? Pansat, I know you are there.
I am here. Present,
yeah,
sir.
What's up, man? Yeah.
One man, I'm here.
All right, Ogbeni and Babati. So I hope Sleep has not taken half our panelist away. But okay, so you pick it up from there. Then I didn't really want to come to you, Pansat, because you are just going to take us on a wild goose chase. But take us on that wild goose chase.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? That's not. You don't need all that, to be honest with you. But let me say that I sent you something in the private section. The opening parentheses, like I commented below there, it didn't open. So I want you to show that on the screen so we could read what the Labour Constitution, because Supreme Court has already ruled that certain things are party issues. It's the party who determines who is a member of their party. So in that particular document that I sent to you, it's a PDF document. It's Labour Constitution, and then in the section 10, sub 1.4, it tells you that you can register, because I think APC and Tinubu, they went and they searched and they said that Obi didn't register in where he's from, right? So, but that particular constitution tells you that you could register from anywhere, basically, wherever you reside.
No,
and
sorry, Pansa, that wasn't the argument. There's a 30-day clause that is required by law that you have to be registered for a minimum of 30 days before a party can put you forward as a candidate. So between the time that Peter Obi left the PDP and was presented by Labour Party, that 30-day clause was not satisfied. So I think that's what the argument is.
No, they made both arguments, but the one you're referring to has actually been settled because of a grant, or they were granted some kind of waiver. But the more serious argument they're making is the one that I'm talking about. So there's no need to run away from it, because I've seen this particular platform discuss it. That was one that's actually been discussed ad nauseum, right? So now I bring it to show it for the benefit of those who may not be privy to it. They may never be able to find out what is the Labour Party's constitution on membership. Because when I went to search for that, if I didn't see that, I would say, yeah, they have a case here. Do you see what I mean? Because of the delicacy of what they don't. P2B and Atiku have to have a clean, convincing case, because Tinubu has used the power of state and everything, bribery and all kinds of things, and is assuming that office. So he's going to take something for this tribunal to say, hey, look, we're country. Yeah, we can play these shenanigans, but at some point, that's a threshold. We're not going to let this happen in our country. So that's what the bar is for us. We should know what it is. If P2B is not registered and he should register, he's not going to reclaim his mandate, right? You follow me? So that's why it's good to be meticulous, to check these things out. As technical as they are, they're not sexy. But so I see you show things all the time, like this Soyinka Blast and Maya Gambara here now. Why don't you remove that and put on the Labour Party constitution on that issue?
No, I don't want to labor through Labour Party's constitution. You know, Pansat, for all of the conversations that we have around these things, we're just talking heads on the internet, just creating conversations for our audience. We're not the decision. So it's just really is what the law makes of it. You know, if you land a gotcha. Whatever it is with the Labour Party constitution, I cannot and you cannot then declare that therefore Obi will be the president. The petition tribunal will do that, and then ultimately the Supreme Court. So we're just really waiting for that. We're just shooting the breeze. That's really all we're doing.
Yeah, you're right, but we're doing a little bit more than that. We're educating our people so they know how these things work. It's technical, right? We're trying to see what could be the result of this if it's just handled legally and properly, right? So it's almost like a science. If they do their job right, we can be able to forecast what's going to happen. So it may look, like I said, it's not sexy to talk about Labour Party's thing, but it's important. That is a crucial thing that you have to prove. Right, there are many things you have to prove in order to win your case. But having said that, I agree with you. You're being general and I'm being particular, right? So we're talking about the same thing. So what else do you want to talk about then if you are going to...
all right. Let me take you to this space. It's a neutral space. So I suspect that we will get the best of Pansat, hopefully for this one. Telecom's investment in Nigeria hit $75.6 billion. This is Professor Dambata presenting us with data. So, and I was just suggesting that even at that 75.6, that is even still the virginal phase. The possibility, if you look at the size of our population, if you look at the peculiarities of our people who are on average upward and thrusting, and then if you look at the size of our economy, that our telecoms industry, there is no reason why it should not start to threaten our oil as one of the mainstays of the Nigerian economy up and top.
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, that's one of the things is that when it comes to telecom, people love the things that are in that industry. And we have the population, both in the country and adjoining, a lot of poor African states that surround us. But why I have always avoided any serious economic discussion about Nigeria, I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious the climate is not ripe for any kind of civil discourse because we have one thing putting us down. Once we solve it all, you know, it's like a clogged kitchen sink or something, a toilet. You know, I don't know what the brand you have over there where you live. Over here, we have a Drano. Sometime when it's effective, when you pour it in there, it just clears out everything and you hear that whooshing sound. So we are deliberately be put down. Nigeria is blessed with a lot of a huge population that is a consumption base. They love to consume. So the investment in telecom, if it's handled properly, either by the state, but preferably by entrepreneurs, it should compete with the United States. That's how important it is. But I am not even.
You know, we have sufficient of the enough of the we can actually dominate that space in our sub-region if we throw the might of our wealth behind it, and then we become like the central hub for IT in that West African sub-region.
Exactly. Some of our creators, people who create content, their content show up in the United States, unlike maybe 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I was at the beach the other day. I was chilling with my girl and we're sipping pina colada, and here somebody walking by playing Davido or whatever, however you call his name, right? And I'm going, can you believe this? Right? So my head swelled up. So our people create content that can be consumed by anybody else. If we put in the investment that's required in telecom in Nigeria and have all these creators creating all kinds of content, inventors, people who can innovate, that country, and by the way, it's not lost on the true enemies of our country from our side. They know that. They know that if you really let Nigerians be, and everything is brought back down. There's democracy, there's government doing what it's supposed to do, private sector doing what it's supposed to do, right? We would threaten many countries up to China, India, of course, Britain, right? So they don't want it to happen. But that's why discussing economics, discussing anything else, but just bringing the polity of that country to the right, the people selecting the true leadership. And then the market, if Nigeria at some point start looking outwards and its sphere of influence from Ghana, all these countries, not only are they going to be jealous, they might want to integrate. We could then begin to unify that continent, at least the sub-Saharan areas of it. It will be like Nirvana. It will be some kind of enlightenment, a renaissance in Nigeria, in Africa, and of course, all worldwide. Because at some point, maybe, I don't know if it's when Jonathan was there, you had American artists coming to Lagos to perform, and they were just so proud of it. They were learning how to dance from us. So telecom, it's a huge industry. It's a cash cow, and we have the population, the creativity, the talent to harness it. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. So we have to get it right and become one people with a purpose, which is to be peaceful, productive citizens of the world, and go head to head with China, go head to head with India. These people are making their marks. When you come here in the United States, the biggest corporations are headed by Indians. You go to Britain.
Pansat. There's a phenomenon that I'm starting to notice, that the Indians seem to be taking over the world somewhat. As you know, the Prime Minister of England is of Indian descent. But what you may not know is that the leader in Scotland is also of the same stock.
See, and the leader of Google is of that same Indian background. And just before
one man,
but see, you deep in and out. I came to you earlier, but come in. Yes,
I'm sorry. I said, isn't the VP of America half Indian too? Or...
Exactly.
Are you noticing a trend, or am I being a bit too?
You're right. You're right.
One man. Let me bust you. Let me bust you guys bubble. I don't know. Babati, you stay in there. Babati, good day. Happy New Year.
Hey, bro.
Long time, my brother. I don't. Babati, you stay in United States, right?
Yes.
Babati. Okay, good. So, one man. There's one thing I found out here. Almost all the hotels that we have here are run by Indians.
Radisson, they own everything. But if it's Radisson, they own it. Radisson for anything.
One man, I am telling you honestly, like I'm telling you, these hotels are in like they are like what in Nigeria would I use to compare that? They are like in every corner.
Motel
all
7,
these,
Motel 8, anything.
Motel 8, all those Hayat, all those things. They run all those companies. And it's like that in every state. One man, that business alone is worth billions. But nobody will tell me. I know how much I spend there. They are everywhere.
Look at that. What are you doing?
Just for relaxation. For relaxation. Yeah, but one man, they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
You know, it's a phenomenon that there was when Rishi Sunak, when they wanted to enter the number 10 Downing Street, that's the equivalent White House here in the United Kingdom, where the Prime Minister resides. They call it number 10 Downing Street. But when Rishi Sunak, when he wanted to enter the State House, let's put it that way, for the first time, he did an Hindu ritual with a burning of a sort of a fossil, and you know they do this flower thing as well, and he did that on the doorstep before he went in, and that struck me because this country is a Church of England country. And then when he did that and then entered that office for the first time, I thought that was a transitional period in the history of the United Kingdom that can never be reversed. So there it is right there. The Indians have taken over England.
One man. And so when I come here and I talk about dominance of Africa, which some people they have issues with me saying that on this platform. That's what I'm talking about. We're supposed to dominate Africa like that. That means nobody can sleep, eat, drink, or survive without Nigeria. They are so dependent on us. They will still enjoy. Don't worry, they will be fine. But their life source will be Lagos, Calabar, Abba, anywhere. They have to movies, industry, anything. You must come to Abuja or Lagos from Africa. That is that's the goal.
Babati, we've been taking over, like we've been training their armies and all that. Nigerians are ministers and all that. Look, that is what we are saying. We can conquer. I don't want to use the word conquer, but at least, right? You know, dominate.
Dominated, yeah.
Dominate.
No. Two of you are wrong about that kind of line of thinking. Now, you know, a lot of people are watching us. You don't know who's watching us. Why do you want to dominate? What Africa is blessed with many capitals, many cultures, right? Just wait. Hear me. There is no need for that. If we're to integrate, right? Others have done it. There's no conquer. There's no.
Hold
on, please. This is important, Joe, because
sorry, Pansat.
Yes, okay. Because this is actually the problem we have in the country right now, where we are now. Those kind of talk is totally useless because you don't get anything from it. You can't conquer or dominate anybody. You don't need to. People are good in what they do, right? Even in science or in economics, division of labor. There's so many capitals in Africa, so many attractions, so many industries. It's a huge market. Nobody's gonna let you conquer them. Let me tell you, I don't care how small they are.
Look, if we do not do them, Pansat, if we don't do it, someone else will do it.
No, that's not true. Because
why don't we do it? Look.
Hold on,
Pansat. I don't think Babati means to conquer them militarily. I think it means to conquer them economically.
I understood. That's what I'm saying. Both of them. Hold on, please.
Who is controlling? No. Let me ask you.
Hold on, Pansat.
Let me ask you. Yeah, go on. Those Francophone countries in West Africa, who is controlling them right now? It's France.
Controlling who?
France is dominating those African countries, right?
Yeah, because we're not integrated yet. Okay, so they've been there for a long time. They know how to do this, right? The point I'm making to you, though, is that you just hear me out on this. It might take 30 seconds. Even if you have that on your mind, don't say anything like that. It's totally counterproductive. You cannot dominate if the market determines that one person or the other is dominating in some areas, fine, right? But you can't go out trying to integrate or bring friendship or bring cooperation between you and a smaller state here and there, and you're talking like that. What is in Nigeria, Abba, or whatever that you cannot find in Ghana? Nothing.
Oh, a lot.
You can't.
A lot.
You
can't find the population. You can't find the population in Ghana.
But listen, the population will be one in essence.
Or
That's
the
something
money,
you have in common.
or the money or the intellect. The money and the intellect.
That it's like osmosis, right? Once you integrate, right, there's gonna be a flow from weak to more concentration, right, or from concentration to the other side. So it depends. If you have the population, they may begin to go out and go to the areas where
Hold on,
opportunity.
Hold on, Pansat. Hold on 1 second. I think it may well be the word conquer that you're recoiling from. But let me paint you a scenario. Nigeria has huge wealth and a relatively decent banking system. So if they move that and replicate that in all of these smaller African countries, so that they eventually control the finances of that space, that's somewhat domination. And then in the entertainment industry, that has already been perfected. So they're already dominating in that space. And then if you replicate that in, is that not the thought process, Babati?
Right. So you can go, like, for instance, like I said before, Dangote has a plant close to my area in Songota, but it's not allowed to move its cement into Benin Republic, but they will go ship from China. So when I say dominance, you open up that market space to people like Dangote to flood the Benin market with cement at cheaper. They rather buy more expensive from China than buy at cheaper rate from Dangote. So
right, but that's what I'm saying.
Let me finish. So sure. When I say dominance, doesn't mean they are your slaves. No, the market just opens to you for you to flood those markets with Nigerian goods.
Okay,
that's
but
Babati, the market is already there.
Yeah, hold
right?
on.
The market is already there. Even if let's talk with even Innocent. I was surprised the other day. Innocent has started exporting to African countries.
But they have issues with all this border moving goods across African borders. They're still having issues with that. With the NFT, they're having issues with that. Open up the market.
Okay, but
yes,
what I'm saying
it's something that can be done. I remember even Peter B saying when they were asking him what is going to be his foreign what they call it again. He was saying that his concentration is Africa. Look, the more if we don't need to even export to Europe and America to make money. We have a market of 1.2 billion.
Of course,
in Africa.
Before you go to something we agree on, which you're going to right there, we agree on that. But let's look at the nucleus of what we're discussing here, because I may not be there all the time when you're talking. I'm trying to tell you to dispel that kind of thinking, because for example, here in the United States, you have Nevada. Okay, it's a desert. There was nothing there, right? But when a couple of innovators, they came there and they were able to establish Las Vegas, right? In Delaware, you don't pay corporate taxes, right? So because America is a huge country, many states have their own rules. Some states are very high tax states, like California, right? So and New York and all that. But in Delaware, people go there and establish. So if you do integrate, somebody like Dangote doesn't belong to you anymore. He might say Nigeria is too much high taxes. I'm moving to Chad. Right? So you don't lay claim to anybody because it's one single market. Just like you have the European Union, they tried it, but the most effective one is here in the United States. So these are all our people. So there's going to be a diffusion of patriotism here. I'm not going to sit there and let you dominate or conquer anything or go and take from these poor countries and bring it home to Nigeria, where you already have.
No. I mean, if you're investing, for instance, hold on, please, but let me just address something with Pansat. Pansat, if you're investing, we all know I mean, we don't really need to, take it to a technical level or to a level that is too sophisticated. Look, the hotel here that I know that is close to my house here is owned by Indians, employed Americans, pay their taxes. I mean, it's not like when we go in there, then all of a sudden we might just repatriate our funds. We might do more investment in those areas, but those areas are areas that are open. If China can be building ports in Zimbabwe and all these places, some of the money we steal from Nigeria, we can use to invest in all these places. It is an investment. It's an open investment. The world is open, is welcoming for investment. And what is there if it is us? So it's okay for the Americans to do it. It's okay for the Chinese, the Indians to do it. But if Nigeria does it now, it becomes what? That is my problem. No, nobody. We're not going to kill anybody.
I hear you. Like I'm saying, the us is the thing that you have to try to comprehend very well. That us. Who is us? The us is the entrepreneur, the company. It's not Nigeria. Right, because we're gonna gain so much.
Hold on, government has a role to play.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So government has a role to play. We also have a role to play, even at this when this thing is in Kuwait. Now I like using that word a lot. INCHOATE. Right. When it's rudimentary, even in discussion, you have to have the right attitude. You have to dispel of clannishness, nationalism, and embrace, especially if you are a capitalist such as myself, is the market.
Sorry, Fatai. Pansat. No, Fatai just came in. Is it the arrogance of it that you are recoiling from? Let's set some parameters. Do you object from that? Because Nigeria naturally is the dominant force, without question, in our sub-region and arguably even within the continent. So that at least in West Africa, I think it's the dominant one by whatever metric you are using to measure. So what Babati is suggesting is that rather than being this benign, somewhat superpower, let's use that loose term, rather than being this somewhat benign superpower, we can be a soft power superpower using our economic, military, and cultural educational leverages, which we have the abundance of advantage over everybody else in that sub-region, to lever it to our advantage. Is that not you're a free market enterprise guy? Is that not free market enterprise?
Yeah, well, that's true, right? But when you talk benign, it's you have to be good natured, right? If you're just saying Nigeria is a benign power or something like that,
yes, in the African West African sub-region, especially,
right? Yeah. And from what we have suffered, I have zero tolerance for when this process begins for any kind of psychology. Now, because what you're looking at now, let's take Japan, for example. How many natural resources do they have? So you want to boast about Nigeria's skills, right? With skilled laborers and all kinds of things that you have to bring to that market. It's not necessarily this because you have oil. In the next 10 years, oil would not just stop being the cost that it is, right? It's gonna be totally irrelevant. So we have to begin by educating our people. If you want to have like Nigeria as a nationalist and all that, I'm not going to be a nationalist when this comes to play, right? I'm going to be a Pan-Africanist because I'll be having my eyes set on Americans, Britain, and any other actor who's participating in keeping us down, right? If we do integrate and do it properly and have that huge market, dude, I'm going to be booking my vacations, running that African continent, wrestling the tigers where they are. I'm gonna be barefoot.
Can I chime in? Yeah, no. Let's hear from Babati. I don't think you have an understanding of what is.
Let me know what I'm talking about to you in terms of the kumbaya holding ass thing you're talking about. If you watch the last nauseating meeting these African leaders had, where they were literally do you remember when you played that video when they were begging for funds, like forgive our loans? Like it was a pathetic scene to watch when they were literally begging the West, and the French president was literally rolling his eye, right? If you remember, one man, because he was like, what are these clowns talking about? Those guys don't understand. They don't understand that they don't believe that they can achieve what you're speaking of. What I'm saying is this: if Nigeria achieves what I'm talking about, then we have leverage at the war table to sit down and negotiate better deals on behalf of Africa. So if we are dominating our region, let's say we dominate this around Africa, for instance, when we then sit down with China or Europe or America, we have that leverage to then negotiate deals on behalf of Africa. So let me give you two examples. Let's say Dangote refineries now. Unknown to many people that the Lekki deep sea port now has taken over from the Benin deep sea port as the deepest in that region, right? That was the whole idea. It was not really about Papa. It was to take away the market from Benin Republic. That's the reason they came up with that, by the way, just to let you know. So that's the deepest spot in that region. So that market is going to go to Nigeria now. So no need to go and drop your car with bigger ship in Benin anymore. It's going to come to Nigeria now. Second of all, everybody that has been refining oil in Europe and other parts of the world, from that Ghana down to Angola, will now come to Lagos to refine crude oil. That's dominance. So the more you do that in oil and gas, in business, banking, telecommunications, they will still enjoy what they are doing in their country. Don't get me, they will still do that. Once they are dependent on you, then guess what happens to your passport in those countries? You have more access because you can then leverage that to say, listen, open up your markets to A, B, C, and D. Then your business will come in, your banks will come in, your movies comes in. You leverage that. That opens up that market to you. You don't really need Europe that much. You can still do business with them, don't get me wrong, but dominate Africa first. Be a regional power. Then go to Europe, the US, and negotiate a better deal on behalf of Africa. That is
okay, Babati, let me come in. Ekujometa, Oga Woman.
Yeah, go ahead.
I greet everybody. Babati, my man, I'd already praised you now at the comment section. Thank you very much for your submission today.
Hold on. Comment, Tony, but I'll let Babati land this point. Let him land that point and then I'll come in.
So the whole idea is not to engage in those malpractices that France would do to a country like Benin, where they will still have the central bank in France. They've been dominated. But the reason why you see a Tinubu in France is to peel off some of those responsibilities and some of those powers from the West. He knows what he's doing. This is a long game here. I'd rather have an African country tell me what to do than have France do that to me, because at least you will show, because you know we are black. So if you're still going to dominate, they will still enjoy their country. They will still benefit from it. They won't have things stolen from them and don't even enjoy anything at all. So it's to have that leverage where we dominate that space, but also provide better options for our African brothers. So when we go to the world, nobody will just say, "Oh, we come to Africa to come and take your resources in your land." Guess what? You must then go and deal with Nigeria. We can say, US, don't go there. Don't go to that place. No. We can then defend our brothers. But we must have that leverage first. They must accept our leadership as the big brother on the African continent first. Once we have that, then we can then protect them and get them better deals. So when I use the word dominance, it's like being a big brother to your little brother like Ghana. Look at what's going on with Ghana now. Like Ghana is in trouble. They are in trouble. So don't be surprised if they need Nigeria to help them out in the next 10 years with the way they are going.
Babati.
Yeah, go ahead.
Babati, they're already seeing us as big brothers.
But we can take that position. We must own it.
Yes, so we must earn it. I get it. But my point is that, like, the most important part or the most difficult part is acceptance. They accepted us as their big brother. Now it is what we do as a nation to harness those opportunities. It's what really matters. So I just wanted to support what you were saying. They already see us as brothers.
So there's no way on God's earth, because I think I've told you guys about this before. I grew up in a manufacturing town, and I know the deal they stuck in Songo in 1990, 89, 87, 89. Songo was supposed to be it. So I know what I'm talking about. This was supposed to be the manufacturing hub of that region. We were for a little while until it fell off. So when I'm talking about dominance, I know what we're supposed to be achieve at this point. Everybody will still enjoy what I'm talking about. But Nigeria should be America should not be coming to Africa without Nigeria approving of anything on the behalf of those little countries. That is where we're supposed to be. That's the way they see us. But we don't see ourselves the same way, which is sad and unfortunate. If you have an issue in Africa, politically, militarily, the first stop should be Abuja to address those issues. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not US coming to Sudan to come and fight for. It should be Nigeria. It should be ECOMOG. It's our job. It's our duty. But those countries then have to open up their market to Nigeria. Then we leverage on that. From Abba to Kenya, from Abba to Zimbabwe. That is where Nigeria is supposed to be.
We were already on that part. You know that Obasanjo put up all the instruments in place. You know what I'm saying? Because if Ghana and Kenya, they would have been what they are today without the effort of Obasanjo. If we advise those Nigerians that are fugitives in England, they can come back to Africa, any part of Africa. If they are afraid to come back home, let them go and pay their money. Then Bamangatuko, etc., etc.
Right.
So that is why
look at Kenya. They're struggling.
Hold on, please, sir. I'm just telling you how we were dominating or managing the affairs of Africa. You know what I'm saying. So, but when 2015, everything. So we derailed. That's
Tony, you're breaking up.
Okay, so we derailed, after the Obasanjo stroke, Jonathan era, where all the banks, UBA, Standard Bank, all our banks, First Bank, were all having their branches, across Africa. You know what I'm saying? So like in Germany, most of the Somalis, all those guys, they say, oh, Nigeria, even alongside what one man to say about the Nollywood and whatever, I mean. So, but meanwhile, woman, that it's regarding the Dangote refinery. It is first of all wrong to even have one man monopolizing all this refinery, rice, salt, sugar, everything. That is not the way we have to go. It's the wrong way, because if you look at, I still remember back then when Bill Clinton was fighting Microsoft not to dominate the internet, the cyberspace. That is, you allow other companies to, other applications to feature, and that's what we are benefiting from today. Like when you go to the WhatsApp, one application is responsible for the tone, one is responsible for the letters, etc., etc. So in the case of Nigeria, Dangote cement, Dangote refinery is it's not going to be in operation for the next 10 years. I want to tell you why. Because they don't commission something without
all right.
No, let me just come in there.
I'm not sure.
No. I'm getting you. Probably other members of the panelists will understand where we see where I'm going.
I do.
Thank you very much. So you don't commission a factory. Let us not be saying a grammar with this. Before, look, I grew up in Ibadan, Lagos, Ijebu-Ode, and all those places. Look, Niger March, they have a plywood company. So they started to roll out, I think, Tesroni, rolling out plywood chipboard before that place was commissioned. Then Guinness Nigeria Limited commissioned the Harp Brewery, Harp branch of the brewery, where I also did my vacation job. So that place was commissioned after beer are being rolled out. So then you can't just commission a project without even though they're just started to wed all the pipes. Then I'm here tonight because
no. All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So I want to. Sorry, yeah, you will come in a moment. Apologies, Tony, but I wasn't sure where you were going. You can come in a moment, but I want to play this clip to what Babati is saying. So what you're looking at is the president of. Actually, let me play the clip.
I, Adam Mabaro, do swear.
A historic moment. After 22 years, Adam Barron as the country and her 2-year-old son.
A new government is born today because we have now liberty, freedom, everything will be fine now in the Gambia.
But Jammeh still won't let go of power and refuses to leave the State House. Many of his supporters have defected, including senior members of the cabinet and the military. Jammeh is under the protection of the presidential guards and some part of the security forces that have remained loyal to him.
As the commander-in-chief of the army,
in his speech, Barrow calls on the military to surrender.
I command the chief of the defense staff and other officers of high command to demonstrate their loyalty to me as their commander-in-chief.
The West African nations have launched a military operation in Gambia involving 7,000 men to unseat Yahya Jammeh. They reached the outskirts of the capital Banjul and halted the operation. Jammeh has been given a final deadline. He has until midday Friday to hand over power. Meanwhile, thousands of people continue to flee across the border in Senegal. Adam Barrow is still there too, waiting for the end of the military operations to return to Banjul. The people here are shouting down, 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 that perhaps they'll finally be able to go back home. Many here have been waiting for 2 decades.
Come on, are you sleeping? What's going on?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? It's like, yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you now. We can hear you. Yes.
Oh, could you
Well,
not
you're
hear me
speaking
before?
over the video. No, you are mute.
No.
You had your mute.
All right. Apologies. Yes. No. I'm saying I'm going to stop it on this image. So that was the removal of the former president of the Gambia, Yahya Jammeh. And what you're seeing now is an ECOWAS force, but it's not really an ECOWAS force. It's a Nigerian force under the authority of ECOWAS. So this is a good example of what you're talking about, Babati. So this guy, he lost an election quite clearly and categorically, and he refused to leave. So Nigeria was trying to persuade him. He refused, and then they sent that former Syrian president, the woman, to go and persuade him. He still refused, and then they started to send troops into Senegal to stay at the border to intimidate him. He still refused. And then they sent a flotilla of Nigerian warships to his coastline. He still refused. And then on that flotilla of a Nigerian Navy fleet, they then started to fly Nigerian fighter jets to circle around his presidential palace. And then he eventually yielded. And Buhari went in and escorted him out of the country. So that, with that sort of that is the sort of a benign power that I'm talking about. But now, hold on. Let me just land the narrative, and then you can either debunk it or. So now, that is a window of opportunity to go into that country and sort of dominate all of their subspaces, construction, financing, telecommunications, etc. So with that military oversight, then you can embed within it. Is that not the sort of roundings you were talking about, Babati?
Yeah, let me say something before.
Hold on.
Babati.
Let Babati say if I'm wrong in the direction I'm headed.
No,
first.
no, no.
Yeah,
You are on the right track. You provide protection. You also put like a deterrent for lawlessness, where this cool thing goes away. People know to be well behaved, and they can run the elections. And in exchange for you providing those guarantees for them, you can bring your own businesses in and leverage that with whatever they got going on in their own economy. So you are right on the dot, man.
Okay, so Baba T, there's somebody actually, before I say what I was gonna say, in the comment section, I think his name is Deji, and he suggested the word lead instead of dominate or all that kind of talk. But I subscribe to what Deji said in the comment section. But Gambia, okay, Gambia has a population like Abba or less than Abba, to be honest with you. They have a population of 2-point-something million people. I know definitely it's less than 3 million as a country. But even at that, remember, we're not arguing about doing the right thing, like in this case, a coupist like Buhari sending military force. He has no moral authority whatsoever to do anything like that, and to be resisted for a small or larger country or a country that has allies, right? So the point, what are we arguing about? We don't disagree on the substance or anecdotes such as this. The thing is for us to have the right attitude, have the right leaders ourselves, lead by example. Lead is good. DG nailed it in that comment section. That's why, by the way, there's no hierarchy created. Those of us here on the panel, we don't have better answers than those in the comment section, right? And then, of course, the audience at large. So take the correction that I'm making. Do not transpose what has been our Achilles heel so far, which is clannishness, tribalism, domination, trying to be better than thou, then, because it's not necessary. Right from this moment that we're even thinking about it, we have to have the right attitude. That's it. Everything else we agree on. All right, thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. I'll hear from Fatai, and then I'll hand over to Thomas. Fatai.
One man. I have to take the keys somewhere. We have something going on tonight, so I will be leaving. It's been a great meeting, and let's do it again. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for joining us. So that's Joel open.
Thank you. I don't know what Tony is saying.
Yeah, I was trying to come in because
sorry. Can we have? Sorry, can we have some order? Can we, no. I'm not sure when you came in, Tony, but when we opened the session, just that launching at a thing, we're not doing that anymore.
No,
but
I'm sorry. No, I was for
don't make me have to mute you now. Don't unmute yourself, please. Please now. I just said, Fatai, please. Fatai, carry on.
Yeah, actually, what made me interested in the topic is, I think I listened to the discussion in that session when it was discussed. I think it was like a day after this, I don't know what we were discussing, I was having a feedback or something like that. I don't know whichever word it is, that's why they talk about comparative advantage, right? I don't know which okay, like the video, after the video you said, after, let's say, whatever Buhari did, and then we send in our financial and everything like that, and then if they get afraid that we want to dominate them or colonize them or lead them, and then they nationalize those companies. If you send in your bank, they nationalize everything. They are sovereign states. So in the economic thing that people talk about is comparative advantage. If you have a comparative advantage somewhere, yeah, you'll be making a buck out of that area, and that market area, yeah, you'll be dominant there, right? So, but to say blanket to dominate Africa, and also the point also was that then I was hearing a lot of the ship of manufacturing is sales, right? But if the ship of manufacturing is sales, how are you going to dominate another economy? The ship of manufacturing never sails. I can decide to be manufacturing in Odogbolu and send to Ikene, whatever, tomorrow, toothpick. So what does it mean, dominate, colonize, lead? It's really the question. I think Pansat is totally right? Even by just saying you want to dominate, everybody's going to resist you. And in addition, it's a very expensive thing to do. America needs to create wars all over every place.
Sorry. It's not usually expensive, you know. You know, the initial expense is the spend, and then when you get hold of them, they end up paying for it by you exploiting their resources. That's what America use. America never comes out of any situation in a deficit. Look at what they did in Iraq. They took over all their oil and made just zillions out of it.
Okay, so no. Actually,
China at that point incorrect.
China made more money out of Iraq than America.
That is true.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Who controls Iraqi oil?
Even Afghanistan, China's got making more profit than the U.S. ever did. The U.S. actually spent trillions of dollars, and they are negative. They actually lost a whole bunch of money. Of course, their cronies got paid. The people in the military-industrial complex got paid. But trust me, China is the beneficiary of the wars that U.S. started in the Middle East.
So, all right, I disagree on that, but not today.
Except if Nigeria wants to be creating wars all over Africa, because that's essentially what America does. You have to create war in Iraq, and you.
Have we lost you? It's back. Are you back? Carry on. You dipped out. Yeah.
Okay. I said it's expensive, except you want to be creating wars all over the place to keep your dominance, and right? That's it's very expensive. And by the way, how are we going to do it? We could not even our Bakassi Peninsula that belongs to Nigeria. We couldn't take it over from Cameroon. Cameroon took it from us. Are we going to dominate anybody when we cannot even ordinary Bakassi? That is our own. They kicked us out of our people. We even use our resources to take our people, to make our people homeless. So it's comparative advantage, and whether baby step, we become a manufacturing space. The ship of manufacturing never sail. You do comparative advantage, what it is that you can do, and you can send here. It's not like to start today to compete with China and compete with India or whatever. You can provide these if you have a lot of resources, a lot of money, a lot of revenue. You can use that to be a little by little. What is needed around you. You can, but you have to know what is your comparative advantage. It's not anything to flood their market. Okay, even to flood their market, you have to produce what you want to flood their market. That's why manufacturing never sail. The ship of manufacturing never sail. So I just say I think Pansat is right. I don't know. You scare people in the first place to say you want to dominate them. I'm not going to let you dominate me. I'm going to nationalize all the companies, all the banks. You bring all of them. After a while, I'm going to nationalize them. And then you're going to have to start a war with me, either economic war or actual war and everything like that. But we can exploit our comparative advantage, whatever it is.
Can I interject real quick? Right.
Sure.
Yes, you can interject, but before you interject, let me just let me ease myself out. But before I ease myself out to hand over to Thomas, let me just acknowledge the superstars have come in. Traditional names, as you know, Ayo, and then Ayo again, and then Alexander Gomez said setting the pace as he would like it to continue. And as soon as the session started, Ayo did that. So keep them coming. So thank you for all that. I'm going to hand over to Thomas now. Your interjection comes next, but before your interjection, the intro music for Thomas.
Ah, yes, the Abaja is here. The field marshal is here. How are you guys? How are you doing? It's been amazing, man. Pastor today, he amazed me sometimes. Maybe uh the kumbaya is not too much today. It's a little bit. I think we are brushing up fantastic, isn't it, you guys?
Thank you very
Fantastic.
much. Thank you very much. Appreciate
How
it.
are you, brother? I love you, brother. I love you,
Thank
brother.
you.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's
Yes. The interjection. Yeah. Yeah. Interjection. Yeah. I think Prince wants who is interjecting the other time. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me.
Yeah. 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 Go on. Yeah,
Yeah.
brother.
So is Fataisti there? So
Yeah, I'm here.
I was gonna say, like China, like United States, right? If Nigeria has, let's say, a long term, or if they have a doctrine, or they have a long term plan for Africa, that will help in their dominance if they want to. See, we do. It's like a model. It's like an economic model, or whatever you want to call it. But just like you were saying, in the Middle East or in Iraq, it's this Chinese that benefited America's war in those places, like Iraq. Um, you know, the reason why Nigeria is not dominant or even successful in the African space is because we don't have any plan. We don't have any succession plan in place, and it's always short term for our government. There's just like I think Babati said, there's no need why we cannot over time, not like a brute force dominance, but by the way we do things in Africa, we can naturally dominate by not really scaring people to want to push us out. They will see us more like partners in helping the economy. They'll always want to welcome us. Not like, hey, we want to flood your market, we want to take over your banks and stuff like that. The African market, it's in terms of the population is huge, but not in terms of the actual money itself. But of course, we can always produce goods for those markets, and we do very well. Is it back in the eastern part of Nigeria where they used to produce shoes and other things that is sold in the West and across Africa? That's part of it. See, I've always said it. The reason why Nigeria is because of the private sector, really. If the private sector in Nigeria was not that strong, Nigeria would not have any leg to stand on. So yeah, manufacturing would be great in Nigeria, but just like you guys know, the cost of production or the factors of production in Nigeria right now, if it's really high. I think. I mean, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I mean, if you factor in the lack of electricity or non-electricity, the needs to get raw materials. I mean, I don't know if you guys know that Nigeria is actually highly dependent upon Ukraine for is it wheat and some other grains. How come in
Fertilizer,
the I'm sorry?
fertilizer before Dan. I don't know if Dangote is already doing it. We also import
Okay,
a lot of
fertilizer before that. Imagine that. These are kind of things that if we localize in the manufacturing or the agriculture of it, these are the things that can help our manufacturing base a lot. But we don't have a manufacturing plant. And like India that we're talking about today, any country that's ever developed or made any impact in the world or in their region, they always have a long-term plan. What is Nigeria's long-term plan? Do we have one?
Okay, to be fair to Nigeria, a lot of countries were dependent on Ukraine for wheat and fertilizer. So when the war was there, it became clear everybody's prices went up all around the world. A lot of countries were dependent. So
quickly, but that's my point. We should not be dependent upon them in the first place.
Right. I'm not countering you. I'm just saying to be fair to Nigeria, right? A lot of other countries also
right. Okay.
Right? So it doesn't mean we couldn't be independent of it. What's extraordinary there, right? So I agree with you, but I'm just saying to be fair to Nigeria, it wasn't only.
Yeah, but to support Prince Daddy's submission here, you know, Ukraine had only the summer period to plant. Why can't we that have all around the year opportunity to plant? Why can't we plant? Why can't we? I mean, like somewhere in Jos, we can plant wheat, also wheat and all those kind of stuff. Why is it that Ukraine that had only 3 months in a year to plant? Just come to Germany here, see the way they plant their maize and everything. I mean, what is actually going on with us? That's why the plan is not there, according to Priest Daddy there. Right, also.
Brother, the problem is they say charity begins at home. Yeah, we need to fix our home. We're not. I don't know whether they're not trying to do it or they don't want to do it. We cannot even fix electricity.
Yes, that's what that's why I was that I was asking why that you create that doesn't have the opportunity, the weather, the all round the year weather. We had the all year round weather where we can plant. Why can't we do it? Why can't we even refine our oil and sell as finished products to the neighboring African countries? So we don't need the IMF or this World Bank let us refine our oil. Let us sell it to as finished products, engine oil, brake fluid, etc., etc. I mean, my people, something is actually wrong with us.
Yeah, Tony, Thomas, let me just chime in for 1 minute in support of Tony, but mainly to answer that question is asking, because that is the key. The climate and everything favor us, but we are artificially, now this is not conspiracy theory. Some of us grew up in Nigeria when you have people producing stuff, farming, people talking about they're starving, they can't eat and all this. Is because there are monopolists or a monopolist. We know the notorious one, Dangote, and there are others. These monopolists do all kinds of things that stops us from having electricity, from having airlines, from having any food.
Yes.
They do all
these
monopolies. The individual, we mentioned individual, they're a group, there are companies, and even our former heads of state, military and civilian.
Look, I really appreciate you, Pansat. That one man shut me out. I was trying to find proper solution to our problem. That is the root causes. Those were the root causes. I made mention of Microsoft versus Google and all the various application providers. How they were able to synergize, work together, cooperate. They were forced to cooperate, to work. But give it one man, or a section of the country to dominate everything.
Exactly.
That is very bad.
Tony, you have elucidated these points in various platforms, and I take a note of it. I'm somebody who.
Pastor, please hold on, please. Yeah, Tony. Did anybody? Is it only Dangote that is producing sugar, rice in Nigeria today?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
No. Hold on, please. Please hold on. It's yes or no. I don't want any explanation. Is it only Dangote that is producing all those things that you said? Is it only Dangote that is producing it?
Yes. Indirectly, yes.
No.
My brother. Only the companies in the north that he has not taken over. He has taken over those cement companies. He has taken over all the flour mills. Okay.
Tony, do you want to listen to me or you want to do your stuff?
Yeah.
The conversation. Yeah. Is it only Dangote that is producing all these products? That is no.
I want to add something.
Can you please hold on? Can you please hold up and start? You still have the floor. But Tony just make a comment now that we need to explore. Right. Is it only Dangote that is producing all this stuff? No.
Yes, sir.
No. That is it.
Ask me to explain.
Why?
Thank you very much, sir. So, my brother, long time you never hear from me. Thank you, sir. So, if you go to Ogun State, all the cement companies, all the rice companies have been taken over by Dangote. You go to Ondo State, the same thing. Go to Bini, the brewery have been taken over by Dangote. The flour mill.
Tony, all those things they take over from Dangote took over. Did Dangote hijack them from them?
No,
did he steal it from them?
Assuming that only Microsoft
Tony, did he stole it from them?
Yes, he stole it from them. Where the powers have been.
Tony, please, let's just move on. You are not in my own realms, please. Let's move on.
I know.
Let me understand. Hold on. Let me bring it on.
Tony, with due respect, you are not making any. No, I don't want to say what is on my mouth. You are not making any now.
there's no need for that, because what Tony is saying, okay, we understand. Let me take 1 minute to bring it on home, because it's the spirit of the conversation that we're talking about, right? So as far as the nitty-gritty, we may not know how much, what is his share. Okay, but I'll give you an example. During the COVID lockdown, Dangote is the only entity allowed to operate, including across the borders, right? Now, how would you like to be in competition with such a person, right? So you have to know, we're not going to pass it out like economists would do. But let me adumbrate a few takeaways on this. A monopolist is an individual group or company that dominates or controls the market. It doesn't have to be 100%. A couple of weeks ago, we had this discussion. I don't want, like you asking him, is he the only one, right? Technically, that's not the definition of a monopolist. If you're not here in the United States, but some of you may be too young to remember, let's use a very famous, notorious monopolist, which was AT&T. It's a telecom in the United States. In those days, you cannot own your phone. You have to rent it from AT&T, right? You cannot do long distance. You can, you did have other smaller bells, competing with AT&T, but it's virtually impossible because there are so many things you cannot do. So it took the act of Congress when Ronald Reagan came into office. He passed a law to break them up, right? Because you can't compete with a behemoth like AT&T.
But Passat.
Yeah.
Did any millionaire try to set up a manufacturing company and the government refused to let them manufacture what they want to manufacture? I can tell you with
waivers from the bank, from the central bank. They give you waivers.
Tony, please. Let's organize ourselves.
Because
I can tell you with that, it's not only Dangote that is producing all the stuff.
No, but I gave you an example. Listen, I gave you an example, all right? If the government,
we know that.
Okay, forget about that. Because I want you to know you're enjoying the internet today because of that breaking up of that company, right? So people can innovate, and there's just the market, everything blossomed. So now we have the internet. If AT&T was there, you still wouldn't have the internet here today. But in Nigeria, I just told you that during the COVID, the government closed the borders, but allowed only Dangote to operate, right, across borders and run. If you're a competition to Dangote and they shut you down, you can't go anywhere. How are you going to compete within that year and a half? You're going to be out of business. So,
but Pastor, what about Microsoft, the Microsoft narrative versus Apple and all, Google?
Exactly.
You know that they were forced to let them be on the same, you know what I'm saying, sir?
Yeah, you're right. Because those
examples... Today we're enjoying many parts of the internet platform because of the various contributions made by the providers. You know what I'm saying? So that's how the government should act. Yes. And then I was
Thomas, what the point is making is not frivolous, and I will say this, unless somebody has a question for me, I will be leaving in a little bit, but I'm just saying that when we're trying to make this thing good, all the ingredients have to be pure ingredients, right? We have to look. Dangote, I don't know him from Adam, right? I don't have anything against him, but he is a big problem to the country. There's no innovation. There's no value added.
Let other people come in. Let other people come in to come and participate in the system and see whether they can go to supply, and then so that we can meet the demand and supply in the mechanism. Where many providers.
Okay, in a nutshell, now Dangote is the problem of Nigeria.
It's like 90%. It's not like
that's
question for Pastor.
Hold on.
What about Amazon in America? What about Amazon?
Amazon, well, they also have certain, they came and
they got a limit. Yes,
they took away a lot of mom and pop businesses, and there is an element of monopoly in their operations.
Element of monopoly, but not free competition. By the way, is Dangote is Dangote providing any value to the Nigerian space?
No, he doesn't have any value added product.
No.
Tony, please.
Yeah. To
you
answer
don't have to talk everything people are talking on, please.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna do that. Please.
To answer that question, okay, it's not zero. but it's a net. It's like, what do you call that? He doesn't have that much value added products anywhere in the market. Nothing. Okay, he's competing with market women and tomatoes. He's competing with eBay too and cement, and I don't even think that he manufactures. Now, when we talk about manufacturing cement, okay, there are products, additives, and things like that you have to put into some kind of sand, or you have a quarry somewhere and you extracting certain minerals. So if he goes outside and bring those things, import them, and then maybe just print the bag, or maybe he goes outside and even bring in the bag. He's not manufacturing, because I've looked at him very, very well. I've looked at what he's doing in every sector, right? And I don't see that element of value being added into the country. Things would have been better. Are things good in Nigeria? No, people are starving. There's no food. There are no jobs.
Masad, are you saying that Dangote is not manufacturing? What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me answer that again.
Thomas.
Yes.
This is
Adewale, hold on, please. Yes,
you know what Pansad is trying to tell you guys is this. If Dangote was to be from southeastern part of the country, it will be the best thing that will ever happen to Nigeria. But right now, that is not the thing.
All right, well,
it's the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria.
Okay, no, but what I'll ask you, Thomas,
I like that.
Hold on.
I like that.
Ask Adewale, okay, to name one person that I have shown to come from Southeast that does anything. Who am I proud of from the Southeast?
Just name one. It's like saying Obi Kubana's clubhouse is monopolizing clubhouse.
Let me land. Let me answer.
I think you open your hotel. Tony, please. Tony, please, everybody hold on. Tony, please, I don't want to kick you out. Please. I said it, please, again. This is the last warning, please. Yeah, Passat.
Okay, sorry. It took me,
no, I don't want. No, I don't need your sorry.
No,
please.
Take it easy.
Yeah. No, Passat. Don't tell me to take it easy. Please.
Take it easy with Tony. He has.
No, my brother. Don't tell me to take it easy. Please. Okay,
so
you go on.
Yeah, what I was saying. No, I guess the way some people look at anybody from the Southeast when they're trying to tell you something. Listen, forget about this. Why would I come here promoting? I forgot the names that I mentioned, even in Austin Motors, who I'm more familiar with, and others. No, I wouldn't do that. There's no difference if he's monopolizing, doing monopolistic things. You have to say what it is. There's no way we're gonna go forward because look, believe it or not, this is your generation. You're the elites now. You have to do the right thing. If you're trying to cook a good soup, you have to put in pure good ingredients in order for that to happen. There's no shortcut to making the country better. So please, I'm begging you guys again. A lot of you are smart here, but the moment, let's say you're making a soup, okazi soup with stockfish, all kinds of meat, expensive crayfish and everything. But the moment you put in half a teaspoon of shit in that soup, it becomes a shitty soup. I wouldn't eat it, right? So let's be pure when we're debating these issues. Do you want a monopolistic individual such as Dangote? There's just no doubt about that. He is causing a lot of harm to the country. His hands are dipped into selecting our leaders because of this. He's neither in this political party or the other political party. He's apolitical in the sense that it's not like there'll be an administration that will come in and clip his wings a little bit. So what we have to do is to make sure there's free enterprise in the country. Let there be innovation. Let there be equal or near equal grounds for everybody to compete. I'm not saying this because he's not Southeasterners or this or that. No, not at all. Sometimes we do that, but right now, you have to be a capitalist. You have, or are you a communist? But whatever you are, it has to be pure, and then you have to make the argument: how does that benefit Nigeria? If you're talking about capitalism, then you're going to have to adhere to certain principles, even if it's your dad. If you're an entrepreneur and you want innovation, and somebody in your family is a communist, you could actually have a gun battle with that person because of how important it is to make it pure, right? That's my position on this.
Oh yeah, thank you, Pastor. Yes, Patai,
No,
yeah, Patai, rescue us.
I think Pansa will be making a whole lot of points if every time, if it doesn't drive it to Peter Obi. I think technically speaking, I think he's on the right path. But I think Dangote is a capitalist, right? I think the market is free. The problem with the market is that there are no legislations to how can I say, to monitor the market. There's no, because what Dangote really gets is unfair advantage, but it's not like how can I say it? I don't think the dominance is really the issue. His dominance is not the issue. The problem is with the Nigerian government. If one way or the other, if he has a lot of money, I can do his stuff, right, according to the law. Who's to say what he's doing is good or bad? I mean,
Patai, can I answer? Hold on, just 1 minute there. I'm gonna give it back to you, but let me just say to you, right? Listen to this. You know, for example, this refinery. The very first day I came on this platform, that was 2 years ago, almost to date. I said to one man that Dangote is not building any refinery that's going to produce oil, right? It's a scam. He's not, I mean, do you know what $26 billion is? It's a lot of money. First of all, you have to know that our budget is less than that. We have like $22-25 billion budget a year. But the government of Nigeria is investing. Now, this is what's known. Forget about what is not known. Billions of dollars in an industry that is going to be gone in the next 5 years, right? Dangote is not stupid. He's not going to go building a refinery that's going to produce oil because, for example, in California, the next 3 or 4 years, you cannot have any car that's using fossil fuel. Okay, so it's like the switch between digital and analog, right? When we're making the argument about digital TV and analog.
No, I don't think it's totally. I don't think it's like oil is going to be totally gone. That's going to be substitute doesn't mean it's going to be gone.
Let me land on what I'm trying to say to you because.
Pansat, please, in 30 seconds, please.
Okay.
So the others can speak.
Right. So the point is that oil, there are a lot of byproducts from oil that some of them are even more expensive than oil, right? So, but as far as Nigeria is concerned, you're just talking about that crude oil and turning into stuff. But these other people that do the value added, okay, that's where that value adding becomes very important. The hydraulics thing, or like I changed my oil in one of my Benz the other day, and each can of oil is about $30-something, right? It's unbelievable. So what you have to understand is that Dangote, it's an extension of the military dictators in the country. He doesn't own all that stuff by himself. It's all these former heads of state under one umbrella. He's managing it for them, right? So,
Pastor, are we back to Radio Biafra? Are we back to Radio Biafra? No. I said 30 seconds. 30 seconds is up, please. Yeah. If you can make it in 10 seconds.
Okay, I appreciate it.
So we can move on.
Yeah. So I what I'm saying to you, and try to deal with the facts. Forget about who is saying what. Dangote is a monopolist who, yes, like Fatai said, it does enjoy advantages from the state doing all kinds of things for him. That's true. But it's more sinister than that. It's more sinister than that because in all these verticals that he competes in, cement, tomatoes, even oil, right? Go and look. A few years ago, when the Central Bank of Nigeria did an audit and found out those who owe so much money, he was one of them, but he was quickly removed from the list the next day. Now, when you look at the government putting in billions of our dollars right now that we need money for education and all kinds of stuff, they invest in an industry that he's been building this stuff for the last few years. He's taken advantage.
Pasat, what is investment for?
The investment is they just gave him the money to open a
No.
refinery.
What is the gain for invest? If you invest, what are you anticipating to get?
In this case, fraud.
No. I'm just no. Not this case. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, generally.
If you invest, yes, if you invest on something, what is your anticipation?
Is to make profit, right? Make
God, thank you. I don't want more, no, I don't want more than that. Profit. Dangote have not started in full. When it starts in full, then they don't make profit, they don't gain back their investment, then we can talk about that.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Listen.
Can I finish my intervention now? Thomas?
No. Fatai, back to Fatai, please.
I would like to go.
Yes, back to Fatai, yes. And I don't want to hear any voice more than Fatai now. No interjection, please. Thank you, Fatai.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I did say it's almost like obvious. I mean, we can say, with a good degree of confidence that Dangote enjoys unfair advantage. But I'm not sure if that is totally Dangote's fault. If the advantage is there to be taken, every capitalist takes the advantage, right? You exploit the loopholes. That's basically what you do as a capitalist. You exploit. If it's there, it's there. So the government needs to get serious. The government that needs to get serious and monitors the market, right? So I didn't say as much as I think as much as Pansa. Pansa wasn't only you that got attacked by Dangote, by the way. I just even said that even the refineries were not working yet, and people also jumped on me. I didn't say he's not having a refinery. I mean, the guy says he's doing a refinery. I believe he's doing a refinery, but I don't see how it's going to start working in July. Right.
Okay, but you know, Fatai, there's something called de jure. Okay, if he's enjoying advantages de jure, okay, DEJURE, that's totally different. Yeah, by the state, exactly. So now I'm saying to you, if the federal government is going to invest $26 billion into his stand, right, or whatever the magnitude of the money is, right? So they don't know when he's going to open it. He's been building it and he's defaulted so many times from when he said that he's going to open that stuff as an investor, right? He does have obligation to the investors, right? You cannot say to me, hey, look, I'm going to open a refinery in 2011 or 2021 and I need $11 billion, and then I give you that money based on that false pretense, that false narrative. You've already committed, as far as the government is concerned, you've already committed fraud.
Do you know investing is taking a risk? Do you agree with me?
Investing is taking a risk, but a risk is different from.
Let me learn, my brother.
Yeah.
Investing is taking a risk. You can lose and gain. Is that right?
Yes, you can lose.
Thomas, after that round, maybe try and move the conversation around a bit for other voices that have been waiting.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, but Passat is not helping me. So if you can, that would be better.
One man appears like a spirit. One man appears like a spirit behind this conversation. But let me land this now, and I'll leave. Okay, Fatai, I was gonna say, I'm saying to you, if I went to Nigerian government and I said I'm gonna open a refinery in 2020, 21 or whatever, give me $16 billion. Then I take that $16 billion from you. I don't open that refinery. And then when there's time for a license for importers of oil, the same thing I came and got $16 billion from you, I still come back again. I say, hey, look, give me the only license to be the only importer of that product that I'm supposed to manufacture in the country. First of all, there should be a demarcation between the two. You cannot be a manufacturer and also an importer of under any guise. You could say, oh, when there's a shortfall, you could then import. Then why do we have other citizens in the country? There should be a competition between the manufacturers and the importers in that if you fail to manufacture, then the market is going to impose importation on you. Okay, so he's holding the only license to import, and then the only license, as far as the government is concerned, to manufacture. Well, that's just foolishness. But on top of that, you're already defaulting. You're not building anything that's going to produce anything. It's a fraud because
Yeah,
this is only
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We get we get your argument. Oh, no, Fatai, please.
Let me answer the question.
No. If you guys, you guys know me, please, Fatai. Forget about Passat. We know what Passat lies. You can help me with this. Just let's move on, please. I have other topics I want to talk. My you guys know my section. We always divert from politics or all this your big English. So we always bring some heartfelt story. So I have some stories to bring so we can deliberate about. I want to move away from politics. Yeah. So just
have 2 minutes. I just have 2
Yes,
minutes.
go on. Go on.
No, the point I wanted to say about that, I think NNPC is one with the original whatever to import. I don't think Dangote will be the sole importer of petrol to Nigeria, right? So I think by matter of practicality, it can't be the only importer. I can get the point about him having license to import while at the same time having a refinery. I don't even know how that is going to be workable with regard to him having a refinery and also
that doesn't concern you. But let me tell you something, all right, Fatai.
Passat, I just remove you. I just remove you now. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, thank you. Fatai, land it.
The extent to which I agree with Pansat is that even it's a public knowledge that it seems that Dangote gets unfair advantage from the government, but I don't think it is personal. I don't know whether it is personal fault, right? I mean, if everything is on the up and up, right? If the opportunity is there, that's your job as somebody in the market. You take advantage of the loopholes, right? So it's up to the government. At the end of the day, I would blame the government for not creating a situation to monitor the market. So I don't know to the extent, the specifics of
Fatai, I have this question for Pastor earlier on. Yeah. All the stuff Dangote is producing in Nigeria, is it only Dangote that is producing them?
Yeah, no. Your point is valid. In the primary definition of monopoly, right? It's like if you are the only seller. But as a matter of reality, there is never only a single seller in the market. It has to, for you to be the single seller of a product, you have to be like the inventor of that product. But as long as you start selling it, there is demand and supply for it, other entrepreneurs will start to do it as well. So that moves the definition of monopoly to the technical definition of monopoly. Like if you have how much dominant, your concentration, the level of your concentration in the market, and what is and how does it affect the balance of the market. And so that divide is really able to be solved when you have good legislatures that monitors the market. Like America has a very good antitrust laws, right? You can easily flesh out that area, right? But without that, everybody is going to be debating forth and back. But I think the point is speaking to, we also spoke to, we had a very thorough debate one day about it as well, that it's the technicality of economic terminology of the word monopoly, right? So, but the argument will never stop, right? All I would say is that it's not only when you're a single seller that you're a monopoly. You can technically be a monopoly, even if there are other people, by the level of your concentration of the market, right? If you're dictating price and stuff like that, like you are so dominant, like you dictate the price of the market. So the whole lot of things, a very complicated area, like that. So I even lost how I wanted to wrap
yeah,
up.
let's just move on. Let's
Okay,
move on. Yeah.
Thomas, can I learn my introduction now, please, sir? You know, long time I never come. You know, say I never come for long time.
Hold on, my Tony. If what you are going to say is going to correlate with what we are speaking, if you are speaking
Yes,
out of target,
yes.
I'm very sorry, I have to stop you. So go on with the agenda.
Anyway, good night, brother.
Okay,
Good night,
okay, thank you,
brother.
sir.
Good
Thank
night.
you
Yeah,
very
good
much.
night, my brother. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And thank you, sir. So, Fatai, thank you very much. So, what you were trying to say is like the regulators, in the absence of the regulators, you know, very good ones. So that one is already missing. That is why things are so hard for us. So at the end of the day, the bottom line is that before you commission any project, it has to be rolling out products, like you see the trade fair, for instance. So you see some engine oil, you see some brake fluid, you know, all those stuff like that, you know. Then you know, my issue with Dangote is that why is he taking over all the companies and then dictating the prices of cement, of flour, of rice, of salt, of sugar. So if we don't see anything wrong with that, and then we are living abroad, it's a pity, my people. Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, we have to move on. Yeah. I have 2 videos. If you guys we can react to that, that would be better. Let's just politics we talk about. Yeah.
Hey, our people, meet Pastor. Hey, our people, meet Pastor Elijah Ayen, a man that said that God told him to be putting on only female outfits, only females heel. You should not put on male heel, only females heel. When people look at the kind of deliverance this man is performing. Look at the kind of deliverance this man is performing heel. Look at, see. Using that his heel. I mean, doing miracle or deliverance or whatever. Hey, who do this thing to us, my people? No, what is the core of our problem? Look at the heel. Using it to match on women, match anything, anybody, everybody. Look at, see. Who do this thing to us? What is the color of our problem in our continent, Africa? Who do this thing to us, please? Who?
God have mercy upon us.
So that's the first video. Africa. Let's listen to the second
Me died
one.
in Lagos. I started selling in a shop in Delta State. Her spirit was selling in a.
Now, for context, yeah, go back and watch that lady's video. Now, I'm making this video because I saw a lot of people in her comment section saying, "Una too they lie, how spirits go they sell. Some say she's making it up, blah blah blah." You know, religion has made people think that once somebody dies, either they're going to heaven or they're going to hell. But you do not know that we have so many spirits living amongst us in this world. Now I'm going to use my own experience to teach, because as a spiritual teacher, I need to be explaining some things. So there was this day I was sleeping and someone was standing beside me. I knew someone was there, but I couldn't see the person. So when I slept, the moment I closed my eye, I saw myself in a very dark room. And a figure, a body was blocking me. And it felt like the person was chained, couldn't leave that place. So I was like, "Who are you? Please, I want to pass. This place is too dark. I need to pass." It was like a trance stroke dream. I said, "I need to pass." And he said, "Do you know me?" And I said, "No." And he told me his name. He said, "I am so person that lives with your husband in the same country he stays." And I was like, "I don't know you." As I was about to say, "I don't know you," this man hit me on my chest 5 times with his hand. I woke up screaming. I was screaming because I was afraid. So my husband asked me what happened. I asked him, "Do you know someone like this that live with you people in the country you stay in?" And he said, "Yes, that the guy just died 2 weeks ago." And I was like, God, he came to me and hit me on my chest 5 times. My husband said, okay, I should go back to sleep. So while I slept, this man started showing me things. I didn't know this man. I have never seen him before. I don't know anything about him. So he was the one that showed me that he has 2 children and told me that his wife is currently pregnant. He was the one that told me that he was poisoned and he didn't die a natural death. He told me to beg my husband to send money to his wife and kids, that they are hungry, that they need to eat, that he cannot do anything from where he is. He needs help. He was the one that told me that my husband doesn't do this thing that he's saying, that he's going to stop all their vehicles that will come to his burial. He's going to stop it on the road to show me that what he's saying is true. He said I should tell the wife when to call him and at the time to call him so that she can be able to reach him in the spiritual realm. It was a crazy thing that happened to me that day. I think this story is going to need a part 2. Now, this is the continuation of the story.
So, guys, yeah, let's speak.
Where is the
Speak on this.
continuation now?
You guys want to finish it?
Where is the continuation?
Thomas.
No. I think no. Yes, I think what the take wants to take it that you guys believe in reincarnation. That's just the take. You don't need to go further.
Thomas.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, can I speak?
Yes, you can speak. Yeah. Bishop,
Okay.
kick it
I
off.
was just wondering.
Sorry, Bishop. Apologies, Thomas. But Thomas, you can play to the end. Now it's a 6-minute video. Did you stop
Oh yes,
it?
No, I thought he finished initially. So yes,
I'm not to overthrow my. Your regime is too high.
I wanted to do the part 2 as well. Everybody was.
Yeah. Let's
Unless you guys
no
are
worries.
happy to leave it there, but
No, let's listen to it. Yeah, let's listen to one man. Yeah, your wish is my command, or your command is my wish.
Me died in Lagos. I started selling in a shop in Delta State. Her spirit was selling in a.
Now, for context, yeah, go back and watch that lady's video. Now, I'm making this video because I saw a lot of people in her comment section saying, Una too they lie, how spirits go they sell, some say she's making it up, blah, blah, blah. You know, religion has made people think that once somebody dies, either they're going to heaven or they're going to hell. But you do not know that we have so many spirits living amongst us in this world. Now, I'm going to use my own experience to teach, because as a spiritual teacher, I need to
So this is part 1 now.
So there was this day I was sleeping.
The video is together, so we have to watch it from the
Someone was
beginning.
standing beside me. I knew someone was there, but I couldn't see the person. So when I slept, the moment I closed my eye, I saw myself in a very dark room. And a figure, a body was blocking me. And it felt like the person was chained, couldn't leave that place. So I was like, who are you? Please, I want to pass. This place is too dark. I need to pass. It was like a trance stroke dream. I said, I need to pass. And he said, do you know me? And I said, no. And he told me his name. He said, I am so person that lives with your husband in the same country he stays. And I was like, I don't know you. As I was about to say, I don't know you, this man hit me on my chest 5 times with his hand. I woke up screaming. I was screaming because I was afraid. So my husband asked me what happened. I asked him, do you know someone like this that live with you people in the country you stay in? And he said, yes, that the guy just died 2 weeks ago. And I was like, God, he came to me and hit me on my chest 5 times. My husband said, okay, I should go back to sleep. So while I slept, this man started showing me things. I didn't know this man. I have never seen him before. I don't know anything about him. So he was the one that showed me that he has 2 children and told me that his wife is currently pregnant. He was the one that told me that he was poisoned and he didn't die a natural death. He told me to beg my husband to send money to his wife and kids, that they are hungry, that they need to eat, that he cannot do anything from where he is. He needs help. He was the one that told me that my husband doesn't do this thing that he's saying, that he's going to stop all their vehicles that will come to his burial. He's going to stop it on the road to show me that what he's saying is true. He said I should tell the wife when to call him and at the time to call him so that she can be able to reach him in the spiritual realm. It was a crazy thing that happened to me that day. I think the story is going to need a part 2. Now, this is the continuation of the story I started in the previous post. So the man said to me, he said that he did business with some people, that they should please not eat his money. They should give his money to his wife and children, that I should tell my husband, that my husband knows what to do, that I should please help him. He said, he told me the time to call his wife at the hour she should call him, that he can answer. It was obvious that that man needed help here in the physical. He needed someone to help him carry out things that he couldn't do. So when I woke up, I gave my husband the message exactly the way he gave it to me. So my husband, his corpse was still in that country. They had not brought it back to Nigeria. So my husband made call and they decided to run an autopsy on the guy to be sure that what I'm saying is true. So when they ran an autopsy on this guy, they found out that this guy was actually poisoned, which was what he told me, that he was poisoned, that he didn't die a natural death. He told me the exact thing. So that's when my husband knew that what I was saying was. So my husband called the wife to know how they are faring. And the woman said that hunger wants to collect her children for her, that they had to come back to Nigeria, that she could no longer feed the children alone. And this man told me that he wants to come back through that pregnancy that his wife has, that his wife was carrying. Funny enough, the person that killed this man is tying his spirit so that his spirit will be so weak. So that man needed help. So my husband had to go to his village to tell his brothers what they had, the message I had gotten from their brother. These people did nothing about it. They just left it, because all these religious, when you are telling them things, they don't listen. They didn't do anything about it. They just left that guy like that. The day of this guy's burial, all the cars they used to come there was overheating. Everybody packed. No car moved for close to 3 hours. They were at a spot. He made sure he said that thing because my husband couldn't help him. He's not his relation. He had to just give them the message. Now, it was not up to 4 weeks I gave this message. Another pastor told the wife exact thing that I told her, that I said before the man's burial. So most times, spirits, when people die and they tell you that they are going to heaven or hell, with the experiences I've had, I just look at you and I laugh. I laugh because if you've not experienced some things, you will just think it's a lie, because religion has brainwashed us. It has brainwashed us so much. Spirits are living amongst us. They are very much alive. Some of them are coming back. Some of them are stuck in a place.
There you go. Bishop, which one you want to take first? Is it the pastor wearing female stuff or the incarnation? So,
Okay.
up to you.
Yeah. I mean, and the pastor with the what do you call it? Which one is he wearing? I think that's just a. It's I don't know. People might be offended if I say it be amount to a waste of time. But in signs of the end time, so many things are taking a very different and weight dimension. I mean, we're seeing too many different. The only problem I have with them is that everybody appreciating the display of their madness to one kind of God or the other. So I wouldn't want to. I want to say about this second video that the
Yeah,
woman
go on.
said.
The floor is
I
yours.
want to say something about the second one. It will be a little bit foolish for anybody to say there are no spirit beings or spiritual whatever. And there's something we used to call akudaya in Yoruba land. It's not really a reincarnation, but I don't know the name they call it in English. That spirit can, because every one of us at some point or the other we have had experience or experiences with We have ourselves in situations that are not completely very natural. And I'll share a personal experience. December 31st, 1995, I lost a younger brother, Adekunle Dawood. And I had to go and bury him. I mean, to charge. He was a young chap of about his 20s. He went to work. He was working with Nigerian breweries in Ibadan, and suddenly they just called that he complained, and I was living not too far away. He passed, and I buried him. I did the normal ritual thing, washed him and the rest, and I buried him. And I got home, and I was laying in my bed, and a few minutes after, I was laying in my bed just thinking about the event of the day. Dawood walked in, and I saw him, and he sat at the edge of my bed. And he was talking to me, and I asked him, "What are you doing there? You are dead." And there's not, even though it was regrettable, there is no relationship between living and the dead, and you should be gone. I mean, there's no need of you coming back here. You are dead, and you're dead. Unfortunately, we couldn't help you. And I said it, and I was very. It was difficult for me to say I was sleeping because I knew I was not sleeping, but I knew it was something that played on in my head. It was something that played on because of my relationship. Yes.
Are you sure you are not hallucinating?
Whether you want to call it hallucinating, what I'm saying is that it was not a physical Dawood, Adekunle as he was, that was sitting on my bed. Maybe I wouldn't say I imagined it because I did not initiate it, but it was something that played up in the realm of imagination. So if you call it, what do you call it? Hallucination or whatever, or you call it a trance, or you call it the dead don't come back and start, because of the relationship we've had with them, it's difficult for us to let them go at some point. But the question I was going to put forward to this woman is this: the husband of the lady, the man, had enough power to keep, to stop all the vehicles. He had so much power to stop all the vehicles that were coming to the burial, but he did not have enough power to make provision for the wife and the children that are starving. I did not have enough power to expose the person that actually poisoned him. How much effort, which one requires more energy or more power? I won't rule out, please don't misinterpret me, that there are powers. Even the Bible talks about the spiritual wickedness, principalities and powers, and spiritual wickedness in high places. And there are some demonic spirits that take control of some situation, and they play out things to to promote what, except you have witnessed or you have experienced it, you will say, oh, you likely want to dismiss it and say, some people are just making up the stories and the rest. I wouldn't want to say that it's just it's not real. I've had so many stories about the one they call Akudaya before. Some of them are so close. Some of them, when they experience these things to you, they are so real. If it happens to you and you call to question some instances, it's as real as it appears. Sometimes it does not really add up. I'm not saying they are lying. Please, don't misunderstand me. Don't misinterpret me. I'm not saying that they are lying. I am saying sometimes it is in the realm of the imagination of the person that is feeling it, but does not rule out.
Asking you earlier
Say
on
that again.
are you sure?
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Say that again.
That is why I was asking you earlier on.
Yeah.
Are you sure you are not hallucinating?
Well, I said it's difficult for me to define whether it is hallucination or there's a very thin line between the word hallucination and the word I used earlier on, that maybe you were overwhelmed by some how do I put it now? So I don't want to agree. I don't just want to use the word hallucination loosely or carelessly. That's why I don't want to use the word hallucination at all. I want to be sure of
maybe it's a moment of grief or something that individual experience, but there is a lot about spiritual or spirituality that is still in the realm of mystery that you cannot explain it. We have seen some things as an individual. There are quite a number of things that if I narrate them, some people will say, "Oh, they are not true. They are not true." I tried some things in my younger days when we were trying all these unnecessary things by what do you call this? We used to read a lot about Lux and Brampa and what do you call Lao Water Russos, what's the name of this? The Grail, and the one that was this one in Calabar. Then what do they call them? Somebody help me. That comes with come with some manuals, and they ask you to do some rituals, and you do some things, and you send some things, you put some things under your pillow, and it disappears, and they send some things to you, and they will tell you where it will appear, and you're going to find them, and they will do appear. So there are powers that actually there are actually powers. I don't know what to call them. There are actually powers. The Bible calls them spiritual wickedness in high places, principalities, what have you. But they are there. It now depends on the angle you are looking at it. So it will be foolish for anybody. I mean, I remember we had a friend that was fed many years ago that was fed with yam and oil in his dream, and he woke up with palm oil in his mouth in real life. He ate yam and oil in his dream, and he woke up.
Are you sure that is not the dinner he took when he went to bed last night?
It's okay. That's the easiest explanation to give, but it was far more than that because unfortunately this gentleman never lived to tell the story after that incident. So there are quite a number of things that
Bishop,
a little bit beyond.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Do you think that human beings, because some of us know more than others,
yes,
do you feel like if we are told the truth about the way the world works, about how time works, how many people can actually handle the truth if they really know what is going on? How many people can handle the truth?
Not very, very few.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
No.
That is question.
Just wanted to, because what you're saying might be very strange to many people. But
no. I'm actually being very mindful of what I'm saying because some of them are very contentious. I'm not willing to go into any argument about the things I have personally experienced. There are things. Look, the bottom line is there are powers, and there are powers. So let's just leave it at that.
Don't forget Thomas. Doubting Thomas in it. So
see, I'm just asking question. You don't know what I know.
Do you know what happened one night? Let me expose. So we were having after our show off record, and we got so deep to the point where Thomas had to go bring his Bible out and started reading Psalm. I said, tell you about way. So I mean, I just feel like it's not like okay, but I think Bishop understands what I'm. Okay, I won't say.
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
You get what I'm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
If okay, to buy war Janice Color supermarket, half an hour and bear on foreign, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if you say people really mean, but you see it, but people might not see it. So
is that not story? Are you telling us about Nollywood movie?
No, you see, let's outside Nollywood movie or what we think that some people say, there are some things that are a little bit beyond human comprehension, except when you experience them, you will know what they are about. Exactly.
So for you, what you do is if you are going to so places,
English now.
Okay, sorry. Like they give you signs to watch out for, not to get involved, but to avoid some situations. Like they will say, don't fight people in the market, not because you are wrong at all, because mental, you don't know we are fighting. so you don't get angry in the market. So things like that they will give you pointers like, okay, don't be mad here, don't abuse this social person, don't do this there. So they give you pointers just to look at, you know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There are some things that they call them myths, as in MYTH, myths, and there's some mysteries attached to them. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how far or how deep you are allowed to dig, because even you yourself that think that you know, you would dig to some point. You will be. I don't know the word. It's bigger than being confounded. You'll be lost.
Bishop, let me put it this way. Yorùbá ní ọ̀pọ̀gbọ́n ní sọ ní dasínwín.
You get lost.
If you know too much, you become like a mad person. So there's no point.
If anybody, okay, let me say this here. It's in public space. If anybody know when Kola Olawuyi was reigning many years ago in Ibadan, in Iriaye.
I know.
There was a story. There was a story that
led to what happened to him.
Okay, there was a story that Kola Olawuyi said that he told. Ironically, I was close to the source of that story in Ibadan. If anybody remember the story of a certain woman that used to have a restaurant somewhere around Answer Building, around Jericho, that used to have a house help that he borrowed. I don't know if you use the word borrow. The house help went to help one of her friends, and some things happened, and one thing led to the other, and there was a river in a room that was flowing but did not flow out. I don't know if anybody remember that story. That was probably in the early 90s. It was. Kolalawi told some very scary stories. Even though some of them appear just like stories, but the truth of the matter is that some of them are actually verifiable. They actually happened. But for ordinary person, you will say it's not impossible. If you are thinking strictly by the books, that it's not impossible. So I'm not saying what the lady said is not impossible. I'm just asking. I just added a question. If the man had so much power to come and appear to this woman, to stop the vehicles that were coming for her burial, for his burial, why didn't he use that power to make provisions for his family? It does not mean that I'm not saying that what the woman is saying is not true. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking because sometimes you just, especially when you are a participant or an actor in how the things played out, I just discovered that look, all these efforts and the rigmarole we have could have solved the whole problem. So why is it that thing is happening? And at the end of the day, you won't achieve what ordinarily you would have achieved, if you have used a little bit of the effort in going round and round to address the issue. The issue the man wanted to address is to expose who poisoned him and to make provisions for his family. But he spent so much energy in going round and round, and at the end of the day, he did not expose the person. At the end of the day, he did not make provision for his family.
So what is the point? So what is
exactly? That's what I'm saying. That's exactly
what is the point?
That's my question.
Yeah, as you rightly said, if he can have power to appear to this lady, he can stop his burial. He can as well expose who killed him and kill the person, isn't it? So sometimes we believe in. I'm a Yoruba man. I understand everything about all this stuff, incarnation, but sometimes they are not too real to believe. Sometimes.
Thomas, sorry. This story is it something that you play? Is it a video? Because I slept, I just wake up again and.
Oh yes, yeah, is a lady narrating his ordeal.
I think most of those things that they look like all these Nollywood things that you normally play. There are a lot of actors out there that all these short scripts and all those stories that they are spreading. It might be true, might not be true.
But
Well,
let's forget about the lady. Maybe it's true or false. And we always hear this in our lifetime. There's incarnation. Somebody died, he came back, he married,
Akuda.
and Yahuda, yeah, yes, he married
Yeah.
to 3 kids. Then they want to go and catch him. He disappear. All these kumbayaism stories. So what do you, is it really real, or people are just making up stuff?
but if you hear it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, then
Reincarnation is real because in some part of Edo State, if your grandfather died or your grandmother died or somebody died, you give some marks in the body, and then only for that child to be born, only for a child to be born, bury those marks. So it is real. Only this Jesus Christ and this Muhammad and this people in our brain.
Oh yeah, thank you, Tony. Yeah, Baba too. Yeah.
I come in.
No, I think the in Yoruba culture we call it like they will give them names like Babatunde or Yabo. So when somebody bears the name Yabo or Babatunde, you know they might think that
That one no
Baba T,
follow,
let me
Baba T. That one no follow.
no.
Baba T, let me tell you my own personal stuff.
Okay.
I am I don't know why they call me that, and I was told that's BS story. I bear Babajide. So then I asked my mom, where did this Babajide came from? And my mom told me is when this wherever died, that is where I was born. I was saying, what does that mean? I'm still bearing it till now. I even want to drop the name. So I don't believe in that. It's total BS to me.
No,
Nobody
But
died.
those
They
names, they just, I think they just use those names to honor those people. It's not as if they believe that the same person that comes back.
but they can honor
that is what they told me. That is what
behind
happened.
why
I
they
told them they are something.
first place.
It's not
So
doesn't make sense.
are you telling us that they say you are Kudaya?
No,
That is what they are trying. No, I don't know. I mean, maybe we should ask my mom.
No, Simba, let me ask you.
Maybe I should come in. Eh?
No, be everybody
Isaac.
don't be everybody where they be a be more bad now. But a day means something, right? It means that. So that's the point.
I did to our authentic.
But I'm saying that the origin of those names, Yabo and Babatunde, is from that. Now, if you choose to now name your child that, regardless, it's on you. But I'm telling you the origin of those two names, Yabo and Babatunde, are meant for people that they feel like they've come back.
Yejide.
Yeah, so those names that's where they come from. So
Thomas, can you bring me in, please?
Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Isaac.
Yeah? Isaac. Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Thank you. You see these people coming back to come and live amongst us, whether in spirit or whatever. I think the way I look at it is like this Abuja 25%. Trying to make Abuja one special state.
How did we link this Abuja?
So let me land. They are trying to make some people special that they come back. Whereas all of us here,
Isaac, you make my day with that comment. You make my day.
Wait. Whereas all of us talking here, none of us believe we can come back. We just make some people special. Now, this whole issue, I think the Bible also related to it somehow. So there's somewhere, sometimes I read the Bible, somewhere in the Bible, in the book of Samuel, chapter 28. When you read from verse 3 there to 25, you will see where King Saul went to a witch in Endor. So the Bible said that that witch operates with supernatural powers. So the request that Saul made was to help him
invoke the spirit of Samuel. So the witch, because of those supernatural powers, was able to invoke the spirit of Samuel, but it was a fake Samuel, not the Samuel that God created. It was the one that witch created. So there are still such people in our midst, like our brother Bishop, who said that his brother sat by the bed. There are people who still operate in that same realm, and they manipulate things. So, like the woman who also spoke right now that we listen to the video, the woman, I just see her to be like a preacher. You see, some pastors also even in most of the churches, you just see them with some kind of story, inventing just a story just to carry the congregation along. But those stories, they are fake. They are not real stories. So that is the same thing that woman is preaching to us through that TikTok, whatever. So in my own opinion, if there are people that need to come back, to come and really finish what they started, I think people like Mama Gaddafi, what's this man in Germany? What's this man in Germany? The one that caused the Second World War. Hitler. I think these people, they are the ones that will come. Queen Elizabeth of England. These are the people that will come back and really come
And
and
my
finish.
grandfather, and my grandfather also.
Thomas,
So
can I interject?
my brother, my point, to drop my point, to land my point, these are familiar spirits. And my brother from Edo that said that they will give birth to some people, and then the mark will be there. These are also some spiritual powers, people that really, there are some families that these things, they always happen amongst those who are idolatry. That's where this thing is common. So it's not a general term that naturally that God has created. It's just in one part of
Mr. Isaac.
No. God created that because you made mention. You made some references to me, sir. So good evening, sir. I mean, good morning. So that's the real fact. You know what? You know that most of us, most of us are not from from a village. I'm from a village. So forget about the fact that if I say I grew up in Ibadan and Lagos and Djibouti, but at least I know my village. I know my mother's village. I know my grandfather's villages. So only that some of you are just here to follow the colonial mentality that God, which God did they talk of Bible? What has that got to do with our African tradition? Like we were saying earlier on, what has that Emir got to do with our tradition? We need to celebrate our tradition. For instance, we need to honor our whatever our departed ancestors. We have to go according to their, and then we can free up ourselves from all this meta enslavement. So it is
interjection, please.
Hello,
Look, I am not in any of these things you are saying. I'm not in the idolatry. I'm not in the Muslim. I'm not in the Christian. I live as a natural human being.
What is idolatry? What is idolatry? Is it not what? Do you want to tell me that you don't have any mark? That your mother used razor blade to tear and put some concussions into it? I had that. So that will protect you.
And Thomas, do you know? Sorry, Tony. Do you know what's funny? They will go to church in the morning, and we know where they come at night. Yeah, so
I don't know why we just and then we are saying that European are killing us. Why we can't? What the hell?
Please, am I lying?
No, you're not lying.
No, you're not lying. These people, yeah.
Many of them, we play both sides now, but they are here pretending like know. Okay, it's okay. Yes. Don't worry.
But so as you black this story in the book of Samuel, Yeah, you did answer the question. It was familiar spirit, not that the lady, the witch of Endor, created any spirit. She didn't have any power to create anything. But was no, a familiar spirit um, that came back as a what we call Samuel. Um, but to the question about, say, it's not a question about if you die you go to heaven and come back, not at all. But nonetheless, some people when they die before their time, they limbo around, they are in between, the spirit world and the real world. Not everybody goes to heaven or maybe hell right away. So that lady's story on TikTok, if it's her story, she's not telling somebody else's story, I totally believe it. Okay, but I think it was Bishop that asked a poignant question that, okay, this spirit has the power to stop vehicles not to work, but the spirit could not do things himself, like help his wife or his family members. That's quite interesting. But in the Bible, it's once a person dies, it's kind of tough for the person to relate with other human beings. Well, maybe they can interact with physical material things, but flesh and blood, they can't. They can't do it, and that's why the guy, the dead person, was able to come to that lady in the dreams. So when you go into your dreams, you're pretty much into the realm of the spirit. Every time we go to sleep, pretty much we are in the realm of the spirit. So it is doable, but let's not discount once you're dead, you're dead. Not at all, not at all, because
Okay, okay.
we know
Prince
we know
Daddy.
also quickly in Abraham and the rich man and the poor man. If you guys remember the story, you can pretty much get a lot of information from there.
Prince
Okay.
Daddy. Hello.
Yes, Simba, yeah, who is saying hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yes, yeah,
sorry.
let's wait for him then. Simba,
Every
let
time you
Simba come.
every time you talk, you amaze me because I see you like an Americana, and this thing that you are talking about now, I was
Babalawo.
exactly. I'm wondering where you learn all these things that you are talking, like as if you are born in one village in in Ogun State, like Babati.
I tell you, to your question, actually, if I didn't travel, what I'm telling you, I would not be telling you. I'm gonna sound like you back in Nigeria because I didn't believe anything. But I'm telling you, you'll be surprised how much white people know about this realm of the spirit. Let me tell you, that's where I learned everything from. That's where I learned from.
Listen, my preceptor in school when I was in grad school is a German white dude, and he practices Ifa. So don't let anybody tell you that no, please. They do more than you know. Sorry, Peter, go ahead, man. Sorry to
Babati, even if you want to dig deep, that's what they made us to believe in both Quran and Bible. What do you talk about when you talk about
let
resurrection?
me call you
What do you
out.
talk when we talk about resurrection?
Let me call you out.
That the life after death.
Let me call you out. They asked you about learning earlier. You were dancing around the issue. You could not give
I'm not. Let me tell you what is happening, Babati. I'm not dancing. I'm not dancing around the
You were
issue.
dancing around. You could not give a honest answer about what they asked. You were dancing around the issue. Why? Why couldn't you
No,
just give
he was scared. He was scared. Even the Awujale of Ijebu, they do celebrate our African traditional. Hold on.
See.
No, let me just do this one in. Let me just do this one in. The Awujale, the Oba of Benin, the Oni of Ife, whenever we are having our traditional festival, they do participate. We've celebrated, we celebrated many, such occasions at Awujale's palace in Ijebu. So whether you are a Muslim, you are a Christian, because this, our culture, we take our African culture first before the colonial religions. That is what is going to save us, from all this.
Let me respond to your question, Babati. It's not as if I'm dancing around the issue. I'm just looking at the sensitivity of the issue. What I perceived, Babati, is the way the thing is going in the way of ethnicity and politics and even so if you look at it, if you don't handle it with care, He can, even our man that is the president now, he can spread doom for him. That's why I don't want to actually hit the nail on the head. Because if you look at it, where is it coming now? That I can see some political undertone to this thing that is, and might be actually be orchestrated by some people.
Simba, how do we get to politics now?
Thomas.
You don't understand what you are.
Hold on.
Okay.
How do we get to
Can you
politics?
let Prince finish his? Can you let Prince finish his thought? I cut him off earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, Prince. Simba, I don't know why you are in politics now.
Prince, go ahead. My Benijo.
Yeah, Prince. Yeah.
How far have you start change topic?
No. Change the topic. We are not changing the topic. Yeah, Prince. If you don't have Prince Adewale.
Like I said, Simba trying to change the topic stylishly.
No, I'm not changing. I'm not changing it. He asked me a question. He asked me a question. No, he asked me the question.
Thomas.
Yeah. Let's hear from my dad. Yeah.
Let me give you a personal story. In 1989, January 29 precisely, it was on Sunday. My papa Femi. Okay. So when he dies, we were at home. And then the following Monday, there was one of these men that helped him in his farm. He has his own farm as well, but he's like the foreman. So whenever he needed someone to help him, my dad would contact him and he would bring other people. So he was more like my dad's son, so to say. So it happens that he traveled to Lagos. He traveled, I think, give and take, like a week before. And my dad's sickness was just maybe a week plus. So he was not aware that my dad was sick. So when my dad died, this man was in Lagos. So he died on Sunday. On Monday, I think it was a Tuesday or Wednesday, thereabout, that it was buried. So he came home on Friday. But you know, typical Yoruba tradition, whenever someone dies, people will still come to the house and, just to be with the families and all that. So there was a relatively just few crowd around the compound here and there on daily basis. So when this man arrived, he arrived from Lagos before he boarded another bus going to his hometown. So he decided to stop by my dad's house just to say hello. On approaching our house, he noticed the crowd, and the crowd was unusual. So he was kind of wondering what was going on there. And eventually he asked people around and they told him that the man died. So he was trying to put one or two together. Could it be that he had an accident on his way from Lagos, or what? How? So they told him his man dies last week Sunday, or this week Sunday actually. Right there and then he collapsed. Typical Nigeria, they'll start pouring water on you. So that was what got people's attention, that when they started pouring water on him, like, what happened? Eventually, he was resuscitated, and he said he saw my dad in Ojota. And my dad told him that he had come to say hello to his children. And he had implored him to buy more cutlass because he's going to need it. That most of the cutlass is being sold in the back home. It's not always good, so that you should make sure you buy the right one. And that was the encounter. This man, he was just looking for hours. He was perplexed. So in my mind, I was wondering, how come he was able to see my dad? So for anyone saying that or thinking that it's not possible for these people to come back, I'll tell you this. That's a lie. They do come back. They don't have the power. And that is where God Almighty is above everything. God is the one that gives life. But I believe they are able to come back, but in spirit, they are unable to influence things because God given us that power to influence physical things in this world, in this part of the world. So listening to that lady and what that spirit told her, I mean, I wasn't expecting that the spirit will be able to come alive and, sending money to his wife and all that. It's probably going to influence or direct someone like he did, the lady's husband to help his wife out. So their power is limited. I think it was Bishop that says, why didn't he expose the person that poisoned him? Remember, he doesn't really have much power. He can reveal, but they cannot. I remember I used to see my mom from time to time, like in a dream. I'm the kind of person that I don't believe in my dream anyway. But from time to time, I used to see her. So there come a time she visited in that dream. And when she came with my dad. They were in their regalia, in their real Ashoke clothes. They were. So I was wondering that it's been longer I've seen them both. And I told them, please, let me go with you. I have missed them. So while I was, just
Adewale, don't go with them, but please, we need you.
no. So while it's been a long time, while I was, just chit chatting with them in that dream, I noticed that they brought one calabash. While I was disturbing them that I needed to, just have missed them, I wanted to be with them, they should take me with them. While I was disturbing them, I noticed my dad and my mom put their left foot on that calabash. That was how I forgot my ambition of going with them. I didn't ask them again until they departed. And that was the last time I saw both of them. I'm talking about almost, give and take, over a decade or more than that, if not, or two, more than or maybe 15 years ago. So they do exist.
Adewale, I have two questions for you, please. And I need clarification on this. One, this common thing that they used to do in Yoruba land when somebody dies, they will do some incantation on the body. Maybe if they believe that somebody killed the person, and they will ask the person the dead body to go and kill the people that are actually responsible for his death. Do you believe in that? Then two, that sometimes you would see or do certain things. You in your mind, you will be thinking that I think I've done this thing before. Has it ever happened to you?
Oh yeah. I told my mom that I was a witch. My mom said no, I wasn't a witch. Yeah. But when the thing of words took over, that was when I started saying that it's no longer coming to be anymore. But it used to happen to me like that, and that's why I don't imagine bad things to people. I said, I was so scared one time. I told my mom that, am I a witch? Because if I imagine somebody, something to someone.
Babati, what do you think about that question I asked Adewale?
The first one you asked me before Babati answered, because Babati now, when there's a suspicion that someone must have been killed or poisoned, by someone else, the Bible call it Onro Kuyem. It depends on who handle that right. If that person handle it, in a very, because that fight is in the hand of that dead body, not the person. But they're trying to invoke higher spirit to help. It could be shishe or something that will expose that person. So, and I've seen some before that it never works, but most of the time when it happens, you and I probably would never notice, that person that, did it. So that is my own understanding about it. I've seen it, I've watched it before.
It do work. It do work in Edo State. If somebody dies, they will say that.
It works, but it depends on whoever performed that right.
Yes.
Some people
If it's a very strong Babalawo, if it's strong Babalawo specialist, it will get him. Until he confesses.
Adewale, please. Adewale, I have a question on that your narrative, please.
Okay.
Can I? Sorry, you said when your sorry to say that when your father died, a friend of his was in Lagos.
You traveled to
And then,
Lagos.
yeah, he was in Lagos. He traveled to Lagos. So he saw your dad in Lagos.
Yeah.
And then your dad told him to buy some cutlasses.
Yeah.
That he's going to have a lot of jobs to do. The question is, did the man buy those cutlasses?
He did.
Okay. Then when he came back to the village, let me tell you what happened there. It wasn't your dad originally that met him in Lagos. Okay. There is somebody that needed that cutlass, a witch doctor that needed cutlass, a very good cutlass. So that witch doctor is like that witch of Edom who has supernatural powers. So he needed cutlasses. So if you trace the story to the end, some of those cutlasses he bought went to that man, the man that manipulated, because when your dad died, he can no more relate with the flesh. But these wicked people can use the spirit of a dead person to do whatever they want to do. You will see that man gave some cutlasses to that person that did that. It wasn't your dad. It was the man. Some of those cutlasses, if you trace it, I don't know, maybe it's a long time now. But if you go back and trace it, you will see that the man gave some cutlasses to a particular man. And when you look the history of that man is the how do I put it? He is the originator. He is the one that did it. So it's not that.
Is it Isaac speaking?
That is it. That is the truth.
That man was his best friend. That man was his best friend. Hold on. That man was his best friend. That man was his foreman. Was organizer of his farm. And then he had to go appear to him to say goodbye. So that was the man. That was your dad.
Isaac. Yes, cutlass is so scarce in this village that someone has to invoke other people's spirit to go and buy for them in Lagos.
Adewale, is that Adewale speaking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on, please, hold on, please. Sometimes when we try, it's difficult at a forum like this. When we try to explain away mysteries, and there's a reason why the word mystery exists. Even in the scripture, there are words that are mysteries. The Bible says they are beyond the understanding of men. There are some, even you yourself, when it happens to you, you will not. I did left that caveat. When Isaac spoke earlier on, I said it was beyond my understanding, my experience with my younger brother. It was life. I said it out. When it happens, some people have dreams and it comes to pass. It's a different thing. When you have interaction with people that are dead, it is easy for your own sanity and peace to say, look, I was imagining it. Maybe it was in my brain. That's why I did not agree with the choice of word of hallucination, the way Thomas put it. That look, it is just something that is beyond my explaining. When you want to just explain it away, that it is one man somewhere that needed, I have to go to that. It does not meet logic. It cannot be logically explained that because one powerful evil person needs cutlass, that's why he now have to conjure. Which one is easier, to send somebody to go and buy machete, or to conjure the spirit of the dead to go and ask somebody to bring machete from Lagos, whether from Ondo or from Abeokuta or from Ibadan, as the case may be? Which one is easier? I think we're just trying to find a plausible explanation to give us so that we can just be at peace with ourselves and say, okay, that's what happened. And we just...
Okay, it's probably the right time for me to come in here, right, Thomas? Both sides have spoken. Can I come in? Thomas. Okay, Thomas is not here, so let me...
Start, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The phenomena we're discussing here obviously, the last speaker, Mr. Bishop, used the word mystery, and that it's inexplicable, it's impossible to understand, explain, puzzle, enigma, conundrum, riddle, whatever. But in the larger sense, we have to know that the role of a scientist, such as myself, I believe in systematic study of and behavior of natural and physical world. Therefore, there's an intersection where in the past, in the dark ages, especially in our continent, a lot of things are just chucked away under that it's a mystery. It's happening though, but it's just, you cannot explain it. And I don't buy that. There are some phenomena in both our culture, a lot of practices that are inexplicable, but if you study it, you're going to be able to tell what's happening. If somebody's lying, it's a shyster, taking money by hiding under that mystery, right? There's something like that. Before Oyibo and some Africans discovered microbes, bacteria and all that, they didn't know that if you have milk, you leave it out there, it's going to contaminate, and there are microorganisms in there that would cause disease. I'm sure all of us were familiar with that section of it. So I'm for culture, I'm for religion that practice the dark stuff, but science is the way, is the key to unraveling a lot of these things. Before, people thought that the world was flat, but scientists were able to discover that it's even more than this world here we live in, Earth. You have the sun, you have the galaxies, and then you begin to study those things, and there's still a lot of things that are unknown cosmologically, but they're knowable. It's just that we don't know what it is right now. So somebody asked the question, if that person, if you're gonna go having somebody go all the way to go buy cutlasses, you have some kind of, oh, by the way, let me just say, I'm sorry to hear about your dad passing, and I've lost my own dad too, and so many others have. It's not an easy thing, even in the way we're talking about it. Now, my enemies would want me to stay here and talk on this subject. My friends would have wished that I left, because I don't want to be a party pooper. That's why I stayed. I don't want to dampen the fun. I don't want to bring science into this discussion. So I'm hearing a noise here. So I didn't want to decline to participate as if I'm above the discussion. I'm not above the discussion, but I do want to say that science, it's the way to go here. We have to do things by observation, identification, describing it, and then do an experimental investigation and theoretical explanation of this natural phenomena that we're talking about. We cannot chalk it away under mystery, like Bishop is saying. So if somebody is gonna go having you buy a cutlass and go through all that, why don't you just go ahead and give him whatever the stuff it is, cut the grass or whatever it is, by that magic that you have, right? So once you don't pass those kind of tests of saying, why go all the way doing all this stuff when all you have to do is to do this, right? X, Y, Z, but logic. So that's what I have to add up to this before I leave. I'm trying to say, you do have to study it, observe it, and it has to be explainable and replicatable. It has to be. Because Oyibo did the same thing. All these cultures that we've maintained, this tradition, they used to be that way before there was enlightenment. So we couldn't even say we're unique in this, in ignorance or whatever, right? So that's my now finally on the first tape. Yeah, hold on. On the first thing that was played, there was a prior video, and in that video is some kind of vaudeville, right? Some kind of burlesque, where somebody's wearing women's shoes.
Yeah. Nobody wants to speak about that.
Right,
Pastor said, yeah.
So
Just
that's
in
what
a
I was.
short subject, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the way the subject was treated by somebody. There was somebody else who was doing a video on it, and he was laughing, and he actually made it entertaining, because that's exactly what that is. It's some kind of entertainment on Sunday. This guy puts on the shoes and try to create comedy for some people. You know,
Pastor, is this pastor trying to be Bobrisky? What is going on here?
That's
A man.
That's right. That's some kind of cross-dresser, and he's using what he loves to put it together. But that blame doesn't go to Christians. You have all kinds of pastors in Nigeria, and they bring to it what they're good in or what is in their heads, right? So it's absurd. True, it's absurd. It's a form of comedy for us who are watching it, like me. I found it to be very funny, especially with the way the guy introduced the subject, and that's exactly what that.
Pastor, has any pastor pray for you and their prayer come to pass before? Sorry for digressing a bit.
Oh yeah, of course. When it comes to religion, of course, I'm a Christian, and I believe in the Bible. I believe that the Lord died for my sins, and even pastor is too big. There was a time that I was.
The Lord died for your sin.
Yeah, he died for my sin.
I thought they said Jesus died for your sin.
That's what I'm saying. The Lord, Jesus Christ. There's only one Lord, Jesus. Yeah, the Lord died for my sins. But what the question that you say, even before, there was a time that I actually was that close where I tried to do the right thing, and I truly made a covenant with God. And in those days, just before I came to the United States, I asked for anything on my own and I get it, right? It was, and if I found myself in a very difficult situation, and then I opened my eyes, I was only dreaming. That thing is gone. It was a dream. So, so there are so many testimonies like that, but it's private. In my own religious belief, I believe that is the Lord. Now, I don't know about you. You go to church, clean your heart one day, go to a church service and listen to the choir sing. So many melodies and the choirs, when they sing, you're gonna feel the spirit.
Oga
Right?
Passat.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Tony.
Hold on. We from Edo State, as some part of Yoruba land, we don't believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. We believe in Olokun and Osun, which Yoruba call Osun. We call it Osun. So we will have we name children after Osun, like Omosun in our place. So we don't believe in all this colonial masters religion, sir. So what would you have done if the British or the German didn't bring this Christianity to you?
Okay, let me answer that question, and I want you to listen to me because so many people have answered that question for you before, and where I watched it, and they actually were more eloquent than I'm gonna be now. See, the one thing you have to know about Christianity, where did they get it from? Right? If you study the Bible and the ways those scriptures were written, and other activity of the Oyibo, right? These Oyibos, they are forever precluded from. Please, Bishop, could you mute yourself? You don't even have to stop what you're doing. Just mute yourself and then do what you're doing. So what I'm saying to you is that Oyibo is forever precluded from claiming any originality to anything because they left their place, they went to other people's places, and they took a lot of things. For example, in Africa, there are a lot of things that they're talking about that were folklore in Africa and things like that. And who are those people who wrote those things? Who are those people that went over here, who went over there? Do you understand? So the Bible doesn't say, or the Yoruba claims it, but it's actually our thing. You don't even, Jesus Christ is African, right? When you go there and you look at the geography, the description of the woolly hairs and things like that. Now, what I try to do myself is that because it's possible that there's human corruption in stories and hand-me-downs and stuff, I stay away from the administration, the way God administers stuff. Right? So I try to look at it from what really concerns me. What is my responsibility? And it says you should love your neighbor because Christ came in and then took all those laws and condensed it into you love your neighbor like yourself.
Pansat, can I interject this? What you are saying, when you started by bringing science into the discussion.
Yes.
And then now, are you not conflicting yourself? Because all these things that you are talking now about Christianity and all this, are you not trying to conflict? Because all these things are not reproducible.
No,
So science and what you are saying, that's so totally different. So I don't know where you are coming from.
It's not, because I started by telling you that I'm somebody who engages in observation and science, like you said. Then a question was asked of me of religion. Say religion, then I told you it's a personal experience. I gave testimony that I have talked to a pastor and he prayed for me and it worked. Plus that I myself was able to invoke it myself by being very close to God and being able to adhere to there's a process to ask God to do those things, and it happened for me. So it's not anti-science, because I said it's an observation. I'm somebody who I would like to observe something and then I would deal with it. Now, a lot of it do touch on faith, right? You have to have faith. So when you're talking about science, there's no faith involved there. But it's a totally different subject now that we're talking about when it comes to your religion, right? I'm not going to impose mine on you. This is it's a special humanity. It's a human phenomenon. Even if you're not a Christian, somehow you do employ faith, because it's just part of our nature, right? Because we were created to be that way. So that's why I don't get into that administration is what I'm talking about. And I think that's a very wise thing to do. Don't tell God how to administer the universe, right? Or how to do anything, things that you see and things you don't see. For example, there's air that you breathe, oxygen here. You don't see it, but it's there. As a scientist, you couldn't say, hey, I can't see air, therefore it doesn't exist. Or waves, right? Microwave waves. Or things like that. Things that you can, you haven't been able to go to Andromeda galaxy, for example, but it's there by observation and other kinds of things. This is what I'm saying, Simba, right? So it's not in conflict. And this debate should not be couched in a way to bring down any one of these areas, because I'm not an expert on all these things. But what I try to do, I try to be agnostic when I don't know. Do you follow what I'm saying? So why I'm saying that is that from the second video that we watched, we saw the narration, the lady narrated everything. You cannot hide it under mystery as a blanket, because you still want to investigate and then try to reach conclusions that you can reproduce. It has to be reproduced. In my case, my experience with religion is reproduced. There are a lot of people who give you testimony, yes, that the Lord did die for their sins. It's not a joke. If you want to see the Spirit, like I said, if you're Muslim or whatever, go to church, right? Leave your thing there. Go to church. Listen to the choir sing. Listen to even a sinner who's a minister, a pastor, emerge from that inner sanctum and preach the word of God to you, and listen to the what it's telling you, right? If you hear the gospels according to any of the gospels that right there, Christ, what he did, what his message was, who he is, how are you not going to be touched by the workings of Christ, his sacrifice? Christ himself made the universe that we live in, and he was humble. He came here, came down.
Why is there no peace in Palestine and Israel?
Why should what did the Bible say about that?
Secondly, what happened to our hold on. Secondly, second question is that what happens to our forefathers, the Africans, the original Africans? Because I'm against teaming up North Africa with us. I wanted to separate. So whatever, I know you are heading towards Egypt or whatever, these are not our, so we're not part of this race. These people, they are just purely, they are white people together with the Arabs and the Europeans, And meanwhile, the Germans don't go to church. But at the end of the month, they get free money, free accommodation, and everything. So that is so they believe in their ministers, and then administrators. They don't believe in this kind of Jesus Christ that the African people are just committee adultery and adultery for. Thank you.
Hold on, Tony. I first of all, if you're rejecting the Lord based on where he comes from and all that, I've just told you that is a human corruption. But if you're also worried about some of the ills in the society, our forefathers, what they study, you have to go. For example, you look at the text in St. Matthew, where it talks about the Beatitudes, what is normally called the Beatitudes, the teaching of Christ when it comes to the poor in spirit, for example. They say, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Now, which one do you want? I want the kingdom of heaven. So you saw somebody in poor spirit here, and you that's a blessing. Blessed are the meek, for they shall possess the land. Blessed are they who mourn.
I want my freedom, on this earth. I don't care about the life after, but I want to enjoy that because today now the Africans are living in hellfire already. While the Europeans and Indians and other continents, they are living a normal life. They don't care about the heaven. Let us live our heaven here.
No, listen. These Beatitudes are not just talking about heaven. That's why I'm saying go and study the text in St. Matthew's, right? For example, the last thing you just said, blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice, for they shall have their fill. That is I don't know about you. That is a message that if you are in the situation you're talking about, right there, look at what is promised to those that hunger and thirst after justice. They shall have their fill. Do you know what it is for the Lord to open the window and have you have your fill? How long do you live on this planet? Maybe 100 years, right? Cosmologically, even at all, just cosmologically, 100 years is nothing. It's like a nanosecond. Imagine how old this Earth, which is a youthful part of the cosmology, it's like maybe 2 billion years or whatever, right? The sun is about 4 billion years. So, and that's nothing. There's been epochs and epochs of time. So that's what I'm saying. The 100-year thing that we're here as a test to our soul and spirit, and we still haven't even scratched the surface. Did you know the entire activity of humanity, the entire activity of human beings is still
Pansa.
Yes,
what you are doing, that was the same thing you accused me of early this morning because you kept on shouting my name. He has a right to believe in what I believe. Yes. So why are you trying to preach to him?
I'm not.
That's what you are doing. You don't know. Maybe you are doing it unconsciously. Hold on.
Sure, go ahead.
He has a right. You can flip it anyhow. That is, maybe some people twisted it. Is African, whatever. What he believes, he has the right to have his belief. And then all this one that you are saying, some people don't even believe in God. Some people don't believe in the life after. So just live in with his own belief. Don't think that what you are doing, your own, is superior to what he believes in. So leave him alone. We don't want this preaching of a thing that you are doing and just remarrying and just trying to convince him.
Okay, all right, thank you. I take your advice. I didn't think I'm trying to convince him or force him.
No, that's what you are doing. Because what are you trying to achieve by all this, your story?
Yeah, Simba, hold on. I was answering a question. He's the one that posed it. So I believe that my answer was directed. I was trying to give him Matthew 5:1-12. Basically, I didn't even want to quote. I didn't quote it. I said it was in Matthew, right? So in Christianity, the Beatitudes.
Matthew is nothing to do with African.
Yeah, but
Tony, I know. We know now.
Yeah. Earlier, I said to you that it's African. Every human being comes from Africa. That's a scientific fact. Every human being originated from Africa, right?
The whites?
The whites too. Every human being. Now, I'm making this comment.
But why do we have different color?
Well,
Thomas, don't mind Pansat. He was telling us about the son that is billions of years old and all those things. And all those stories that is painting for us. How old is the Bible? Well, is it Adam and Eve that was the first people on this planet Earth? And how old are they? Is Adam 1 billion years old? Is that not what they made us to believe in the Bible and the Quran?
Okay.
No, so don't. If you want to go that line, we will not leave this place today. There are so many things that are untrue that you are just saying that we don't have belief in. You understand? That was why I started that. Whatever you are saying, you are conflicting yourself. That's what you are doing.
Then hold on. Okay. What you're talking about is disjointed from what Thomas talked about. So I'm just let me treat those separately, right? So Thomas, what I was saying, and of course Tony who interjected, I just said that every human being originated from Africa. That is not me talking. That is the accepted scientific discovery in journals by people who should know. That's what it is. Now, if I'm wrong, then you should correct me. But that's what it is. Both white, black, Asian, whatever. Everybody come from Africa. Now, there are things that change the weather and all kinds of things change human beings, where then they evolve with different colors, eyes, blah, 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 all that stuff. That's just a scientific fact. Don't argue with me about that. The second thing I said is don't argue with me about the administration of God, the way he conducts the administration of his universe. I don't try to concern myself with that. Like what these people are doing, the way they're worshiping over here, the way they're worshiping over there. That's really none of my business. I try to worship the way I worship, right? So you don't have a fight with me there, which means when you talk about Africa, right, you're probably referring to in the last 2,500 years or something like that, all right? But you have to go all the way to the beginning. So when I said to Tony to go to church, okay, first of all, dispel this thing about Christianity, it's an African phenomenon, or they gave it to us. No, we gave it to them. There's very few things they could claim originality from, right? Because they're forever precluding from doing that, because they've done it in many occasions. They have tried to put people down and remove what they contributed. They have corrupted history. They've done all kinds of things. They've committed genocides. They've killed so many people. They have been actually anti-Christ, right? Now, we're talking about the aggregate of them. There are some of them that are good. So what I'm saying to you, Simba, who of which you're a Muslim, you should first say, look, I'm a Muslim, and I'm going to attack you, so that our listeners would say, okay, here's a Muslim attacking a Christian. That is nothing new. If you come in here and try to hide your religion, it's going to be, oh, look at a Christian attacking another Christian.
Don't twist this. Don't go that route, because that is the usual way.
Hold on.
Simba, I have to respond to that because I keep saying it. I keep spreading this gospel around all the planet, the platform that Yorubas are not Muslim. They are not Christians. They are just traditional Africanish, Africana. So hardly you go to any family in Yoruba land where there is no Christian in the family. Kids, if you go to Auchi too in Edo State, this Edo State and Yoruba land, Yoruba says, it's not a tribe. It's just a language formulated for us to interact within the old Western region. But meanwhile, we don't take religions, foreign religions first. We take our traditional religions first, our Ogun, Olokun, Sango, and everything.
Tony, I agree. Don't mind Pansat. That is, I understand the way you reason. Yeah.
So
now, what you want to do now is not an argument. No, Tony, just
growing up, when they make salad, we go at chop rice, and then we chop meat. So if they do Christmas, we go to the other house.
Don't mind Pansat. Pansat is now telling us that Christianity is from Africa.
No,
and he's trying to change the story. And it's now wanted to now flip it and say, okay, because I'm asking him question because I'm a Muslim.
Please, let me just respond very quickly to what Pansat said earlier on. If I understand you very well, Pansat, because I did say there's a lot of things that are in the realm of mystery that are beyond human explanation and understanding, and you were trying to explain it away with science. So equating or in some way dismissing mystery with science. I don't know. I know you're vast and you're very knowledgeable in some of the things you are here, but in this case, you are very wrong. Even to science, there are certain things that are beyond. And you did make one allusion when you were talking about the art, whether the art is spherical or flat. I think we are distorting facts now. Originally, science proved for many years that the art was actually flat. But the scripture had written that this art is spherical. It took a very long time before science was able to come to the realization of the fact that the art is actually also spherical. So I still want to maintain there are certain things that are beyond human understanding. And whether you want to call them mystery, or you want to call them voodoo, or you want to call them the powers that be, or you want to call them the principalities, or you want to call them the rulers of the darkness places of this world, I want to say there are powers that are beyond the comprehension or the understanding of science as we have it in present day. Whether the dead in appearing in some form, whether people living in some spirit form, whether it's a little bit more complex, but to just dismiss it, simplistically, the way it did, I don't think it works that way. Unfortunately, except you experience some of these things, and no other person can explain them to you, except you have a personal encounter. Encounter might not necessarily mean that maybe you see the after effect of it, or you felt the wind, a part of the wind, just a small part of the wind just blew, just touch you. If you see the display of some African traditional powers today, there is a movie that some people watch. I don't know how many people saw the movie by Telecom, they call Thunderbolts. Thunderbolt. There's something we call Mago in Yoruba land. And so many people will argue with you that Mago does not exist. But people will say, okay, no problem. Let us put it on an individual and you come and try it. If you want to dismiss the fact that there are actually things that happen, say, okay, if you say Mago does not exist, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Okay,
Please.
all right, sure.
Let me finish,
Go
please. You did come behind.
So
So,
go ahead.
and they'll say, oh, look, unfortunately, people that try it don't live to tell this story. So for me, I believe even the scripture agree that there are certain things that are mystery, that are beyond explanation or comprehension of any man. Thank you.
We don't talk about before, Bishop. Me and Adewale would already iron that issue out of Magu.
Yeah.
And when you tie red cloth on your mango tree, who will go steal them? Make it know whether it will go home.
Bishop, if you listen to me very well, I did agree with you that there are things that are still mystery. They are difficult to understand or explain as far as the scientist is concerned. But what I'm trying to want you to differentiate is between a puzzle, conundrum, something that is not yet known, right? Something that's obscure, it's ambiguous, right? In that sense of mystery. Yes, I agree with you, right? What I disagree with you about, though, is that there's something that is completely inexplicable, period. It just belongs in the mystery part of it. No, I don't agree with that. I'll give you an example. Anecdotally, sometime in the past, you go to Nigeria, and there's a guy there who does the mysterious things that you're talking about, which is to make bees come to somebody that they're accusing of committing some kind of sin, right? So what this person was doing was actually to go and take the queen bee and put it on somebody that he has already made the investigation on his own, who is likely to have committed that sin, right? So he's going to take that queen bee, let's say native doctor. He take that queen bee and then place it on the roof of that victim, right? And then a day later, the bees will converge on the roof of that property, right? And then this native doctor would have solved who committed the crime. But that's what it is. So when you bring light into that darkness and into those kind of things, a scientist will be able to tear that apart, right? If you plant a CC camera, it's going to catch that native doctor going to place that queen bee on that. Now, are there other things that's still inexplicable? Yes. So this universe is very, very big. Like I told you before, you can't even comprehend it. A lot of people, including those who are against Christianity or who are, boy, there's just an annoying noise coming from somewhere. I don't know, maybe from Isaac Black. Please mute yourself so that the noise is not. So what I'm saying to you is that this is a big, big, huge universe. You don't even know where it ends or begins, just like the Bible said. You hear scientists talking about the Big Bang Theory. Sometimes when you start listening, they start going into faith. They begin to talk like the Bible said in Genesis, how the world began. Go and check it out. I'm talking about Pulitzer winners, people who's won Nobel Prizes in physics, those who are into astronomy, and those who cosmologists, right? Astronauts. They try to describe how the universe began, and at the end, they don't know the beginning nor the end, just like the Bible says, right? It says, I'm the beginning and the end. You don't know the beginning nor the end. That's how vast the universe. Remember, we are on a tiny speck of dust, not even that big. The entire activity of humanity. If you see, most people, I believe that pastors should go and bring cosmonauts to come and talk. Tell people how big this universe is first. So you know, when you're talking about God, you know how big God is, how big it is. If I'm telling you, that's one of the maybe 99% of the ignorance that we experience and all the fights we're having. It's the ignorance of how big this universe is and what's in it. Huge. You have billions, trillions of galaxies in just one area, right? So when you know that, it's going to affect the way you look at things, right? It's going to affect when you're talking about little magic here and there compared to what scientists have already discovered by science. And you're talking about this little phenomenon, little crummy phenomenon. So having said that, like I said, you just have to you don't have to dwell or have a profession in this. Go and study the universe you live in. How big is this universe? It doesn't have a beginning. It doesn't have an end. So the whole planet here is a tiny.
Can I just a little bit, Pantal?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks, guys. So to just add, I'm actually very much on the side of Pansad in his submission. I think where many of the people who believe in mystery and spirituality tilt towards is the fact that they make it seem as though it's a period. So once we hear this, and that's it, nothing else. But what science has done, or what science is doing, is to say it is not conclusive. There's always room for improvement. There's always room for a new knowledge. And I think that's where Pansat is very right. I think the only bit where I'm not like I disagree with him. The only bit where he's a bit contradictory, he's like, there's a three-prong. So in one step, in one phase, he believes in science, which is very normal, like I do. Another part too, he's also a Christian, like I am. And there's another part of him that's also a little bit agnostic, like myself as well too. So Which what that means to me is he's been a scientist, meaning that as time is going, as age is catching up on him, and as he's learning in life, he's also learning.
Joey.
This is not Joel.
Is that Joey?
No, it's not.
Oh, who's talking?
It's Poppy.
Poppy. So if you have a mix of the three that you mentioned,
yeah,
is that not confusion?
No,
how can you marry the three together?
No, it's not. And let me explain to you. So there's a Christian faith which we all grew up with. So it wasn't something that was chosen, right? Or there's a religious faith. Let me not use Christian. There's a religious faith that we were all born in. We all grew up with. We met our grandfathers and our fathers, pastors. The entire community was religion, right? And then as you grow older, you start learning things with science. So science begins to help you define things that were unclear to you before, or define things that you had already assumed based upon religion. So religion could not be either traditional or orthodox religion or whatever the case is. Then as you get wiser, maybe also let me also include age. As you get older and wiser, you also begin to question certain things that are not very clear, and then that's what makes you agnostic. So you're not an atheist yet. You're not saying it doesn't exist, because obviously you're already used to it. It's part of you, because some things have worked for you, but it's also a part of you that's also agnostic, where you are pretty much you're a skeptic. So you're like, this can't be true. Okay, so remember the example Pastor just shared about the honey, the queen bee, which is blatantly what usually happens. So the queen bee is kept there, and then there's supposed to be a spell that'll bring out the thief or someone who committed the crime. So he's found that bit out, and then he now understands that, oh, this is not necessarily true. But then there's also a part that also has that faith. So he has to be. That skepticism is what makes you keep learning more and becoming wiser. But the moment you say Thunderbolt is real, and for that fact I'm not going to question it, then you are not giving room for open knowledge. You're not giving room for growth. And that's the difference between science and religion. So religion has said there is heaven, there's earth. If you die, there's a spirituality. You go for judgment. And once you believe that, it's factual. Boom. But science says there's room for such thing. There's room for you to realize that there's growth. And I think that's the difference. And ironically, that's actually even what
Papi, sorry. All those things I would believe that are mystery, and even to some extent to some things I would believe in religion, don't you think is due to our limitation in knowledge? Because there are so many things that we believe as mystery before that we have demystified now.
Yes.
Let me give you an example. I've experienced this thunderbolt that they are talking about. I was working in a hospital, and they rushed this man in the middle of the night around 12 midnight. The man was convulsing, and then I was the doctor on duty that day. The wife rushed and some family member, they rushed into the hospital. So in the process of attending to this man, I checked his BP. The BP was very high, and my suspicion that day was that the man had a stroke. About 1 or 2 hours after the man died, then shortly before his demise, the wife called me, and she was telling me that actually they were having fun before this thing started. So, but after death, I heard some people saying that this thunderbolt, that the man has a lot of wife, that some of the wife used to have concubine. That is one of the concubine that laid this thunderbolt on the wife, and that caused this. But me, I can explain it scientifically that the man died from stroke due to hypertension. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So, but to them, them is thunderbolt.
Exactly. So what you just said now is exactly what Pastor is saying, and also where I'm coming from. So as of today, because you have gone to seek further knowledge, you've realized that particular thing that happened to that man is not thunderbolt. It can happen. It happens to almost every human being that has high blood pressure, that has taken maybe Viagra, and also very active, having a very, when you're trying to have sporadic sex. those are the things that will happen to you. But the naivety of the people who have held on to that spirituality to say, oh, the fact that this has happened because we've been told that there must be a thunderbolt, then it must be thunderbolt. They can't think beyond that horizon or that they've been told.
Happy.
And also
You
before
know, sorry,
Thomas.
I just want to draw your attention to something. There was a story, I believe it was in Kenya, where a married woman was caught with a man having sex, and they glued together. They couldn't separate both of them. So, can you explain that scenario? What
Thank
the
you.
sign behind that one?
Yes. So that I think I've had this conversation in this room before. There's a name for it. It's called vaginal captivus. Or no, it's the
So, the
condition.
vagina grow teeth?
Yes. So the vaginal muscle,
Oh.
the vaginal muscle squeezes, like spasms, like the same way you have muscle pull. So it squeezes. It happens to people, especially when they want to climax. So it's a condition, but it's not a very common condition. It just happens to so what you saw that happened in Kenya happens to that woman. It happens to Caucasians too. In fact, if you watch Grey's Anatomy or so you'll see several of such conditions happen to Caucasians. Are those ones too? Did they also use it, Mago?
The person that so you don't believe it was a curse being placed on that woman?
No, there's no cause. But because that's what we believe in, we believe there's no cause. So again, I just give you. So it is the same thing that happens to your muscles. Your muscles contrast, and it's not the same thing. It doesn't happen to everybody. It doesn't happen to all women. It's almost like how the woman will say it's not all women.
The muscles in the vagina is so strong that it's going to hook a penis and
yes.
Is it like the,
Look,
is it like a muscle in the legs or in the hands that's so strong?
Adewale,
Can we hold on, Pansat? Can we use other times? Let's use other.
Let me use. I'm going to use another term, right?
Yeah, let's other time, please.
Adewale is some sort of obstetrical emergency in which the contraction of the muscles around that, I guess you could say vagina, right? So it depends on anatomical.
Even Pansat, it can happen to a man. That's what we call priapism. That you have this sustained erection and it will not come down. It can even be for days that your third leg will be so rigid that and it will be so painful.
That's why,
and it will not come down.
Yeah, the term that he used, Papi used, is true. It's also called penis captivus. Okay, so it's an anatomical asymmetry, a difference in size and shapes and lubrication issues and all kinds of medical conditions that cause that vaginismus, right? So it's obstetrical in nature. I saw that video probably 2 years ago or something like that in Kenya. Now, could we be wrong? Yes, we could also be wrong, right? Who knows? The point that we're making, though, is that this is a natural world. I said before, describing this universe and how big it is. Now, there are theories, there are many universes, right? When you look at cosmologically, what they call a string theory, right? And then different physics would apply in those realms. But on this planet where we live and this universe we live in, the physics is pretty much known. The two types of physics you have that people like Einstein and others have studied and made theories out of them. So you can't keep seeking to go into a realm that is not natural. We live in a natural world now because it's the three-dimensional world. There are universes by theory. I don't think that it's been proven yet, but there are universes that are four-dimensional, five-dimensional. Therefore, physics will not apply. But physics is the same here as when you go into space. I'm talking about far reaches of space. Right, so when the world began with helium as gas, and then you start entropy, what's called entropy. Now, some of this you have to look it up, because it's a 4 or 5 hour show. We can't define everything. But if you hear a word and you don't understand what it means, then you look it up. So entropy begins almost immediately, and you start having chaos and decay on everything. So when you look at a star, it starts burning helium and then go to heavier gases and ultimately go to iron, and then that star dies. So if science could figure those things out, they could take telescopes and look back in time to the beginning or a few minutes or seconds before the world began. Science can do that.
Passat,
Yeah.
how do we get here? I don't understand what you guys are saying. I step back from my system.
Okay, let me say this, then I would.
No. I'm not saying you should not
No,
continue.
I
Just how do we get here? That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
We got here, and that's a very fair question because it's kind of complex. We're not linear thinking here. There are tangents, and then we'll go into those tangents, and they're just free flowing. We're trying to discuss natural phenomenon, what you can observe, how somebody could believe in the Lord Jesus Christ at the same time want to be a scientist, where you have things have to make sense. You're not going into mythic terms, right? So Papi dealt with all those very well, concord with me in part. I believe there's probably just one fraction where he didn't, but he described what I'm saying, and it's converged with what Simba said the last time that he spoke. So we don't differ. It looks like it's all over the map, but what we're talking about is that you have your science, you have your religion. In religion,
which one do you believe? Which one do you believe most?
I believe both. There's congruity in it, right? Science is not against Christianity. I'm not talking about religion. There's only one thing, and that's Christianity when it comes to religion, as far as I'm concerned, right? So, but you have to be able to put them all together. What you don't know, that you don't know. It doesn't mean that it's not provable. It's just that you don't know. You don't know it. There are so many things, for example, in the Bible, there are things that Christ didn't even know when he was here, which is when Christ is going to come back again.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You know, as humans, it's human nature. We are very inquisitive as human beings, and the unknown part, the unknown over time, out of frustration, sometimes we tend to feel that void, even though we're not certain. There's this need to just know things as human beings. So beyond science, spirituality, of course, beyond science, how do you personally deal with the unknowns that you ordinarily understand that science for now cannot explain, but you believe exists somewhere? How do you personally deal with that, knowing that human nature, that yearning, the need to know is there? How do you personally deal with that?
Well, Prince Daddy,
Yeah.
waiting. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Interesting conversation so far, but maybe a Pansant. Well, actually, I'm actually surprised about some Pansant because he's well versed in the things of the Bible. So, I mean, and I hope he, I hope he knows.
No, President, can you answer that question? Like, how do you deal with beyond science, what we can explain, and what your spiritual beliefs are? Like, and I said, humans are very inquisitive, but we have that void, the need to know. So we can fill that up with garbage in the meantime. But how do you deal with that, the unknown that you cannot explain and science cannot? How do you personally deal with that?
Well, see, that's a great question, but see, well, we can answer everything, but the unknown exists, and we should not be worried or perturbed about the unknown, because what we know is sufficient for us to exist, or like in the Bible, what we know about Christ in the Bible is enough for us to be saved. We don't have to know everything, but science tries to explain the physical and the natural world, even things of God, of course. But science exists in three states, right? solid, liquid, and gas, a gaseous state. But there's a fourth one, which is spiritual. That science can explain that. See, someone was talking about what happened in Kenya and this other spiritual stuff. Look, and I just learned a new term. What's it called? Vaginal captivus. That's quite interesting. But I'm not sure. In trying to explain it, I'm not sure.
You mean Magwabi? What do you call Magwabi?
Yes, well, that's what they call vaginal captivus.
Yeah, that's real. Actually, that is real. That's yeah.
Well, I believe it's real. I believe it's real because it's spiritual. See, because science tries to explain things that happen as phenomenal in the realm of the spirits, in a material, physical way, which is fine. Okay, but we should not discountenance the existence of spiritual things or spiritual matter. They exist and it is real. It's as real. See, there's this term. See, if you go into the realm of the spirit, you can feel things. That's why we say you deal with things in the tangibility of the realm of the spirit. I'm not trying to sound any spiritual or whatever, but the spiritual world is as real as the physical world. But you have to explain it.
Okay,
you have to experience it rather.
Can we make this very interesting? Let's make this very interesting. Okay, so the science that we know and the math that we know, do you think is universal? Do you think like let's say pi or the current math that we know that our own calculation, do you think
yes
it transverses across the universe, or is it limited to our own universe only?
Only in our universe.
Great question.
When you say
second.
universal.
Okay. 1 second. To that point, quickly to that point. See, there's something to us in our own realm in this universe, but there's a principle called the entropic principle, as essentially to what you're saying. Pi, gravity, and all these things are constants that exist in our world, but beyond our world, it doesn't exist. Now gravity doesn't exist everywhere in the universe. It does not.
No,
I think we know that, right?
I'm saying our own math, like beyond our own realm. Right? If you look at the Hubble telescope, I hope you've been following that. The newly launched one a few months ago, where many things that we've known for hundreds of years are now been disproved that's not been accurate. Because it can see further into the galaxy, it can see way further than that. So I'm like, the science that we know, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. How far deep enough is that constant? At what point does that change to something else?
Well, I'm trying to explain it in my little way, but I'm saying beyond certain. See, what answers that is quantum physics, and that's why quantum physics is quite interesting, right? Because really, quantum physics is between the real physics, the chemistry and biology that we know, and the spiritual world. Because quantum physics is not really is not like fixed or linear or constant. It changes. And that's the interesting about quantum physics. It can explain a lot of things to you, okay. But if a normal scientist tries to understand it, they're not going to accept it. And Einstein understands quantum physics. It does, because if you listen to Einstein and study Einstein, he actually believes in God and the things of the spirit. And most scientists, just like you guys know, were Christian. A lot of them were Christian. They believed in God. So the need to want to there's no God or there's no spiritual world. It's not true. It's just something we've not explored all the way that we don't know. But the people that know, the traditional rulers or the traditional religious people, the spiritualists, they know there's a real spiritual world out there. It does exist.
Prince Daddy, sorry. Do you think that maybe what we believe in this spiritual, whatever the spiritual word, as I asked Pansat earlier, is due to our limitation in knowledge? And then once we don't have an explanation for something, then we tend to label it as being spiritual.
Well, I see what you're saying, but I totally
No,
disagree.
I think it's more of
They're mutually exclusive. If you ask me, there's a spiritual world because we can explain something and we chuck it as, oh, it's spiritual. No, no, no. There's a physical
Prince
world.
Daddy,
Prince Daddy.
slow down.
You know why, Prince Daddy, you know why I'm saying this? There are so, because in my practice, there are so many things that people have tagged spiritual that are not actually spiritual and that are physical, and we have found solutions to it.
Exactly.
So to me,
So that's why you were
to me,
agreeing, Simba. You were agreeing with me.
Simba.
And to
Simba and Pastor.
the BT's question, which I believe Prince Daddy handled very well. You know, it's a fundamental thing to be able to listen to that, because he talked about this universe that we're in. There are certain fundamental guidelines, forces, if you will, right? That cover the nature here, right? Those forces, like he said, gravity is not it's gravity is universal for us here, but in other dimensions, let's say in other universes, maybe, but gravity, the weak
I don't understand what you mean by universe. The universe is not only the planet Earth.
Exactly.
How many universes do we have? Which
well,
other universe are we talking about?
Can I interject a
theory,
little bit?
let me just deal with
Let's
this.
not go into black holes and multidimensional.
Those kind of things. That's what he's talking about. The black hole. And
Do you mind me chipping a quick word?
Hold on, please, just 1 minute, because I'm saying I'm going off of what Prince Daddy answered, because I thought it was very apt. He talked about the gravity, for example, and of course you have the weak force, you have the electromagnetism, the electromagnetic force, and then the strong force. These are fundamental forces of nature here. Then he talked about quantum physics. And then he mentioned Einstein, who we know those laws, E equals mc squared, and things that he proffered. Those are theories that actually worked out. But when you go to the quantum level, they don't apply. So there's trying to be unification of the two, right? Prince Daddy, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what you were alluding to. But in conclusion, those scientists also realize, or they think, there are more than one universe. Okay, now when you talk about universe, we're talking about everything from galaxies, black holes, dark energy, planets, all those things. We have it here, but that's just in one universe, three-dimensional world that we live in.
Correct. Yeah.
There could be bubbles, and then you have other universes that don't use the same physics that we use here. But to answer BT's question, the ones that we do that we use here is it is universal here. The physics that we're talking about is here, is the same thing as pretty much every other place they looked at. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Let me just quickly answer that. Let me answer the second question first, and then I'll answer the first one, because the first one is a bit more interesting. So to the second one, and then this is where I disagree with Prince, is that no, there are several things that we know today that prior to now we thought they were spirituality, right? But then science has explained to us that, oh, these are not spirituality. And I'll give a very common example within the Yoruba pantheon. And then you hear stuff like maybe abiku, so kids that you give birth to them and then they will die, and then you give birth to them and then they will die, and then maybe eventually one of them will stay. And then sometimes they will say maybe those children are witchcraft or something, or they are named for such kids. But then we realize that today there's a very high chance that those parents were both either sickle cell carriers, and then they kept on having sickle cell babies, were higher because of the area of the Congo Basin that we are. We're in a very strong malaria-centric places, and of course those things have a way of affecting your sickle cells. So you have those babies that they will die. But now we know how to prevent those things. Even malaria. So there were several things that killed children whilst we were growing up that we had termed as spiritual stuff. But
even phantom, even asphyxia. People deliver at home, they have asphyxia. Some people that have contracted pelvis that cannot deliver on their own. They kept on having children, and they will be dying, and people will just deliver as being spiritual.
Exactly. So those things are things that we can cure today, right? So, and I think that's where it's almost as though to that
beginning of that question is let me use something that we also can relate again. You remember when we were all young in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, we used to play monkey post as kids, right, in the streets. So you put a stone behind your feet, you join your feet together, you taking joint steps, then you put another post in there. Then when you want to make that post wider, you continue counting again. That's knowledge. So you start small, but at the very tip where you know it up to is where those forebearers, those prehistoric people, referred to as spirituality or referred to as gods. So where the knowledge was got to, they say, oh, from here on it is God, because we can explain it. But as civilization started happening, as we started commingling amongst ourselves, we started learning more and more from each other, and those things that were puzzles, because we were very prehistoric humans. I mean, we were cavemen. To where we are today, those things are no longer sciences, so we can also, these are not spiritual, but these are physics, you can explain them. But up to the cap, then that's where spirituality is. So, but to the question around global math formulas, no. Even on Earth, there are different calculations for different platforms. So there'll be different how you calculate things on land is not exactly how you calculate things even deep in the ocean, right? And it's not the same way you calculate things on the moon or on the Earth. A simple example: it takes the Earth rather, an average of 365 days to quote unquote, revolve around the entire sun to revolve the orbit of the sun. But then for Mars, it's much more than that. Excuse me, it's about 687 or 685 days or something in that nature. And each planet will have different stuff. So those conditions differ even within our own Milky Way, even within our own galaxy. So the closer you are to the sun, the more the gravitational force. The further you are from the sun, so that means your Pythagoras theorem will be different. That means your E equals to MC squared will be different, because what you're calculating will give you a different result. Even your timing is different. Even on Earth today, we don't have equal time. So for those of us who live in America, we know there are particular periods on Earth that we have longer days and longer nights. We have daylight savings because we have 1 hour. So calculation is not finite.
No, Papi, you misunderstood the question. It's not talking about those kind of phenomena. It's talking about, for example, something as universal as second law of thermodynamics, right?
I know, I do. I understand.
Not calculations that could be affected by physical conditions or things like that. Yeah, but you're talking about experiences concerning, for example, heat.
Oh no. So even though it didn't come on, hold on. Even though it didn't come on stuff, they're still. I was just pretty much explaining mathematical formulas. I just don't want to start mentioning all the formulas, because everything math itself are physical stuff. Yeah, it's physics. It's not chemistry. So even chemistry is also math. It's calculation of either force, negativity, size, matter, whatever it is.
Yeah. So in that scale is what he's talking
relativity.
about.
Yeah. So that's why I use
those are universal anywhere.
No,
in this.
No, they're not.
Hold on.
No, they're not.
Papi, hold
they're not.
No, yes, they are. Now we can
No, they're not.
have some. Hold on.
No.
We can have somebody check us right now as we're talking about it. All right. Physics.
Give me an example.
I just gave you one. The second law of thermodynamics, right?
Uh-huh.
Which has to deal with, say, entropy. Somebody mentioned the phenomenon earlier, which is heat and energy interconversions. Things in that realm. Okay, there are laws of motion, for example. Now, if there is inertia and the law of in motion, those are part of the physics. If the conditions are on Earth, let's say, is different, let's say the gravity or the wind factor, that in physics you have to calculate all those things. But if you do account for some of these forces, you're gonna find out that in the second law of motion is gonna be the same thing on Mars as here. You follow me? That's why astronauts, they can calculate when you want to go launch a space mission. Let's say you want to go to Mars. We could do the physics here, calculate what it's going to take if we land a helicopter there. They're going to be able to calculate the Newtonian gravity and all that you have there, and then what you have here, make adjustments for it. You're going to be able to tell how much the helicopter is going to fly, or what it's going to take for it to elevate and maneuver, right? So it's that those kind of things, those laws are universal, but only on this universe. If you go to another dimension, their theory, now remember this, they've already discussed about 11 dimensions so far. That's a lot. So some of these yeah, go ahead.
Answered. I mean, I don't want to sound very, very technical, to the rest of people who probably were not carrying along. But what that law, is pretty much that's the second law of thermodynamics is saying is that energy can be reversed, but it can increase. I don't know if you're not,
and it can also be lost. It can also be lost.
It can also be, yeah. So I'm just saying. So
it cannot be lost. No, it cannot be lost.
It doesn't remain in the same state. If you understand
that. It cannot. Yes, it can increase. It can increase. It can remain the same. Yes, it can decrease.
Sorry, guys. Time out. Can we bring it back down to where?
We'll bring it back to.
I think. Let me just summarize everything. We are all here enjoying the work of science. We are talking to ourselves here today by virtue of science, and then all those spiritual things that we are bringing in does not really help us. It doesn't lead us anywhere. No, believe me, all this spiritual, it doesn't really lead us anywhere. We enjoy this world today by virtue of science, and I still maintain that the so-called spirituality is actually based on the limitation of our knowledge.
Can you let Prince go ahead?
Yeah, quickly. I couldn't see the name. Is it Papi or Pansy? I said the last person that spoke.
I think both of them were engaging in. Go ahead.
No, not Pansat, the other person. I was going to ask the.
Papi.
Okay. Do you believe in miracle?
I mean, in basic words, I would say yes, but technically, it's just probability, really.
Okay. Well, maybe to Pansat. Well, when Christ, healed people in the Bible, the lame, the blind people, and even when he ascended into heaven, do you think those things can be explained away by science, by mere science? I mean, of course, science is so advanced today that you can do laser surgery and restore somebody's vision and do all kinds of stuff. But it does not dispute the fact that the miracle that occurred in the Bible or that Christ did were of spiritual dimension, so to speak.
Okay, so and you, Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, sorry. All those things that you believe is actually based on that's what they call faith, something that you don't see that you believe that exists, and you cannot really. And if you want to dig into this, you cannot marry it with science. Let me tell you what.
Simba,
yes,
Simba, quick one before you just I'll allow you continue. Do you know there were some miracles that were done? Of course, some of them might not just be overly documented, but there's some miracles that was said that Christ did that he had to use physical stuff. Like when he made the blind guy see, he had to use sand and mud or spit inside clay to clear his eyes. So
but quickly, how come we're not doing the same thing today? Just grabbing sand on the ground and rubbing on blind people to their vision to be restored.
Okay, so but
do you believe those things actually exist? Did you believe that they actually happened?
Exactly like Christ did it in the Bible. Yeah, I do believe they happened.
Hey, that is faith. It might exist, it might happen, it might not happen. But that you believe in it, for the fact you believe in it does not mean that it actually happened. It's a story.
Simba, exactly, it's a story. It'll be helpful if we just take it one at a time so that we don't talk over each other. But that same condition, that same making the blind see, is done today in almost in every hospital. They restore sight. That's the same thing that happened back then, even in terms of the miracle.
Exactly to the point, and I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. So it can be done by science, but also spiritually, it can be done.
Okay, so Prince, can we then? Give me a second. Can we safely define spirituality as an advanced form of science, unexplained? Would that be safe?
That's a good one.
Where it is science, but in a higher realm, unexplained to human beings for now.
Well, I will take that explanation, but I'll maybe.
But don't say, Babati, don't say it's an advance. There's nothing advanced in spirituality. If we just believe it.
No, I was talking about the eye-opening thing where somebody did it using the sand and somebody said to do it in the hospital. So I'm saying if it was done with the sand years ago, it's kind of advanced than without going to surgery or anything than being in the hospital. So I'm like, is it
So, what is the science in raising somebody from the dead?
I said unexplained science.
Right. Well, maybe to seem better, I'm asking because
once you are dead, you are dead. Have you ever seen somebody raised from dead?
Well, Christ did it in the Bible.
That is what they made you to believe. That's what I'm saying. They made you to believe that, and you believe it. Did you see it?
Okay, hold on, Simba. Like I said before, right?
Simba Farabale.
That was, by the way, Baba T. That definition you gave, it's to me, I think it comes pretty close to what any good Christian will believe. We have to understand that, like Simba is always referring to Christ, and he's just running his mouth, right? We want to be polite here. Jesus Christ.
I'm not. Let me tell you. That's why I warned you, Pansat. Don't pick me against any religion. I'm talking religion generally. So don't say I'm not against Christ. Don't go that way. You always do that. Try as much as possible not to be pitting people together. Do you understand?
Yeah, when you interject, make it short and pithy. Okay, you can interject.
By the way, FYI, they said they actually enjoy you guys talking about space, so you can go back into space. People are enjoying that.
This is part of space. You have to. Who is Christ? I mean, before you start talking, arguing about possibilities and impossibilities, you first have to. Okay, if you say you accept that Christ, you accept all religion, right? So you have then. What is the claim? The claim we're making is that Christ is actually God Himself, right? So you're not just talking about the etymology of Christ. How's the name?
You have started by preaching again. We are not. Don't preach here. We are not preaching. We are talking about factuality. You are preaching.
Thomas, you have to mute this guy right here, please. You have to mute him. I haven't landed. Don't interrupt me, Simba. I know how to be combative, but we're having a discussion. So
we know.
Shut your mouth.
I know.
We're talking about Christ, and he keeps interjecting.
This is not a religious. This is not a religious space. Why are you talking about Christ?
No, I'm not preaching.
Are you in a church? Are you in a church?
So I can't talk about Christ.
Please, can we to science, please? We're enjoying your science.
Please admonish him so that he can be. I don't know. Maybe it's just the volume of it.
Please, on both sides, please.
And his chickens, can he mute us? The chicken, everything is just driving me.
But let's take to science for now.
So we're in science, all right? Believe it or not, we're in science. I'm talking about the maker of science, the creator who made science.
Spirituality for general audience.
Yeah, please, Baba T, you're beginning to behave like Simba. Let me land. Well, you can't talk science without talking Christ. Christ is the maker of science. He created the universe. Right? Hold on. Christ created the universe. And it's here. And you whether you believe it or not, because it's up to you to come up with something else. All the things that Christ talk about, both in the realm that if he's talking about love, right? This is over 2,000 years ago. Love your neighbor like yourself. What is wrong with that? He says, somebody comes and says, look, I've done everything. I've done this. I've done this. I've done this. Right? In order for you to judge Christ, you have to look at what he said. You cannot dispute anything that he said. They said that history is going to be divided into two. They said that 2,000 years ago. And that's exactly what you have before Christ and after the death of Christ. So science has tried everything to disprove the Bible. Now, it's up to you to come up with something. You go from Genesis, right? It's saying that everything in that book, from cover to cover, people come up with all kinds of things. You cannot touch this. So when you talk about science, remember, it's Christ himself who made the world, made the universe. He's the greatest physicist biologist, whatever you could talk about, he created it. So now when he was here, he's come in the realm of a human being. That's true. He had all these powers, but he didn't come here using all that, trying to do magic and do this and do that. No. So if you don't even want to discuss science, you don't have to be all mysteries or magic, basically, where he will use his powers to do things that are unnatural. You talk about Christ, the meek and gentle Christ, and his walk on this planet. And you're going to find out that even if it's when the whole people came to stone a woman who they believe was a prostitute, and Christ forgave her. And
Pansati, you don't have all the time to yourself. All this preaching that you are doing, I don't know. You are a pastor today.
No, okay.
I don't know where you are. I don't even know where I can place you. I don't know where you belong. What are you teaching? Where are you preaching now?
Thomas, please. I hear what you say. Let me make it shorter. You're right. So what I'm saying is that he says, any of you who is without sin, cast the first stone.
I don't even know the relationship between what you are discussing and what you are saying here.
No, what I'm saying is that this is in 2,000 years ago, Christ still had the things that we haven't even gotten up to today.
We are brain. You have brain. It's 2,000 years ago, the age of the heart. Why are you talking? You are talking about God. You say God died. That kind of God died. Look, there are so many fallacies that you are talking about. Just forget about it. Let us have another discussion.
You're an antichrist, right? That's you.
That you can label yourself any name. You can give yourself any name.
Your Muslim is beginning to show. Hold yourself down.
You need to calm down, man.
Okay.
Don't mind him. Don't mind him. He just talk rubbish. He talk rubbish, and he will believe that
call him an
making
antichrist.
sense.
I don't think so. No.
It seems to me that he's get riled up like
no,
a
people don't believe in
when
Christ.
you mention Christ.
You
mention Christ and he goes crazy.
No, you are going too far. No, excuse me.
Okay.
No,
So
Babati, you hold on. No. Excuse me. You hold on. You cannot label somebody an antichrist because they don't subscribe to your own beliefs.
That's not
that
what
is
I
going
did.
too far.
That's
no.
That is what. No, Babati, I'm not surprised. That's what he does every time. That's what he does every time, and he doesn't see himself. He sees himself as better look at yourself very well before you vomit all this rubbish that you normally say.
We're having an academic debate, so if you think it's
what is academic about what you are preaching? What is academic about what you are preaching?
Okay, so if you think
we want to turn it into preaching, we are talking about something about knowledge. You are talking about Christ, and you are calling me antichrist.
I don't think you have dissipated more knowledge than me here. As far as science, you have not done that.
I'm not competing with you. You have your own knowledge, I have my knowledge, but you cannot be saying this. Let me tell you, if you want to engage in any argument, Pansat, don't whip sentiment into your argument. You are fond of that. When you are talking, sometimes you bring ethnicity, you bring religion, you bring so many things into your discussion. Okay. Better go and learn how to discuss in a public space. Don't always whip people against other. How can you be calling me antichrist just because we are engaging in the discussion?
Okay, so are you done? Stay quiet when I'm talking, please.
You cannot be telling me that. You don't have absolute right to say that. How can you say I should keep quiet?
I'm
you don't even don't let me say something that is I will keep calm for you, but you don't know how to talk.
Thomas, can I interject, please?
Thomas, can you handle this?
Thomas, can I interject?
Of the platform, so I don't. You
gotta, go ahead, Remy. Go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead and interject.
This is
so we can.
I think you guys have been talking about this science and religion for the past, I don't know. I've been listening to Pastor Voice for more than 7 hours now. And I think I just want to ask Thomas, do you have any other topic there that we can discuss so we can get away from this? Because at the end of the day, when you talk about religion and science, sometimes people will talk with a lot of emotion. before the advent of Islam and Christianity, our great-grandfather, they have their own religion to worship, and they live in a peaceful society. They live among themselves, and they cultivate a very good habit. But with the advent of these two religions that was brought from foreign land to our place, things have changed. And when you look at modern day now, the same so-called religion, some people are using it to enrich themselves. Why millions of their followers are ignorant, they don't even know what they're doing. And they are just contributing money to some few people to really live a wonderful life. Why they continue to stay in poverty, why they continue to stay in poverty all their life. So I think it's high time we just move away. The word, the God, let me finish. God himself, none of us here, even the so-called Son of God and all these prophets, they don't even know how God looked like. If you don't believe in God, if you believe in science, that is fine. But don't contradict it and don't come here. I've been selling or telling people they are this or that. Why should you, if you even call some people antichrist, can you tell me people in India or in China, more than 1.4 billion population, they don't believe in any religion? Are they antichrist? They don't even know who is Jesus, talk less of Christ. They don't care. They believe in their hard work. So, and you in Africa, I don't think the totality of Africa is not up to 1.4 billion people. So what are you talking about? Consider China and India together. They are even more than 50% of the total population. Please, I just want us to move away from this. So I'm employing the host to change the topic and just let it go.
Exactly. Okay. So yeah, when the host comes in and make the call, that's fine with me. But what I was concluding with is that antichrist doesn't mean somebody who doesn't know Christ. Anti is somebody who's against, right? If you're over there,
so you are still continuing the same narrative.
No. Listen. We're waiting for the host. I can't tell you apart from Simba. By the way, Remy, you just interjected, and we all listen to you. Hold on. You interjected. Let me respond the way I want to respond. Don't tell me how to respond. When the co-host come in and change the subject, I will oblige. No problem. But hold your horses.
I think he's not around now.
Well, you said, okay, if it's not around, let me just take 1 minute or two and I'll round up and then pass it on to whoever. Maybe Baba T will moderate until Thomas comes back. I was trying to explain to you that when somebody is in China, they have not heard about Christ. They're not anti-Christ because they don't know about Christ. Now, if you know Christ, you've heard about Christ, and you are against him, right? Then you're antichrist.
So the people in Israel, they are Jews, they know about Christ, and they are not practicing Christianity. Are they antichrist or whatever you are saying?
Now,
stop all this nonsense you guys.
Remy, I am not looking at you to be a gentleman because I'm trying to be.
I am not a gentleman. When
okay, good. Okay, so you spoke. I said, give me 2 minutes to land.
You do something to say a minute, and we'll give you a minute.
I'll take that if you can let me land, and then don't anticipate what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say what you want to hear. You and I'm a Christian. You're a Muslim, right? So you say don't discuss religion. That's fine.
How do you know I'm a Muslim? Do you
I know. I know. You are indistinguishable. You are indistinguishable from Simba. You are indistinguishable in mannerism, in logic. You are the same as Simba. I mean, you could be Simba on two computers as far as I'm concerned.
Tribalistic.
You see?
I got you want to call me name. I will call you back. Fire.
Okay, let me land then with a minute.
I'm not going to land. I'm not going to
Baba T, get ready to
you
take
have
over
been talking for 8 hours. It's high time you stop.
So
you stop.
You come in here. You don't want to. You're hiding. You're hiding while you're attacking.
You have to stop.
This guy.
Stop and stop and stop.
This Muslim.
Pastor, do you mind me asking this question quickly? I have a short question to ask you, Pansat. Okay. Sure. Do you know the name Dionysus?
In the Bible?
I think no. He's actually he's a Greek god. And this is to the prince. So Dionysus is supposed to be a Greek mythology character that is believed to, also turn water to wine, the same way Jesus Christ turned water to wine.
Okay.
So if you look at many of those Greek mythologies that happened even before the Bible or before Christ was born, there are actually several.
Even Osiris, if you remember part of
Even
Osiris, yes, in Egypt, yes. In fact, most of those things are the ones that are inculcated in the Bible.
Let him land. Go ahead.
Exactly. So you find stories like, Adam is Prometheus. So the first Greek people were Prometheus and Pandora. That's literally, Adam and Eve. So this is just my question to Prince Daddy, that was saying Jesus Christ did miracles and all that. Before the story of Christ, there were actually some of them actually for Greek mythologies as well too. Remember that those were the first earlier people who had taken those, the Hebrew religion, from Aramaic, and they converted it to Hebrew, then to Greek, for Roman. So many of those things were infused to each other. So even the Christ that we worship today is actually a little bit mixed, so to speak. Yeah. In fact, Noah's Ark there's a story about it. There's a version of David and Goliath, which is Perseus and Medusa. It is the same war, the same character. Daniel and the Lion's Den is Hercules, and and also a lion as well too.
Okay, so what's the question on that? I get the theme of what you're talking about.
Yeah. So my question to you is: are you aware of such things? And maybe if you're aware, you can maybe share your own knowledges that we can use, for like myself and Praise Daddy can marry between multiple religions or multiple cultures that became the modern day that we have today.
Yeah, well, if I can, before I get Pansat, I've heard a lot of these stories before, from Osiris to the Greek mythology. Some of these stories, they are revisionism, if you ask me, and some are true. But it doesn't dispute the fact, because if you know anything about the Bible or Satan, for example, Satan didn't just come about like yesterday. It's been around pretty much from the beginning of the creation of everything, I would say. It's a very knowledgeable being. Okay,
What did you say?
I said Satan. Satan.
Oh no. That's not accurate though. That's not accurate. But go ahead.
It's not accurate that Satan exists.
No, it's not accurate. It's a serpent and then there's Satan. Two different characters, but we mix it. But it's different characters. But go ahead.
I'm referring to Satan according to the book of Ezekiel that work in the secret places of God.
Yes.
So if you want to call him serpent or Satan, that's fine.
The Bible clearly explains who serpent is.
Not Satan.
No, not even go there. Lucifer is Jesus Christ, but let's not go there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lucifer is Jesus. So, but if you're not ready,
see, a lot of let's see.
I disagree. I disagree with that.
That you are wrong. Allow me.
The question that was posed to me. Hold on, please. The question that was posed to me. But before I answer that,
I hope somebody will have asked like, what do I mean? But but let me allow Prince Daddy land this point so that
Okay, so before I answer that question,
actually, I want to
invite Doopsy to come and take my place. After I answer that, I will go to the chat.
Okay.
So we can have a woman. Yeah.
You said you want to leave almost 1 hour ago. You are still here.
Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, I didn't want to leave when that subject came about, because I don't want to be like, all I come here to talk about is politics. No, I'm also somebody who's interested in learning some of the things that we're talking about here, and of course, dispelling my. Listen, the question that was posed to me. Okay, I don't know who posed that question. It was a few minutes ago. Who posed the question? Was it Prince Daddy?
No, it was Patty.
No one posed any question to you. Is Thomas? Are you there? Thomas.
Okay.
Can somebody just send the
Okay.
topic?
If there was no question posed to me, then that's fine. Semba, you lie with a straight face. You know, somebody posed a question to me, but you're gonna do by fiat. They say, "Oh, nobody questioned it. We're gonna let you. That's okay."
Oh, by the way, that wasn't Sinbad, that was Remy. But anyways,
what's the difference? Who's got time to figure those two out? They're the same.
What do you mean the difference?
There is no difference between the two. Okay, so Dupsy, you could take my place. I'm
liar. Just go away.
I'm leaving.
Just go away. This is now. Just go away. You are bigots. All these negative things about life is all about.
Simba, stop saying that. Simba, knock it off.
So you are confused now. You don't know what you are saying again.
Simba, please.
You think you can just out rubbish here or something like that?
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue, guys.
Come and take my place, Dupsy. We can use a lady's voice here to
see.
She knows about all these things. Dupsy, come and take my place. Okay, bye, guys.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
I'm successful to kick you out. Bye.
You did okay. I'm not gonna leave again. You didn't kick me out. I'm leaving on my own.
Until you drop. I will continue to hammer you. And
okay, go ahead.
I'm also here for you.
Okay, let me try to answer the question. So, in regards to what Patty asked earlier, all those things, the stories, the mythology, stories, and all the other stuff, they don't really dispute the existence of Christ. That he came as a virgin, it was born of a virgin, Mary, and that he did all those things he did in the Bible, and he also ascended into heaven, and the greatest thing is about to happen when he comes back, when he descends from heaven and comes back to rule. So all the stories, the Greek, the Egyptian stories, really, quite frankly, I don't know if they are true to those stories, but if they are, okay, well, again, to my point, it doesn't discount anything about Christ. It does not at all. But I'd rather have you actually talk more about how Jesus Christ is Lucifer, because I like to learn. I never knew that, because I thought Lucifer was an angel that existed before it became Satan later in the Bible. But if you don't mind, if you want to shed more light to that'd be great.
All right, thanks, man. Okay, so it's
before you go on, I think you guys are listening to that the phrase too much. Go on.
By the way, before you go ahead, Thomas is a pastor. So he's gonna.
When did I tell you I'm a pastor? I'm just a Christian.
Don't deny your roots. We know. Go ahead, Paddy Jare.
All right. Okay, so it's pretty much in the name. Lucifer. Lucifer means Lucius. It means light bringer, right? The bringer of light.
No. Light bearer. Light bearer.
Yeah, it's a bearer, bringer of light. It's you get what I mean, Cha. So light bearer, dawn bringer, they're all, so it's in the name, right? It also means light bringer, actually. So there's light bearer, there's light bringer, and Christ in Revelations clearly referred to himself as the light bringer. So if you read Revelations 22, I think 16, like I quickly check on my 22:16 or so. Clearly in that verse, Christ, referred to himself as the light bringer, and in the old Greek, in the Septuagint Bible, that's the word that was there, Lucifer. So, and Lucifer that fell was actually the king of Babylon. How had I fallen so low, oh ye? But it's King James Bible that made that assertion. The KJV Bible. Every other Bible did not that does not have the word Lucifer in that particular Isaiah verse that reference. Only the King James Bible. Of course, we all know how polarized the King James Bible is, for those who are Christians and have followed Bible translation. So the only person that referred to himself as light bearer, light bringer, has been Jesus Christ, and that is the meaning of Lucifer before it was converted into English. So it's a translation thing that made people start referring to Christ as Lucifer. And so the point that you're making about the Satan, I'm not contesting that. I'm just saying that the one who was referenced at the very beginning of the Bible is not Satan. That was a serpent, because the Bible clearly said, in Genesis chapter 2, that of all the animals, of all the beasts that the Lord had created, the serpent was the most cunning and the most craftiest. So it was clearly stated that, and the beasts were created on the fifth day. I mean, on the fourth day. Yeah, no, on the fifth day. Yes, on the fifth day they were created the beast. So serpent was the beast. However, Satan is different. Well, Satan is not Lucifer. Lucifer means Lucius. That's light. It's a name. So if we were Greeks or we were in the Roman people, many of us would call ourselves, named Lucius. So that Lucius.
Well, I'm sorry. So in the same Bible, you talk about the Satan allows his angels appear as light. See, there's so many places in the Bible that Satan is referred to as light. Okay, is what do you call him? It's an angel of light. That's what Satan is referred to.
Yeah, morning glory.
Morning
glory, to be exact.
Morning glory. Okay.
It's not light like the way Paddy is couching it. I mean, nothing could be sillier to describe Christ as Lucifer.
Morning star.
Yeah.
Exactly. But listen, this conversation on that is just very, very, very.
Quickly, so Lucifer, and so do you? I guess Patty. So is there a Jesus Christ or no? Or no?
Is there a Jesus Christ or no?
No. There's
no. Yeah.
There is no Jesus Christ. However, there is a Yeshua.
Okay, it's the same thing. Okay,
No,
hold on. Yeshua in the language. Let me first of all,
you know these things already. We all know what that character was named after.
The way you start from the beginning. Let's go for
Genesis. I thought you were leaving now.
No, Remy said that he's kicking me out, so I'm trying to show him that he's not a moderator. He can't kick me out. But what I'm saying is that
when are you leaving, Passat? You said that 2 hours ago.
After what I'm saying right now, then I'll leave. I pose the question to Dupsy, see if she wants to come in. Actually, that's where the original thought was, to have a lady in the panel. I was gonna give my seat to her. But listen, Jesus Christ was part of when God said, "Come, let us," plural, let us create
man in our mankind, in our life,
in our own image. Exactly, right? So he was there in the beginning, right? So Jesus Christ created everything that you're talking about. All those angels, which Lucifer originally was one of those, before he got jealous and had to be cast down from heaven down here. That's not Christ. I mean, you have to know who Christ is.
That's the book of Eli. That's not in the Bible.
I'm talking about in the beginning.
In the beginning, there was no way. No. In the beginning, there's no reference to that us as being Christ. Let's not mix it. It was us.
It doesn't. Yeah, it says us.
It's a modern church talking point.
No, it's not true, because you have to take the whole. Hold on.
To reference you, to make it easy,
you have to take the whole Bible. Right.
No.
Remember, there's hold on,
please,
Daddy.
You're following my hand, Pansad.
Hold on.
You're following my hand.
You're
doing good.
People who studied, listen. If you studied religion, for example, and then you sit there, you have professors talk about all kinds of things. They're not Christians. They're just teaching religion, and they're trying to make sense out of it, and which is what you're importing into our conversation here. There are so many interpretations.
Give me the Bible first. Give me the Bible first.
Give you what?
Give me the Bible verse that
the verse. Okay, I don't have it at the tip of my finger. What I'm saying is that when you
Google it, use your phone.
No, hold on, please. I'm on my phone. I can't Google. I'm saying,
can we get Paddy's ideology? Because this one, first time, we don't know. What do you subscribe to, Paddy? Sorry, Pansad.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, go ahead.
So we know where it's coming from, because this is my first time meeting him on this platform. Paddy, what do you subscribe to? Are you so that way we know where you're coming from?
I'm a Christian.
So you're Christian. Okay. So go ahead. Sorry, Paddy.
No, I'm sorry. What kind of Christian? Scientologist, or what kind of Christian are you? I'm only asking.
I'm a follower of Christ, but not Jesus.
Okay, which
Oh,
Christ do
okay,
you which
Thomas.
Christ do you follow? Which Christ do you follow?
Just 1 second. I'm leaving now. Could you bring in Dupsy to take my spot? Only Dupsy will take my spot. So I'm leaving to listen. Guys,
Dupsy will come and scatter everywhere.
no, she will be all right.
Do
Let me.
you want Dupsy?
Yeah, she's good. She on this kind of topic, she's very good.
No, don't worry.
You can't.
I
You
will
cannot even Pastor cannot coexist with Dutsi. You are just a. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Okay, bye, guys.
Dutsi will come and finish Passat now.
I'm still listening from the chat session. Okay, bye.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, but Patty, he was trying to answer the question about the Christ he subscribes to.
No, I actually already answered. I just said that
it said the Yeshua that is the traditional
Babati, do you know who Paddy sounds like?
Who's the
I know.
It sounds like Daddy Freeze. Anything you are hearing from him, that is Daddy Freeze talking.
Come on now.
On the flip side.
The knowledge is out there.
I've never met Paddy before on the platform. So it's my first time of ever, been on the same show with him. So that's why I'm like, let me clarify where it's coming from, so I know.
So pretty much, right? The knowledge. So I became agnostic, right, and then he started leading me into a clearer light. The knowledge is out there. I questioned. I think he started from me questioning what this blonde hair, blue-eyed Jesus Christ looked like. And from that bit, several things started becoming clearer when I started making the researches. So it was Da Vinci that made that painting, and then we realized that it was painted after this particular person, and that image was there.
Patty, as a Christian, we worship God in spirit and truth. So it doesn't matter what image of Christ is painted by Da Vinci.
No. Come on, Prince, don't do that.
Imagery matters. Why do you think they focus on the media?
Exactly.
Well, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but as a Christian, we worship God in spirit and truth. If that been the case, and by common sense, anyways, we know from the Middle East, it's hard to have such a person of blonde hair and blue eye coming from.
No. That is you. We're talking about people out there. That is you, because that is you. But we're discussing people out there that don't know any better, that will think that and still think that.
Because if you're very clear, that's literally what the Bible questions. Idol worshiping. You don't make an imagery of me. It's in the law of Moses and the Ten Commandments.
But you answered my question though quickly. But I just say it doesn't matter the image of the person. That's because we worship God in spirit and truth. If that been the case, does it matter if Christ is a blue-eyed, blonde hair, human being or dark-skinned African? Does it matter?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Paddy, wait. Let me ask you a question. How many white people do you think will subscribe if they put the black Jesus? They say, okay, Jesus is from Inewi, and you had a nappy-headed Jesus Christ. How many of them will still be Christians? Be honest with me.
Well, I don't know. I can answer that question, but
no, trust me.
But
I know what I'm talking about. One of the reasons that people are Christians in this country is because they feel like Christ was one of them. That skin color matters to some of these people that they pretend that they are real Christians. Trust me when I tell you. So I'm being honest right now.
Well, because that's what we've always known. That's what we've been exposed to, and that's what we've always known.
If you put up a black Jesus, I'm telling you, you will lose half of white people.
See, you just answered the question right there. Do you not know that white people, maybe the follower of Christ or of Christians that are white, they are equally abused as black Africans, for example, because they also believe.
Engage in Prince. Sorry, you two are having your discussion. Sorry about that to butt it in. So
no, well, they too believe that Jesus Christ, just like the black people do, also that is blue eye, blonde hair, a human being. So it's on both sides. It's on both sides, but it just happens that they created an image, or they painted an image of Christ, and it happens to be a white person. But you know, the funny thing also, I've heard that even in a Russian Orthodox church, the picture of Christ is actually a dark skinned person.
I know, like, dude, I was in Palestine. I was in Bethlehem in 2016. Even in Bethlehem, the imagery of Christ, Mary, and everything is black. Even with the part of Christ, everything. I think let me even put the picture on my feed if I can find it on my own phone. It's black, literally, in Bethlehem of all places. So
Well, there you go.
they know that.
Babati, hold on, everybody, hold on, please.
No.
I don't think we should be deliberating on those nonsense picture the Western world or anybody puts up.
No.
I don't think nobody can tell me that they have the picture of Jesus Christ. I don't think that is possible.
You are missing the
It's
point.
total BS. Yeah.
No, you are missing the point. We're not talking about the power of imagery, not that we are focusing on dwelling necessarily. I'm just trying to draw attention to how people move towards a religion based on their skin color or what they believe Christ looks like. Some people even argue that Egypt was built by white people. They believe that in their million. So people latch onto all these things. So that's my only point. I was not trying to bring that up as the main issue here.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm just trying to know where we are. What's the bone of contention here?
And by the way, Prince Daddy, before Christ, there were like about 67 versions of Christ before your own actual Christ. There's
even several Jesuses. There's a Jesus
67 before your own.
Jesus as a magician.
The same thing, no. Died on the 3 days to die. The same thing.
You know, I believe. Hold on, I believe all that. But guess what? Have you called upon the name of Jesus and see which one actually answers you?
So here's the thing. It is not the name that is working for you. It is
it is the name. It is the name.
No, hold on. It is your faith that is working for you. The Bible clearly says it is your faith that will deliver you, not the name per se. So when you call on that name, there's a faith behind it that you are seeking. It is that your faith, that manifestation, that your manifestation that's actually working for you. And that's the benevolence of God or Christ in this true sense. But when you look at how people naturally worship itself and how they've craved that particular character and how they made they made crosses and idol and all, and they made pictures and caricatures of that, it has shifted from the real intent to idol worship.
So hold on, please. Let me offering time. Blessing time. Let me do some administrative So guys, I think if you are listening to these guys here, you know their vows and what they are talking about. Can you just click the like button? Click the subscribe button. You can like, share, and subscribe. And if you give us some super chat as well, we won't reject it. This is our own side church. So continue, my brother. Yeah.
Can you bring Dupsy up, by the way? I saw that she wanted.
Dupsy is not in the house, so
okay.
We're still waiting.
See, idolatry it's always been there before Christianity. Even Abraham, that we call our father Abraham on earth, right? He was an idol worshiper.
Our father, no, you are African. What it got to do with Abraham?
Well, in the Bible, he's a progenitor of many Christians.
We will bring you back home to you very soon, Prince. Don't worry. We will discuss our work behind the scenes. Go ahead.
Right, but see, we worshiping idols is nothing new. Okay, but again, that's why worshiping Christ or God it's a relationship, as people say, and which is true. So when you are set, by the way, we believe in our heart and we confess with our mouth. So yes, your faith works, but there's only one name that's called that works, and that's the name of Jesus. Okay, there's no any other name. So it doesn't matter to me if there be like thousands of Jesuses before the actual Jesus and after Jesus. We know that for a fact that there were people that came back or that claimed to be Jesus after Christ. So that's not a problem. But when we call the name Jesus, there's only one name that can answer. All those other names are dead.
No, wait. How do you have you tried other names before? How do you know?
Well, no, I just have to call the name of Jesus
No,
and say,
no. That is you. You said other names don't work. Have you tried them to confirm that they don't work?
well, no, other name called Jesus. It said that there's been other Jesuses. That's what we're talking
No.
about.
The wearing
But
his name Jesus is the point. But they also my point is this idea that you are the only way to something is not accurate, or somebody is not true. So for you to say that is the only way, have you tried other ways to know that yet? You don't know. You've tried the way you know, but people have tried the other ways too, and they claim it works for them. How can they say that your own way is the only way?
well, my way is absolutely the only way. It's not just, but that's the funny thing that it's not just for me. I don't have any monopoly on it. It's for everybody. I don't have any claim to it.
No. You're speaking on behalf of Christians now. What I'm saying to you is that people are practicing other things and they call their names in other places and they say that works too. So when you say yours is the only way for your people that you believe, not everybody necessarily.
I see your point, but I'm not questioning or doubting that those things work also. Because if you remember in the book of Genesis, also the Pharaoh also called on his magicians and the sorcerers, and they also perform magic. So it worked for Pharaoh also.
You said the only. No, you used the word only. That means that is the only way. Only means one path.
Well, when I say the word only means, I'm talking about the absolute truth. I'm talking about the absolute truth, and I'm talking about the only way to God. There's only one way to God, and that's it.
How do you know? No. That's the argument I'm making. That I'm disagreeing with you. When you say it is the only way to God, and people in their millions somewhere else say they have a different path. You tried your own way that worked for you. Wonderful. But you cannot then dismiss other people's ways too by using the word only.
Oh no, I can never dismiss other people because I use the word only. Doesn't mean I dispute other people's.
And that means that statement is not factual. It's not true then.
Well, because we're not talking about, we're not using a logical statement to draw a conclusion. That's not it.
Let me leave it at that for now. Okay. Not grilling you, just having a conversation. Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, I like your comeback, but I'm just saying that it's the only way. Because other things work doesn't mean that it's not the only way.
No. If you say something is the only way, that means every other way is not the way. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So
that's what I'm.
Guys, hold on, please. Yeah, let me throw this question out there, and before I throw the question, don't get it twisted. I'm a Christian. I believe in God, but this question has been occurring every time we speak to God when Christian matters. So we knew that Islamic or Christianity came to Africa some years back ago. So everybody that was born before they brought Christianity to Africa, so how are they going to be judged? Because Christianity for now, we said if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and your Savior, you are not going anywhere. So what about those people that doesn't even know about Jesus Christ
What are you
before they
talking about?
pass away?
Yeah, what you're talking about is God's mission. See, all those people before Christ, they've been accounted for and they've been provided for. So it's not like they're gonna go to hell. That's not the point. They too, they're gonna have the opportunity, or it has been provided for them, to be saved.
My name is Atore Mekoka. I've applied for 4
Remy,
years.
mute your mic. Remy,
already more than
Thomas,
60
can you help
days.
Remy out here? His mic is on. Hot mic, please.
I've muted him. I think Remy is vying for a job. Maybe he should tell us the job. We too can. He said, "My name is Remy."
So,
Yes, go on. Yeah.
Prince Daddy, you will never see me go against, and I try to refrain from this religious bashing thing, even though I disagree with most of it. But I've seen that it works for some people. But this absolutism, like where you just think it's just you. When people say, especially, oh, It is just us. We are the redeemed one, and therefore everybody else is condemned. That's
See,
the kind of part where
I like you not to group into that category of arrogant Christians that think.
Not
See,
you. I'm not saying
no,
you.
I'm just saying. I know what you're talking about. See, as a Christian, you can't even go around bashing other people's religion. It's a no. It doesn't work that way. And
Even
when
within your own, let me think for that. Even within your own space, there's a difference between the born again and the regular Christians. Those ones
Excuse
are like,
me,
oh,
guys.
born
We're
again,
talking religion all this way.
they're the regular ones. You're going to heaven. You're not born like you're the advanced. Like even within that, like, you know what I mean. Now I have them as family now. They condemn. If you're Catholic to them, you're not Christian enough for them because you're Catholic. You're just the different.
Who are there? Who are there to judge that you are not
But
Christian
there is
enough?
you, Thomas. You know what I'm talking about. You
Exactly.
I know. You understand? I understand. Yeah, I know them.
Have
But
you
who are
guys
they?
talked about the tax waiver?
the
Tinubu?
Adewales, you know them now. Adewale, you know them.
Adewale is a Shango worshipper now. Adewale is a Shango worshipper.
I'm still a Christian, but I celebrate my heritage.
Celebrate. Nice word.
Yeah.
Nice choice of word you celebrate. Or
Yeah.
But
I
that
don't
means
want
you
to.
still don't believe in Jesus Christ. Then you still
Listen, man.
celebrate the
You know,
idols
I'm at a
of
stage
your
in my
father's house.
life. Listen, I'm at a stage in my life. I can choose and pick. You know, all this bamboos. I live in a white man's land now, so I can see better. If not because I live in the south.
Have you been Westernized?
No, it's not about westernized. See, the more I learn about the culture in the Western world, the more I cherish and celebrate my heritage. The more. Now I understood, why um, people back home tend to be, we tend to jettison our past, our culture, our tradition, as if it's now. No, see, we were talking about. Sorry, I kept jumping because sometimes this thing comes to my mind and I can't hold it for too long. We were talking about spiritualism earlier, and some people are saying, "Oh, it's spirit or no spirit or sneaker spirit, this and that." Listen, man. Um, None of us here discussing about that topic has ever been dead before, so we don't know what the other side looks like. It's something that's been written down or has been passed down that now becomes the talking point. So until somebody, and I've never
No,
seen any.
sorry, Adewale. Some people have actually experienced the other side, the spiritual side. Yes.
Preach, Daddy. Come on, man.
Well, if you put it that way, I have never been, and whoever whoever have that opportunity or privilege in life to have experienced the other side, well, I don't know what that experience would look like to them. But the bottom line is that no matter what any human being, any person with the life in them says, I won't hold it for 2 seconds because I'm a human being like them too. So I believe what I believe. And for those who don't believe, well, I wish them good
But Adewale,
journey.
we tend to know spirituality than more
It's
each
you
other,
see, you
and
can keep
God.
exploring that angle from now till Jesus comes back. It's a very deep area, very very deep. We think we know it all, but no.
Sorry, who is coming back again? Who is coming back?
Until Jesus showed up or the sun freezes off. Let me put it that way.
It's coming. Okay.
But they were are you?
It's a figurative speech. No, not say that. Not that I mean it.
I'm sure you're very aware that the people who created this Christ for us don't even believe in the Jesus
You
itself.
see, that's what I'm trying to say. I see the Christianity is more prevalent in the southern. I mean, but you will agree with me. If you go to, God help you, to the East Coast or the North Side, these people don't even go to church.
They show up on December, Christmas and Easter. Maybe that's it.
Even Easter for where? Maybe Christmas. Maybe
it's even
anyway.
That's it.
Yeah,
If you take the South and the Hispanic people,
there's no Christian again in America. There's no Christian again in
Well,
in the North America.
you're talking about right now because Christianity is eroding in a lot of places, maybe amongst the white Caucasians. But the
But the
reality
thing is,
that, but the
Prince
reality
Daddy,
that in the
how could they
Americans to
have
be
done this by saying that, okay, you and I are communicating in English, which is um alien to you and I, correct? But they make us to understand that our language is not even um, acceptable. It's not generally acceptable. What we believe is not acceptable. So
who said that?
They didn't.
Nobody ever
They
told me
didn't say
that.
that. Though. Yeah, they didn't say that.
the people that
No,
that dashed us Christianity now.
No, they didn't say
no,
that.
they
I
didn't say
mean,
that.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah,
Nobody ever told me that.
yeah.
But you and I
Guys,
communicating.
hold on.
Are
Can
we
you hear?
communicating in our own language
You want
now?
to get into
But
It's the language of commerce, though.
it doesn't
Can you
matter.
So
can you
Prince,
can you hear Paddy coming because his
yeah,
voice is kind of low?
yeah.
You need to speak up a little bit, man. Your
Oh,
voice.
really?
I would love to speak
Okay.
about the tax waiver
All right.
about Tinubu Jari. Forget
Okay.
about all this.
Quick one though. Quick one. That I'm not sure my voice is low, but is this better? Because I'm actually using a tablet.
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, perfect. So first off, I mean to contradict, I think it's Adewale. I hope, yeah. They never said so. They never said we can't use our God. It's more of a, when someone colonizes you, and I don't want to trigger many Yorubas, but even the Yoruba that we speak is not Centurion. It was the bigger empire that made most of us start speaking Yoruba. And of course, Ajay Crowder too also affected us speaking Yoruba. But let's not even go there. That's not the conversation. So let's
Right.
yeah. But the point I'm trying to make is that the reason why many Western countries are no longer going by this Christianity is because they understand from the beginning that it was a political tool to entrap people. And then when they found an alternative to entrap them, when they didn't have their constitution, they started dumping the religion. So the likes of the Roman Empire, the Catholic Church and Catholic missions are no longer as powerful because they now have governments who are not capital.
So does that mean Christianity is a scam then?
Yes, for the most part, Christianity is a political tool. The way the Westerners.
No, I'm sorry, I disagree.
Hold on.
I'd like to say one thing though. See, there's nothing ever been given
Should
to
I explain?
man that man has not abused. Christianity just happens to be one of the things, one of the tools used by man.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Prince, that's exactly what I said. That Christianity, as we were told, was a tool used. In fact, if you understand even how it was even introduced to us, it was a way of grasping. So I think the very first set of converts even in Nigeria or within West Africa, maybe modern day Nigeria, were actually people who were sold. So people who were persecuted by some of our gods, deities, and then they introduced Christ to them. And part of their cleansing, and part of their conversion, was that they would get into a particular ship as a process. So the same way people now do baptism, going on the ship, going on that voyage was supposed to be access for you to become a Christian. And then that ship led them into slavery. And that's how slavery started. As, once you claim Christ on the land, you have to take into the ship, which is your baptism, take in the soul. We'll put chains on your neck, the same way chains was kept on the leg of Christ. And then we'll take you to your land. And by the time we bring you back, you become a Christian. And because they were vulnerable people, they believed it, and that's how it became slave trade. So that it became a tool. However, there's still that faith-based bit there that that we were still introduced to over time. So you can't now juxtapose, which is what I'm saying to you, that the reason why many Westerners are now dropping the Christianity, they're going to church, always having to believe the Pope, and having the Catholics and the archbishops and the priests telling people what to do, is because what those people did back then as politicians, the government does not need. Today's government don't need them anymore. Today's government has not taken over. They've not left the church and they're not living. I mean, the Pope is influential, but he doesn't make any policy. But several years ago, it was the Pope. The Pope was like the president of the world. Whatever the Pope said was what happened. So it became a political tool. And once we understand that bit, but because we haven't gotten there, that is why you realize that for most of us, no matter how strong your faith is back at home, The moment you move into a Western world, your prayer points start to reduce. Because most of the reason that why people even believe in so much faith is the fact that they lack. So what we've been told is that once you lack, you have to pray for you to get. So when you don't need that desire anymore, you realize that your prayer points are more very casual, much light. They are more divine and more spiritual for you than you having to go to a church or a pastor to pray for you. And that is the tool. That's the part that I'm trying to consciously liberate.
Paddy, let me say these 3 words. I just want to ask you: military might, economic power, and the spiritual capital. Rome, London, Washington, D.C. They still exist. The very thing you speak of that dominance is still there. If people just pay attention, they will see it, that this is just it's a tool to manipulate people. And like you rightly said, people will you will pray less when you get here, obviously. So I'm not going to say Prince Daddy he has a very different view that I disagree with. But me as a Yoruba person that practices my own tradition, you brought up the point about Ajayi Crowther, for instance, how it did a lot of damage. Like, you know how they say, that is all nonsense. That's not Yoruba. Yoruba has a 4-day calendar. We don't have a 7-day week. Issue is not the devil. They messed that up too. So even destroying cultures, using your own people, that was done to us. And we have to revert that as well. We work on that too in ourselves. So if you're Christian, more that's your thing. But as a Black person calling on, that, it bothers me, to be honest with you, Prince Daddy. It does. I don't know how to put it nicely. I don't know. I don't understand it. Why somebody from Lagos is claiming Abraham's blessings are mine. I don't get it. Abraham probably was in the Middle East. You are in Abeokuta or yours. I don't know what thing concern you with. I don't understand it, but I'm trying to. But I just don't know. Sorry I don't know.
Yeah. So to quickly add before the next person, goes ahead. You realize that what the British made Ajayi Crowther do, but even though it took him a while to do it, he was a bit reluctant. It was political. He was forced. He was largely compelled to do those things, and he had to do them verbatim. He was pretty much he was cajoled to. So the Saros who had come back as slaves now had to come back because they were the elite ones to convert the English Bible to Yoruba, and he had no idea what to do because he's a Saro. He's not core Yoruba, so he made it work for them, and that Christianity itself, how it was sold to us, is what led to the company called Nigeria. So as much as I get where Prince that is coming from, but you forget that you remember that even in our names, even the ways our names were renamed, even in the songs that they converted, they were those ones. So they literally just took everything that we had and made it easy for us to suppose, quote unquote, assimilate. However, it was political. They literally had him, look, if you don't do this, we'll get another sorrow. You will lose your relevance amongst us. And he had no choice. He had to do that, He had to do that.
And Paddy,
it was so bad. Last point. It was so bad that he even had to call all of us Yoruba simply because he didn't even give every inter tribe the liberty.
I'm not Yoruba technically, but because we were the last to fight that name, by the way.
Exactly.
1886, because my great-grandfather was on the throne at the time. He was the last person to sign off back to the Lagos province. Because back in the days, they used to say Yoruba and Egba. If you remember, it was never a Yoruba. It was
exactly.
Yoruba
I'm also Egba. Because we are taking our liberation from Lishabi off the Oyo Empire. Who are the Yorubas? Even the Ijebus were not part of the Yoruba Empire.
Right.
But so and then the Saros came in because they can speak English, and then they wore wigs.
They're still everywhere. They're everywhere. Our Martins, our Gomez, they know themselves.
And so those
I'm just joking,
Yeah, no. So this faith.
Are the Saros not Yorubas?
So no. So the Saros are a mix of Yoruba.
Are they not the returnees? Are they not the
Yes.
returnees from Sierra
So
Leone?
that exactly,
They're already
yeah. I
mixed
was
now.
about saying that.
It's
So
not
that
pure
Sierra
blooded Yoruba
Leoneans,
like that now.
you know, there are some of them. So I mean, their bloodline was mixed. However, the Yoruba speaking part of them was the most influential. So they were able to speak that Yoruba in Sierra Leone when they came back, right? But then because they were more like, and so the ones that the British related with, and these are the ones who literally influenced us and did the biddings of the British to all of us encompassing. So they're missionaries, building of schools, building hospitals, religion, faith. So all this faith that we have, the Adewale that is in your name now, that you think is a day of God or whatever it is, the traditional names that were not changing. So the Olu, you know, Oluwayemi, Oluwagbenga, that we think are Oluwa Olonwo. No, they're actually traditional names that have been converted. Traditional
So you
songs.
try to
Most of
explain
them
my
are
own
like
name to myself?
Exactly.
Sangotola,
Those are,
Oyatola did
those
not
are,
change to Olu
I'm
because
actually,
they believe it's
hey,
idolatry.
Papi, you don't explain my name to me. I know what my name means.
Oh no, I'm just using that because because you are the one who have like a rich Yoruba name here. So I'm not explaining your name to you. No.
Paddy,
Yeah, go ahead.
Paddy, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yeah,
can.
we can hear you, man.
Okay, what you are saying that they did to the Yorubas, was that not the fundamental thing that they also did when they actually adopted the Christianity in Rome? That all this Christmas and everything that they adopted and changed the so-called idol worshiping, and I think it's not the same thing.
But 100%, it's the same blueprint. It's the same. It's
Yes.
the same blueprint that the Arabs used during Arab slave trade. It's the same
The
blueprint.
two are the same. The two are the same. And if you look at
use the same blueprint. Yeah.
exactly, even the books, they are not. There's no much difference between Quran and the Bible, especially the Old Testament.
Prince Daddy, okay. Prince Daddy, if you're still here, just Google Salvatore Mundi, you know, and then you will see.
But don't let Prince backslide, though.
No, he won't backslide.
He won't backslide. No, he won't.
Cause
him to go and do
no,
it.
So
and that man know.
The faith is intact. You get the faith that we have with our spirituality is intact. However, the way it was sold to us, that we adore it so much, is political. But because of the benevolence of Christ, He will keep redeeming us because our faith will always set us free. So it is that. So that's why if you ask me, am I a Christian? I'll say yes, I'm a Christian, but I consciously don't even pray in Jesus' name. You know, in fact, Joshua is even a stronger name than even Jesus. However, I will say in Christ's name, in Yeshua, then I'm correcting my spirituality. I had to
sorry to digress, Paddy.
Yeah.
Remember you brought up the Saro thing earlier, and from that experience of Liberia and Sierra Leone, that's why I'm very cautious with all this year of return of these people returning back to Africa. I feel like if they come back home in that numbers, they might do the same thing all over again, where they bring that influence, and you know we are back to what we've been trying to fight out of for years. But that's just besides the point. Okay, so I'm still trying to understand your own brand of Christianity. By the way, Paddy, you say you don't call Jesus, you don't. Like, how do you define your own? Explain to us what it entails. I'm trying to understand your, because if you're not like Prince Daddy, I don't know. Please tell us.
All right.
I'm trying to understand it.
All right, cool. So Christ himself has his own doctrine within the Bible, right? And then what St. Paul has is also in somewhat different. But of course, we have to use both of them encompassing. But one thing that Christ largely built is love and faith, right? Loving people around you, being benevolent, caring for people around you, praying like he advised us to pray the Lord's Prayer, your daily bread, being able to give something, being kind to poor people. When people who are naked, you clothe them, not literally. People who are hungry, you feed them. I go by those principles. I use them in my daily life. Now, when I'm in need of something, maybe I'm waiting for some contract or I'm waiting for an opportunity and I need to pray, I connect within my spirituality and I pray. I deliberately say in Christ's name, in Yeshua's name, I want this, I want that. I keep hoping for it. But I no longer picture that blonde hair white guy in my head. I picture nothing. I picture what I want.
and I tap into my inner spirituality, and I try to consistently remain a very kind person. I'm kind to people who are around me. I forgive easily. Those are the principles of Christ.
Let's just get into it. Let's not waste time. Do you believe in the Trinity?
No.
Okay, there we go. So you're not a Christian.
I mean, that's the tough one. That's a tough one.
Christianity. I already know. I already know where I'm like.
No. The Christianity.
But I can probably not believe in the Trinity. I that's really confusing as a Christian.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm like trying to figure out what kind of Christianity he's talking about.
Okay, so okay.
It's okay, but I'm just trying to.
No. Do you know why? Because Christ Himself clearly separated three of them, right? So there's God the Father, right? There is the Son, and there is the Holy Spirit. But what we've come to see, there is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. I strongly believe no, there are three different things. Christ clearly explained each of them's role. There was God, there's a Son who came to die for our sins, right? And then there's the Holy Spirit who is there to guide and counsel us after Christ has gone. Because even Christ Himself, even Christ Himself has a reward. One thing that Christ never shied away from was to constantly mention His Father. My Father have I forsaken me. My Father, forgive them. There's a constant reminder in my Father's palace, in my Father's world. There's a constant reminder.
Can you do me a favor? Can you have please explain Trinity to us and have you rebuttal? So I want to see the difference between what he believes in the Trinity, because that's like the core part of this new band of Christianity versus what you subscribe to. So, Prince Daddy, if you don't mind explaining what Trinity is to Paddy.
Yeah, well, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. See, I think you're getting caught up with the need to call Jesus Christ God or the Holy Spirit God, because one thing if you know about God Himself is that God is not arrogant and He is not about to claim anything. Because if you clearly in the book of the Philippians, what is it 2:7-11? There's only one name. Listen to the name that's above all names. In other words, if the name that's above all names, we have God, but the name that's above all names is the name of Jesus Christ. And it says right there in the scripture, the name that's above all names in heaven, on earth, and underneath the earth. So in other words, the name of Jesus Christ is above the name of God Himself. See, God is God. There's nothing. God exists by Himself in Himself. There's nothing else. God does not compete with anybody.
So
It
Prince,
is impossible.
Prince, so is that Trinity in the Bible?
Of course, it's in the Bible. Yes, it is in the Bible.
Where in the Bible?
It's in the Bible.
Let's Google it. I mean,
okay, all right, Google it. I'll wait.
There's no Prince. Don't waste your time.
Exactly. There's no Trinity in the Bible.
Oh, you mean like the word Trinity itself?
Even the expression of it is modern doctrine made. There's no explicit place in the Bible where the Trinity.
See, let's not get caught up with theology.
No. Let's get caught up. Let's get caught up.
No. Just like science, just like in Sinbad and people in science and medicine, when they discover something or they find a logical connection with something, they name it. They call it name. They introduce a new name, because we're using the word Trinity to define God in 3 in 1 doesn't mean that it has to be in the Bible. But do you understand the concept behind it? That's the key. It's not the name Trinity. I don't care about the name Trinity. But
Prince, let's clarify. So basically, you're saying that when Jesus was on earth, it was still God on earth working amongst us, but yet He was still in heaven.
Absolutely. It was God on earth. It was God that became man. That's right.
So when Christ said, "My Father in heaven," no.
That's what I want to say, Babati.
So when
there are so many places where I refer to God, my Father also.
Let me ask the question. So when Jesus said, "My Father in heaven," He was talking to Himself.
No, it was talking to God the Father in heaven.
But you said that it's the same person now.
See, okay. Jesus Christ is the exact representation It's in the book of Hebrew.
No. You said no. You said it was the same person on. I asked, I asked you earlier. If the same person on earth, who was he praying to?
Okay.
No. I'm not trying
No,
to. It's not a gotcha question. I'm not trying
no,
to.
I know, but it's Jesus. What Jesus Christ came on earth as the representation of God Himself, meaning that when we see Jesus Christ, or when they saw Jesus Christ, that was God amongst the people. And the notion that, of course, it goes early in the morning, just like it says in the Bible in the New Testament, and prayed, and he prayed to his Father in heaven. Okay, so I'm not sure
But if
what
the same person, who is it? So he's praying to himself.
but see, this is the see now, because you're looking at everything from a linear physical description or understanding. But when we're talking about the things in things of the spirit, do you know what a person? Listen to this. Every time Patty called the name of Jesus, and I do you think Jesus Christ takes a turn to answer each person individually? That do you understand what I'm saying? No, see, everybody.
So God is Jesus is the manifestation of God on earth. So when he now died, you remember the same body now went back to heaven. So his self in on earth now came back to heaven, back to himself.
Yeah, he went to heaven, he ascended into heaven and sat at the right hand of God. Yes.
So himself now became another version to his side, to his right side. The same person. He became two and or three. No.
The person in the person of Jesus Christ. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is that, just like it says in the Bible, not me, that Jesus Christ just came on earth, right? And it was the representation of God on earth. He had all the power. It says in the Bible that Christ had his power was unlimited, if you want to put it that way.
No. Slow down here, Prince. Remember, even before he came to earth, remember in the Bible it says, who is going to go to God? And he said, me, Abby. So there was already a Christ in heaven that he chose to do that before he was even born on earth, right? According to the Bible. That volunteered to go, right? If I'm not wrong.
No, I think you talking about the book of Isaiah.
Who will ascend, right? Yeah, like then so there was already one.
Oh, in the book of Revelation.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out which one was on earth. Was it himself or the one that was sent? You see, I'm trying to figure out which version of him was on earth.
Well, Jesus in heaven was the same one. Jesus in heaven was the same one that came on earth, that came to the world.
So it was the same person talking to themselves in heaven before he came. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, if you say the person is the same person and he became a different version of himself on earth, and he was not praying to himself, then he went back to heaven as the one on earth, then it's himself talking to himself in heaven. You see the where I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to.
No, but see, this is very simple.
Can you help me here?
Should I break it down?
Yeah, please. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll start from the essence of it itself, right? So part of the covenant that God had with his people, that's the Jews or the Israelites, is that there has to be a covenant whenever there's a sin that will, so from Cain's time to almost everybody, whenever there's a sin, you perform a sacrifice, and then that sacrifice is for the atonement of that particular sin. And then over time, the Jews realized that, look, even if you commit a sin, worst case scenario, I'll just kill a lamb and I'm good. I'll just sacrifice my food or my crops and I'm good. But then he lacked the essence. So what God wanted or desired was a universal sacrifice that does more than just cleansing of that blood. He also purifies you further, right? And then he was now looking for amongst his councils who will go. So he probably looked through his angels and Michael and Gabriel, just those popular angels like Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. And then when they saw the persecution they had to face, they all were scared. And Christ said, "Here I am, Lord, send me," and then he will go. Right? Not literally. So Christ, the prophecy of Christ now started coming from the days of Isaiah. up until, in fact, because God loved David, he even made a pledge to him that even the Savior that will come and redeem his people will come from the lineage of David. So Christ was born. So Mary is from the several generations of David. And then the vision of Christ even came long before Christ was born. So we have people like John the Baptist and co. So with that reference of for God so loved the world, I mean, John 3:16, we know that being. So he gave his son. So the part of the reward that Christ will do for coming to die for our sins, which is like a global sin. So that bloodshed encompasses every lamb or every cow for every oxen that human beings will sacrifice anymore. It becomes a divinity that cleanses our sin forthwith. So prayer sinners, new sinners, everybody are all encompassed on that grace. Now, however, when Christ was leaving, he had given his doctrines to his disciples and hoping that those disciples will be the ones to preach the word when he's gone. But they still had their doubt and their fear because they were now facing persecutions. That God, how are we going to now cope when you go? So then he now said, I'm going to now send this. I'm going to send something that will come down. I'm going to send a guide that will come down when I'm back in heaven for my reward. So if you remember, on the day of Pentecost, the Holy Spirit already descended, right? Even before Christ went to make appearance to Saul. You remember when Christ made appearance to Saul when he was blind and he was blind for a few days? All the prophets already had Holy Spirit already filled in them. The church already had Holy Spirit filled in them. So, and that shows you a clear separation. Holy Spirit had already come on the day of Pentecost. People are already speaking in tongues. They're already seen. However, their persecutor, which is Paul or Saul, because his name never really changed. He just had like two different names based on the region. And then he was the one who now met Christ again. And Christ appeared to him. I think is it on the gate of Gethsemane, or that's that gate where Saul became blind and then he saw and that doctrine happened. So there's a clear separation of all. The Holy Spirit is now encompassing all of us even to this very day. So you see people who have the gift of tongues, people have the gift of dreaming, who have the gift of going on trance, give you gift of messages. And in fact, there's a separation. Even when the disciples were walking, when they were walking in the ministry, there were still other spirits that were evil, that they were not able to cast out and say, demon, flee this girl, these demons. So the gift of the Holy Spirit is to guide them forthwith so they can do the things that Christ could do. However, that is not Christ. Christ is still coming on the day of judgment, but the Holy Spirit will not leave until Christ comes. And the Holy Spirit will remain on earth, guiding every one of us. So there's a clear separation. So the day when Christ is going to come, the Holy Spirit will still remain on earth, guiding all of us. Up to the day of rapture, then Christ will not come in. And then the people who are now, we know that story. You transition into heaven, but the Holy Spirit is on earth to live amongst us, to now guide us in between. And that is what we now use to now fight the principalities and power. So the concept of the Holy Trinity is a modern Christian concept. In fact, there's actually some sort of Christmas, some sort of goddess. I don't want to confuse you more. That has that concept of Trinity that it was still after. There's nowhere in the Bible, thankfully, Adewale said there's nowhere in the Bible that explicitly clearly said that there's a Holy Trinity. It's a Catholic thing that we now believe that it's Christian.
I'm sorry. Well, there is. I did a research, a Google search right now.
Right.
In multiple places. I just said earlier, the word Trinity it's a theological word. If I want to say it, put it that way. But there's so many places in the Bible, including where is it? In Book of Matthew, as it 28:19, that talk about God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Multiple places. So again, if just like you're familiar with the word Christophany or theophany, which is essentially that is a theological word also that means Christ was at the beginning of the Bible till Revelation to the end of it in one form or another. So that's why
Prince Daddy. Okay. Can we agree that God did not create religions, right? We did, right?
Exactly.
I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
So in the spirit form of our hearts, he understands that we are both evil and good. One can argue we're more evil than good. We just suppress. The only way we are good is by suppressing our real self, which is kind of evil in some nature. That's actually the real sense of good, in my opinion, is suppressing your real self, which is the bad, evil self. So when we come up with all these terms of Trinity and Bible and concept, in my opinion, Prince, if I'm a Christian, if I'm to be a Christian, I would find the Bible insulting. Do you know why, Prince? If God is as big, as great, as magnificent, the way you describe it, it is impossible to capture him in a book. It would be an insult to his greatness to put him in a book.
Well, you're right about that. And it even says so in the Bible, Apostle Paul, that, hey, if we were to record, for example, all the miracles that Christ did on earth, the Bible would not be able to contain that. But we got to keep things in mind.
No.
Quickly, I was going to say, look, God has to deal with us.
I'm saying God, the creator.
Well, yeah, God the creator. So how do you expect God to deal with man? It has to start from somewhere. Of course, we can't contain God in one book. Have you heard about extra biblical things that beyond the Bible? No, the Bible is for us. It's for man to learn.
Okay, so let's do. Is the Bible the book of God, or a book of man about God?
No, the Bible is God's word. It's documented by man, but it's absolute God's word.
No, come on, no.
So God wrote it.
It's a mixture of history, right?
Okay.
Because it's also a mixture of history, and of course, it's a mixture of experiences that people went through. That is the Bible.
So it's not. So it's our understanding of God, not God actually telling us. It's what we know.
In fact, the only part where there's an
No,
explicit
say it's like illogical somewhat. It's impossible for man to know God without God's revelation to man.
Okay, so
can you put
the life of the people of Levites, the life of Samuel, the life of Job, those are not God's words. Those are people's lives. Those are what happened. Those are events.
Life experiences. Yes,
yeah, exactly. So those are events that had happened, and they were documented in several different places.
Say, and you're right about that, but
Yes.
those stories were meant to capture the essence of God. So that's the thing.
No.
Let me tell you what you can call God's words. Like, we can even every word Christ said in the Bible, that would be God's word. If based on what you believe.
Okay. Yeah.
10 commandments will be God's word.
Yes, in fact, that is the only God's word.
Right. Revelations will be like God, that what He showed me.
Exactly.
That would be God's word.
God's words.
But Moses' journey down, that's not
God's words.
That is just history.
Well, see, I agree it is history, but at the same time, is the history that captures God at work. See it's not just history, because if you actually
do you know why it's history?
I agree it's history that captures God's word.
No, but if you look at it properly, the Bible itself, up until when Christ came, was the sole story of a selected people. The Bible, from the days of Adam, the Bible was the primary story of the Bible was a selected people from Adam. And
sorry,
how,
Thomas, can you let Dupsy in? She's trying to get in, please. So sorry, go ahead, Paddy. Just to
So the Bible is a selected.
Good night, guys. Good night.
All right. Good night, Babati. And that selected story of a people, right? So up to the point where until Christ now came in and said, even the Gentiles, which is who we are, can also tap into the gift of God. Up until then, it was written specifically. So the Philistines, the Romans, the Egyptians are not part of that. They didn't come with that grace of God. So up until from Adam to Enoch to Eli to Abraham to Lot, those were to Noah specific lineage, and that's what the Bible even all through to Jesus. So it was basically stories of people that he liked. The ones he didn't like, they died along the way. Are you saying Goliath is a child of God, or Goliath also had the grace of God? No.
Say the Goliath and David is the story about God. See, it says also that Enoch walked with God. So all these stories, they're not just stories for us to enjoy, like
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. King David smashing the wife of his his general. Is that God's word?
It's
there now. No, the answer now. How does that?
Absolutely,
Solomon.
absolutely. It's an account of an event. But do you not see God riddle? I mean, hold on. So what happened to King David? Yeah, what happened to him?
He was punished for it.
Exactly. What was the prophet Nathan came and told a parable to David, and guess what happened?
Exactly. So which is what I'm saying. It's a blessing. So it is those moments that we can relate. But that
Exactly.
message was for the king and the king alone.
No, well, I don't know what does that have to do with the king? What does the king care about it?
No, that message. No, you just said that the message was for David alone.
Oh no, it's not for the king. It's not for the king alone. I don't believe that.
David was the one who took. So God. Remember it was a parable.
I read your book, right? When they said God made a covenant with his people, that is the people. That is
people.
That
exactly.
It goes word to everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that was the beginning of it. It's people, and that's why. By the way, it's people. The Israelites or the Jews were a people group that were selected. Okay, that was selected to be the starting points of our relationship with Christ eventually. See, that's why all the blessings that the Israelite have, now we've been engrafted into Christ, we also can have those things. There has to be a beginning of it. So that's what I'm saying, that it could have been a story about the Yoruba people or Africans or Igbos. It doesn't matter. It has to start from somewhere. Let's not get caught up with where it started from. Because Christ, at the end of the day, Christ came for everyone, not just the Jews. Now he came so we all can be saved, including the Jews. But it had to start from somewhere.
But remember that the entire essence itself is not for Christ, though. It was the Jews that literally demanded for their savior, and they demanded for a savior even long before Moses. 400 years before they be asking for a savior. So during the slavery in Egypt was when they started asking for someone to come redeem them. As of today, 2023, the Jews in Israel are still waiting for that savior. They don't even believe is this Yeshua. So they've always asked for their own savior. So they're the ones that remember, even I said Hercules, even Samson. They demanded for Samson. They demanded for Saul. That's the King Saul, not the one that became Paul.
Well,
so
you're right about
Samuel. Exactly. So they've always demanded, and the demand for Christ was also their demand. So God, because they are a people of God that God has promised up to Abraham.
But when it came, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they denied him. They didn't recognize him, right?
Exactly. So it was because of the way he came.
Exactly, because of the way he came.
He didn't come with the regular heroics that the people
exactly
before him come.
Right. They had that perception also.
It was Christ himself. It's Christ himself that made the choice to include everybody. The essence, the reason Christ came wasn't to redeem
guess what?
the world.
The first people that became Christians are the same Jews, right? The same Israelites. That's the descendants that became Christians. Keep that in mind.
Let me cause wahala now. Who are the real? No.
And they were persecuted. Remember?
Wait now. Who are the real Israelites? Who are the real Israelites?
It's in the Bible, right? I mean,
no. I said that they are black. Some people say that they are black. That this is not the one that we have. It's not the real one. So who are the real?
See, that's why I don't get into those things. To me, they're totally irrelevant. But of course, they are black Jews. We know that they're documented by DNA. Now, for example, even in South Africa, the people they call the Lemba people. Okay, that claim to have the Ark of the Covenant they called Ogoma Lugundu. I watched a documentary. They Jews. They tested their DNA, and they look like Africans, but they are Jews. They have Ethiopian Jews also. So they are Jews everywhere. They're European Jews. Do
you buy into that multicultural, multi-ethnic Jewish?
See, I can care less about that. I don't care about that.
No, Paddy, do you buy into that? Do you buy that?
No, I don't.
What see, that's the thing. What does that have to do with my salvation anyway? I mean, what does that?
You said these people now. If it's, we need to know who the people are.
I agree. It says so. It's people right, but again, now we've been engrafted into the lineage of Abraham, and therefore all the blessings that they have as Jews, also as a non-Jew, a Gentile like myself, I also have it.
So where are the blessings?
Yeah,
No. You said that no. If they are the ones doing everything, that no. Think about the logic. If you say that they're supposed to rule the earth and they're clearly ruling the earth right now, but that blessing is supposed to be for everybody. So why are we not, the other people not getting the same blessing?
Of course they are. What do you mean they're not getting it? Of course we are getting the blessing.
You said it's for everybody, but it's like they're the only ones just enjoying that special blessing.
What do you mean the only one? How are they the only one enjoying it?
The only reason we have this knowledge is because some people took it and sold it to us. The people, the blessing, it didn't come to us organically, remember. So it wasn't like maybe after I left Ethiopia, there was an Ethiopian Bible, and then somehow and then they did the disciples came into our part of the church. No, it was clearly exclusive. The only reason West Africa got introduced to Christianity was because of the voyage of the British, who used it on purpose to colonize us.
Thomas, are you Thomas there? Okay, sorry.
So a tool that was used as a to colonize to enslave us further because of our resources, right? Even though we've learned that liberation out of it, for people who are not Christians, if you understand the essence itself, it wasn't even for our own good. It was, in fact, they wanted us to believe in it, not because they care about us. They wanted us to believe in it so they can manipulate us.
But let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Very day. Yeah.
Do you actually think all those Europeans that came with the Bible to enslave us, do you think they actually understand the Bible fully, or they were actually saved? Do you think they were?
Yeah, they do. In fact, they were missionaries. They were not
the slave traders were not necessarily missionaries. The missionaries
the slave traders always came with missionaries.
Exactly.
That was the game. Prince Daddy, the game was this, right? It's okay. Let me just give an example. Let's imagine a bus driver and a conductor. So they're the captains, the slave traders. On that voyage, they are missionaries who are the ones who will go into the inner lands and quote unquote convince people to come to the shore for baptism. It was the game.
But if I see, just like and I know you know that, institutions since the beginning of time have always been infiltrated. It's nothing new. The notion that today somebody does a lab coat or a doctor's coat and go to a hospital, and trying to impersonate to be a doctor, it's doable. People can always impersonate. It doesn't mean they have the right intention. It's to usurp the essence of an institution or a people. So the notion that some people dress like missionary and they carry the Bible like they do today. Like, see, there are more deceivers in Christianity today than it has ever been in this world. So it's not an issue about it was the missionary that went into the inner lands and tried to get people to come to the shore so they can be enslaved. See, I'm not saying that all the missionaries were pious people. I can guarantee that some of them colluded with the slave traders to enslave people. But we have to put our focus back to Christianity or what they were trying to do.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that Christianity itself, right, wasn't done for the purpose of liberating the world. There's a clear people that Christ was sent to redeem. Point blank, simple. Right.
But remember in the Bible, I think the entire 12 disciples or the people that were sent initially when Christ died to go spread the gospel. You know what happened to them?
Yes. They were persecuted.
What happened? Exactly. They were all killed. Exactly.
And their stories was buried in the book. So there's a book called the Codex Synactos. Oh my God, I can't remember. But some labels called the Codex. That was discovered in Egypt, and then there was another one discovered in Ethiopia. So it's archaeologists that found a book. Yeah.
Have you read anything about? Have you read the Ethiopian Bible before?
No.
I try to. They make the Bible look like a summary book, and they're like the oldest form of Christianity. Like, you know.
Yeah. So in fact, part of the last Christians when Ethiopia.
Hold on, the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest form of Christianity.
They have the text, their own Bible,
their own text,
Well, in their own alphabet or their own writings. But
let me tell you, let me explain to you. When I was in college, my roommate is one of my good friends today. Was from Ethiopia, and he was part of the priesthood, and they actually are like known like Levite, like, and he had all the stuff and historical context and everything that he had. Any part of the Bible that I try to tell him, he would tell me the beginning of that story and the ending. It was comprehensive. I mean, it's a huge book, bro. It is huge. So if you have time, just go look at it. When you just you can buy it from Amazon or whatever. Sorry,
and it's called the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah, just have time. It makes Bible like also all this you know when you talk about Genesis about the giants and angels having sex with women, but there was no details for everything. It goes into details of everything from Methuselah, everything you want to know. To tell the well detailed story. Everything that was missing or somewhere in the Bible, you will get the real story over there. So they are more of the Old Testament kind of Christianity. So if you want to know more about that, just check it out. You can buy it on Amazon if you want. Sorry, Paddy, sorry to cut you short. I apologize. Go ahead, man. My apologies.
Oh, sure, it's fine. You know, so if you're aware of the Bacillus, that's like the very first church in Ethiopia, which is so, and these were several AD, several hundreds of years, or even 800 years AD in between. It was archaeologists that discovered that book, and then which was written in Aramaic, and started converting and replaying to where it got to Bible today. It wasn't even made for us. It ended when it was written down. It became like a constitution. So it's a mix of story, politics. And so it's almost so before government, before modern day, when we start having presidencies and prime ministers and the likes, there was no constitutions. The Bible was what gave, the Greeks and something of repute to use, and then they made it into all to the point where King James and the kings in England and Germany found it and used it as a tool to liberate themselves. So it was really used as a tool to, suppress their own people. And remember, even before, during those periods, they had witchcraft, they had sorcerers, and it was the Bible that they used to kill those people. So the Bible was what was used to oppress them. When they were done with it, they had up until then, that's called Africa. Africa was just a trade point. They were buying and selling. Up until they realized that, we can use the same thing too in Africa. They tried it in India as well too. So it's not peculiar to us. It just didn't work so well in India. They tried it in China, but it just didn't work well in China. But it worked easily well in Africa because we had a peculiar spirituality that had oppressed people that, it worked in West Africa. Let's just put it like that. It worked in Angola. And then they took us.
They couldn't capture Ethiopia, right? They probably did.
No. Yeah. They couldn't. But every other places where they could. And remember, even before they used it, the Arabs are taking territories. So where the Arabs own territories that become Muslims, those ones fought back Christianity because they already believed in their own version of Abrahamic law or Abrahamic rule. So it's more of the ruling because the Abrahamic bit had guides for people to live. That's what led to Constitution. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not starve. Those things were what Constitution became a part of. Because before then, it was just monarchy. It was just monarchs, pay tax to the king, and that's it. But the Bible showed a documented civilization that people. So it's almost as though, imagine maybe they discovered Ifa at that time. And then Ifa was documented in a place where they realized the philosophies of Ifa. And then they now made that into a book and now used that to create a constitution to rule the world. That's exactly what they did with the Bible. And the ones that were not relevant to them, they took it off. No, we don't want this. We don't want this. Oh, this can be manipulated. This can be manipulated. Or we can use this. It became interesting. And then when they needed the representation.
Remember the Bible that they gave the slaves. They took out the Deuteronomy part.
Exactly. In fact, there was a slave Bible to oppress people so that you don't even aspire to become rich. So in fact, the concept of heaven itself was as such things. Because you remember clearly in the Bible, hell, as people think it's supposed to be lake of fire, are two different things. There's a lake of fire which came in the vision, and then there's hell. And hell literally is the graveyard. That's what hell means. That's the conversion of what hell meant, not a place of fire and brimstone. So several things have been juggled over. So when Christ said descended into hell, it means that he was buried into the ground. Because before hell, the other alternative was to bury people into the grave, into the cave, like Lazarus. So it's that they put you in the cave, they cremate you, mummify you, put you in the grave like Egyptians used to do, is what they did also during the era of Mesopotamia. The other alternative was to bury you in the ground. And that's what they did to Christ. That's descending into hell. And then they can excavate your body and keep you somewhere else. So Christ's body was taken off and and then Mary Magdalene went to bury him in the cave, like they usually do so they wash your body, put those white cloth and keep you like what they did to Lazarus. So it was when they now came back and realized that something had moved, then as a resurrection. That is hell. But now we today think that hell is the place of fire and the fire burning liquid burning lake of fire. No.
Do you know how did you remember I used to mess us up back when in the 80s in Nigeria where they will bring out this gospel show, like those huge screens, and they will show all these
those stories, pilgrim stories. Alpha people be shouting and screaming and wailing. Jehovah's Witness too, and then they give us Bibles, those pocket Bibles and still
that my Bible only got along Mike there. So in fact,
those things were deliberate. That was in fact to the point where they started calling our cultures paganism, and those were things that the Saros did. It was the Saros because in fact Christianity, when it came to us, was used as a tool for slavery. It was when the Saros came back that it became a tool for salvation. The same Christianity, the same Bible. At some point, it was to capture slaves. And another point, when those slaves are now gone to Europe, they've been free, they don't need us anymore. They now wanted all palm. They did not need enough human beings. Those ones are educated, they had come back. Those were the ones who, because before those ones even felt much more educated and more enlightened, were now the ones who now turned it into salvation. The same Bible. And these are not like maybe hidden secrets. These are things that we have traces of them even to this very day. So our culture now became paganism. They were the ones who made people, of course, which was convenient, honesty, who made people be able to throw away some of their shrines and come for a Christian God. Because a Christian God will give you free vaccine. So no more using all palm and chicken and ducks and cows and calves to redeem yourself. Go to the hospital because Medicare is free. That was what, and then at that period, they did no longer need people for slaves because the British had already stopped slavery. Up until then, in fact, the very first ship that I'm sure you probably heard this before, and Prince Daddy, the very first ship that took slaves from Lagos, from Nigeria, was called Jesus. The same Jesus that's supposed to redeem you, your very salvation for your baptism, is the same Jesus that took you as slaves. It was a clear-cut tool. However, if you look back into our history as a people, our spirituality has always been divine, ingrained in us. From the days of our ancestors, we've always been connecting with our spirituality. So you're about to say,
because we value the earth, the body, mind, and soul, the soil.
We value spirituality. Yes,
the environment is part of your being. It's just we don't live in isolation. It's not culture. It's alien to us to live in isolation. Everything around you is about energy that evolves around you. The way you speak to people, the soil, the way. That's why let me help you guys. Anywhere you go, if it's a new city, take the soil, take honey, take water, and take salt, and mix it with your hand and pray with it. That connects you spiritually to the soil. I hope you guys know that, just to connect you spiritually to that soil.
That's who we are. And that's exactly what they used to reconvert the much more modern people as the ones who were not slaved. Because remember, Christianity was elitism before. At the ones who had access. In fact, there were kings in the Benin Empire who, maybe if world peace were here, who were sold Christianity and they were captured as slaves. So some kings of some little kingdoms in the south.
That is very wrong. If War Peace is here, War Peace is said no Benin man was captured. No Benin man was captured.
Even Jaja was sent on exile to Trinidad and Tobago, or be Bahamas or something like that. So of course there are Benin people there are Benin kings that were captured. They made it turn to Christianity. They made it drop it. So remember, it says the moment you drop your idols for trade or anything, there's a subconsciousness that you feel like you've left the things you defended on, the spirituality, your divinities, right? So you become harmless. You don't use those things anymore.
Paddy is bad though. Let me tell you how it's worse for some people. Some people are known to them as Yoruba people or Africans. Your spirit is tied to some gods. Once you abandon the worship, or you must do yearly worship for that. Once you abandon because and you're still yet to break away, especially from them. So they are still bothering you. So okay, Dupsy is here finally. So I'll let Dupsy go ahead and engage you guys. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Baba T. I don't know what's wrong with Thomas. Maybe he's been sleeping or something. I
was advocating for you all this while. Bring her on.
Thank you, Jare, my brother. We are together. I'm not just a worshiper of Ifa. I'm a free-spirited person. So I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, and I believe in God as well. So I just want to correct Papi, is that Rotimi? Is Papi Rotimi? Is that the same person?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you're a very knowledgeable person and we have engaged here before. So Prince Daddy, I don't even understand. This guy with American English like this, talking like when we were in secondary school.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Gently.
He's talking as if we are still in secondary school where they brainwashed us with Christianity. That's the way Prince Daddy talks sometimes. I just wonder. And he lives in America. You should know more than this, my brother. And I want to say to him today that he should stop reading King James. If he wants to read the text, the original text of the Bible, he should try and go to the Latin Vulgate and read from the original text instead of reading King James. It might be confusing him, thinking they are talking about Trinity. Trinity is a very dangerous word that they used to kill a lot of people those days. It's very political. It is not something that Jesus Christ that Yeshua talked about. He didn't talk about Trinity at all. So it's a very political word that was used to kill a lot of people those days. If you don't believe in that thing called Trinity, you'll be murdered, cold-blooded. So it's not something that it is originated from that the original scriptures. So if you go back to read the original scriptures, you would know that there is nothing like Trinity. It was all after they start translating the Bible from especially King James. I think is the one that actually did all those things, talking about slaves, talking about Trinity and all that. So please, if you really know that you want to be a good Christian and you want to have a brilliant discussion about what you believe in, it is always good to go with the original text so that when you're talking, you'll be able to convince people. Because somebody like me now, you can't convince me if you're not talking from the original text. If you're still talking about Trinity, and if you're still talking that you don't know that Jesus Christ is Lucifer, then you still don't know much about what you believe in. So people should try and research on what they believe in and try and read the original text of the scriptures, not the adulterated Bible like King James. So that is when you'll be able to convince somebody as knowledgeable as me that you know what you're talking about. Okay, I can yield the floor for the next person. Thank you.
Dupsy, before you run away, tell us more about Lucifer being Jesus Christ.
Prince Daddy, I can't tell you more than what Poppy has told you tonight. If you close your mind, they say my people perish is in your book that you read. My people perish for lack of knowledge. You know, that was specific for people like you. So if you close your mind, I can't help you. So if you have an open mind, you'll be able to acquire knowledge. And that is the only way you can know the Almighty, the creator of heaven and earth. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you don't have the wealth of knowledge that you're supposed to have, you can't know God. You'll just be deceiving yourself around that thing that the white people presented to you. So I am not a Christian, but I love God. That is that's the being, the almighty being over there. So I love him. I know him because I have the knowledge.
As to Prince Daddy, based on what you know, do you think, you said that she loves God and she's a good person. Can she make heaven based on what you believe, Prince?
If she believes in Jesus Christ, absolutely, yeah.
She says she has a good heart, she's a good person, and she loves God. But
well,
I don't believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ
so
is just
can she make
an ordinary person that came into this world. But what the difference is that he was a righteous person that walked uprightly and did the good things that he's supposed to do. So I don't believe in him as my savior, but I look up to him like a role model that did things that were right when he was around here on earth. So Prince, I don't believe he's not my God.
So Prince, is that good enough to get into heaven, like to afterlife? I mean, she's a fan.
a fan of God?
Yeah, she's a
of
fan
Christianity.
Of, yeah, but she's not. But she's a fan. She respects it.
Yeah, I think I've had months ago. So we had this conversation with Dupsy on a platform. It's not an issue about. This is the thing. If Dupsy ever had the opportunity to hear about Christ and she accepts Christ, that's all that matters. To make heaven. So it's not about, if I mean, I'm not the one that decide who goes to heaven or not, but all I know is that if you believe in Jesus Christ and you're saved, you surely make heaven. And one thing I know for sure is that it has been appointed for everybody to be saved, meaning that she's going to have the opportunity, just like I had and everybody else, to be saved. So I'm not too concerned about people, not believing in Christ, but more so when they have the opportunity, would they accept Christ as the Lord and Savior to be saved so they can make heaven.
Dupsy, you have the opportunity now with Prince to help you with that conversion. Are you
to surrender my life to Jesus Christ, right?
He said if you don't, you have the opportunity. So it's not giving you the opportunity now to do the needful.
Just like the way you Yoruba people love Shango, Oya, and all the deities.
Don't.
I'm just saying, Bobati, I'm not against you. I'm just saying, just like the way you guys love your Oya, Shango, and all other deities, that's the way they admire Jesus Christ in Christianity. Jesus Christ is no other person, he was just an ordinary person that came to the world, and he did the upright things that he's supposed to do. So he's not God. There's nothing like Trinity, nothing at all. So all those things were just coined by King James and all these Caucasians. They love to own all the good things of this life. Yeah,
I'm even glad you were here, because you were not here earlier. I think you were here when we were talking about.
I've been listening to you guys, for a long time.
In Ilorin, they said that they could not practice, that the emir said they would not allow the Oshun worshippers to come out for their celebration or something. And it was because it's an Islamic town. You want to chime in on that one, or you want to stick to what we're talking about now?
Oh, yeah, I think that one, I don't even know, because it's a Yoruba land, and Yoruba people believes in all this Oshun and all those things. So I don't even know why a foreign title like the emir, that's not even, I don't know. It's because of this inferiority complex that we have. We don't believe in our own things. We believe the foreign things are more superior to our own things. So that is why somebody like the emir can stop Oshun Oshogbo festival in a Yoruba land. I don't get that. So it's so sad.
You know that that's a short term in Yoruba's history that we've not yet to address. That because is it Yoruba land? Is it Fulani conquered?
It is a Yoruba land. It is a Yoruba land.
To the emir, to them, they've conquered it. So to them, is their own land.
Why is emir even talking about something like emir? It's not emir. What is the meaning of emir in Yoruba, or even in any Nigerian language? Even what is the meaning of that? I don't even understand. So we want to throw our own things away because I'm a messing. We start hailing things that we don't even know the roots. Christians, Muslims, these are wicked people that came to this world, that came to control human minds. I don't know why people just put something that they don't know the root on their head. So like somebody like Prince Daddy now. So Papi just explain to you about Lucifer, the light bringer. That's the meaning. You still said I should go ahead again because you have closed your mind to that knowledge and to that new information that it's very important for you to know that Lucifer is Jesus Christ.
Well,
you still telling me to explain it.
No,
It's not fair. How human beings behave.
If you can repeat something over and over again, doesn't make it right or correct or make it true.
Then you go do your research, brother. Go do your research about that. What is the meaning of Lucifer? Is light bringer. Is Satan already?
I'm not disputing the meaning of it. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
But the notion that Lucifer is Jesus Christ, then that means Christ does not exist. Or in what form in the Bible does Christ exist?
What did you say? Can you repeat that question, please?
Say if it said Jesus Christ. Well, it actually said Jesus Christ is Lucifer. So what does that mean? Does Jesus Christ exist or not?
Jesus Christ does not exist. I only know about, from your own book, I know about what's the name, Yeshua Mashiach. That's the one I know. I don't know Jesus Christ that you're talking about, because anything that got to do with, say, King James and all these people, I don't know anything about it. So, but I know about Yeshua.
Who is Yeshua HaMashiach that you mentioned? Who is he?
That was the story that was told, that a guy came into this world that was born by a young girl called Virgin Mary. Do you understand that? So that was the story that was told about this particular guy. Do you understand? So that is what Christianity is based on. That's what they believe. Do you understand? So that is that was written in that holy book. I don't believe in it. I don't know anything about it, but I know that's what's written in the holy book because I love knowledge. That's why I know a lot about the holy book. I just want to know. I love knowledge. I know about Quran. I know about Bible. I love knowledge. But I'm a lover of God. Because God wrote in that your book that my people perish for lack of knowledge. So I don't want to perish for lack of knowledge. That is why I always seek knowledge. I know a little bit about Ifa, what Babati believes in. I know a little bit about Shango, Oya, and all those deities. So I want knowledge. I love knowledge. I'm not a closed-minded individual. I love to know what's up, what is happening. Just the way I talk about a lot of stuff to my children, because they know a lot more than us. So I love knowledge. I want to know about everything. I'm not a closed-minded person.
They are offering you a way to Christ now. Pastor Thomas is here.
He wants to. They said I should give my life to Jesus Christ.
They are giving you a way to give your life
to Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to help you.
Because the way I'm going, make I not come perish. Me, I'm not after heaven, Baba T. I don't believe in heaven. I believe to live as a normal human being on earth. When I die, I die. I'm not like them that they are looking to be compensated. That is why they deceive themselves. I don't want to be compensated. I want to live like a human being. I want to be a good person. I want to love my neighbor. I want to love God with all my heart. I don't want to be compensated for it. I want to do it because I'm human. Do you understand? They are doing it because they want a compensation, which is called heaven. And this is deceit. from their colonial masters. They've deceived them into being a slave of this thing they call Christianity.
You know, I was saying earlier that it bothers me that a Yoruba man is singing Abraham blesses and
Olúwa dáríjì wọn
what is it? Because
torí pé wọn mọ tí wọ́n sọ torí wọn mọ tí wọ́n sọ.
Pásítọ̀ ń jábọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mí lò wọ́n ẹ̀jọ̀
Babati. Yeah, sorry, I want to ask a question. I think maybe Prince Daddy can answer this. Okay, generally.
Why can't I say why is Prince Daddy?
No, it's related to religion. That's why I'm putting it to.
You are anti Peter Obi, anti Jesus Christ now.
Okay, so my question goes like this: how do you relate religion? If you believe in the concept of God, and we believe that God is just and is fair to all human beings, why do some people suffer and some people enjoy? Some people are born with congenital problems and they suffer throughout their life. So what is their sin? Why should they suffer for just no cause?
Well, if you remember in the Bible, now somebody was asking, Jesus Christ, I think one of his disciples, like, hey, Christ, they said, who sinned? Because the man was blind. The man was blind. So who sinned? Was it the man's parents or the man? And Christ said, neither of them sinned. That what has happened to that man is to glorify God. So Sinbad, I'm not God. I'm me too. I'm trying to learn as much as possible, like anybody else, and gain understanding and knowledge. So in God's mysterious way, He can answer that. But I tell you, it is God's will that we all be healed. That person with that condition also can be healed. I believe in miracles, so that's nothing beyond my belief that such a person can be healed. Maybe Patty has a contribution to that.
Nice pointing, Prince.
No, it's true.
I will not help you. I know the answer, but I'm not going to say it.
Oh, tell us. I would like to learn. I love to learn.
It's just pretty much that people are born that way to fulfill the scriptures. So when people have deformities and stuff like that, it's an event in time that's supposed to prove that God is all powerful. And so when we say what we call imperfection, according to your Bible, is perfection in the eyes of God, because for somebody that is blind, deaf, dumb, they serve a purpose for where they are. So
well, yeah, just like that was Jesus Christ's response to his disciple. This man was born so God can be glorified, because the power of God can be glorified. Right. See, and people talk about, why should some people suffer? Why should some people be sick and all these things?
And they don't. That question about suffering, because the way we see suffering is not the way higher beings see suffering.
It's like, that is true. That is true.
Like God give me money. God does not make money, but He makes trees. So the way a higher being will see what you need is different from the way we see it, because these are human creations. Wealth, poverty, is not the way higher power will see. So a higher power will see wealth as health, as substance, and a place to sleep, and this happiness, being content, having that joy from within. So it's more of your soul being at peace. That would be
Babati, if you are giving it that interpretation, you think we are being fair to those people?
To
because people? I'm very sure those people that are suffering, if somebody has a deformity and this person sees somebody like you and is wishing that how I'm like this person, you think they love the way they are? Because I don't think we are being fair by giving it that interpretation. That God is using them to show you His.
I didn't make them, but I'm not trying to defend position. I'm just.
Because that interpretation is not being fair to those people.
Oh, so now you're being a physician.
But Simba, life is not fair.
Oh, come on.
Love has
But it
never
should
been
be fair. It should be. It should be fair.
So why is Thomas 5'2"? Why is Thomas not 6'4"? It's like that's what I'm saying. But he has to live with that height. That's what I'm saying.
No, Babati. I'm 6'2".
That's my point. Like it's 5'2", and that's it's having a purpose for being that height. Go ahead,
Prince Daddy, let me ask you a question here. Do you believe that every one of us were made by God?
That everyone was made by God?
Yeah, everyone, every individual of us. Do you think we were made by God?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, God is the only life giver. Yes, everyone is made by God.
Okay, but then if you went by the Bible, that's not what the Bible said.
Well, what did the Bible say?
The Bible said God made male and female, and then he now told them to go and procreate.
And multiply.
Mm-hmm.
MIBCK.
So
let's make man in our own image.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's make man in
God created. That is why other people was created.
Meaning there has to be a beginning, and that's one thing a lot of people don't want to acknowledge.
Yeah,
this things didn't just happen because they just happen, like some scientists or some people.
But Paddy, do you even believe in that story that
no.
Adam and Eve are the first person on earth?
Okay, so I don't even need to believe it because the Bible was very clear. There are two separate people. So there's men, male and female, of them that he had made in chapter 1. Adam and Eve were made in chapter 2 for a purpose. The purpose is to till the ground. So there is separate. So it sounds very confusing, right? So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 5 and verse 6, he made man in his image, male and female. He created them, and then he blessed them. He now told them to go into the world and procreate and have dominion over the earth. Blah 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 blah. Now, in chapter 2, he now realized that there is no man to till the ground, and also he, the Lord, had not caused it to rain. So there was no rain, meaning that all the food all the consumption that the first men he had created were doing, those were just eating and scattering the earth, but the plants were not growing. He now had to go and make a man that had the skill of agriculture. Then that's when he made Adam and Eve, made him sleep, made him from clay.
Yeah. Paddy, you hear he said he poured his essence into them.
Exactly. So yeah. So he now made a special kind of man called Adam. That's one he now made from dust. Took that one to a Garden of Eden. So that's why even when Adam and Eve had fallen out of Garden of Eden, now here's the tricky part. He did not bless them. But it sounds very common. The ones he blessed were the first that he had created to go and procreate the world. Adam and Eve were only casted out so that they will not.
Paddy, I'm sorry, I missed that part. Are you saying God created two sets of Adam and Eve?
No. He created two sets of beings. He created a multitude of people in chapter 1. So on the 6th day, that's the day he rested. So on the 7th day, he said that it was good, then he rested. He had rested. Well, however, he did not create rain. So remember, in his creation, there was no creation of rain. He had created the firmament, he had created the clouds, but then there was no rain. So in the beginning of chapter 2, there was now a problem. There was no rain, so all the foods so the crop was not yielding fruit. So that means that all the plants he had created before were not regrowing. So once they die, they don't regrow. He now had to now make rain. And then there was no man to till. That means the first men were not the ones to till the ground. Now here's a very tricky part, right?
Paddy, why are we making God to look like a human being that is just... So why can he cannot reason completely and create everything perfect? So he's just doing it as it comes. Okay, we need rain. Okay, let us bring rain. So why is God behaving like that?
If you remember, hold on. If you remember, God did not say everything
of mystery. It cannot be analyzed with a carnal mind.
Everything the Bible said that God created then was not perfect. He said they were beautiful.
Paddy, you know why I'm saying this?
Yes.
Simba, let me
Because
say this.
even
Simba,
okay.
let me say this. That is the brainwash right there. When Christians tell you it cannot be seen with the carnal mind, that you
Exactly,
that is when you
exactly.
suspend your brain. The brain is very important.
Because what we are saying now, we discovered that it doesn't make sense.
Simba,
They are now saying is canon.
The brain is there for a purpose, for human progression. So if you suspend the brain, there is no way we can move forward in this life. So Christianity has made people to suspend their mind and their brains. So that is why African will remain backward forever. When people talk like Thomas, that they cannot be seen with Kanama, you have to have critical mind. Critical mind. That is the way to go, my brother.
Paddy, have you taken time to study the Sumerian text tablets before?
No. I mean, in passing, summaries, but
that is
okay. The Sumerians in the Iraq, they are in the Iraq area now. That is where, in fact, the so-called Noah, the so-called story in the Bible of flood happened there because of the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers in that place.
They have they have the oldest text in history of mankind. 5,000 years before the Bible.
Yeah,
and
that's where they had the first civilization.
Right. So
Mesopotamia.
Their own
Mesopotamia, and even mathematics started there also.
Yeah.
So they are like
Pythagoras theorem.
Yes.
I subscribe to their own belief about how so they see the Garden of Eden as a human lab.
And but are you aware that the very first name of Africa is actually Akabulan, which means Eden, Eden.
Eden is it Eden? Okay.
Eden, yeah, the very first name of Africa.
Right.
Is Akabulan, which the translation is actually Eden.
They've had their own facts. I mean,
but it says in the Bible, God created man and put in man's heart eternity. So, meaning that we can go beyond this text.
Before you move on, let's get one thing very straight here. The human God created back then and what we had now is way different. We are falling. It's so let's don't even that man that God intended for to be on earth has fallen off. It's not because they've been okay. Let me even do that. There have been so much. If you take time to study your DNA, this strands, if you take time to look at it, there have been so much modification over the years, centuries. Yeah. Somebody has it's not the original. Trust me, even scientists will tell you that this is not the original. Somebody has.
So we are the pirated one.
Evolution.
Somebody lives for 400 years, 500 years. That part of our DNA that makes you live longer.
So the issue I have with that one is that the calendar years we're using now is just what they were using back then.
But I'm saying even at that, even compare your health to the way your grandparents were living 100 years ago. They were stronger. It's just we've kind of like
but they not live like this. Nobody lives 900 years old.
Okay, this is my bigger point. The original man from back then is not the same one now. So even at the spiritual level, your Bible will tell you they saw God directly. They could interact with God. So that level of interaction with supreme beings is not what we have right now. So something happened way between that.
Okay, so because you are still you are picking it based on that very spiritual text. So here's my bit, right? Let's first understand that the way the Bible was written, it was written the first book of the Bible. That's Genesis through Exodus, I think it's Leviticus. There's Exodus, Leviticus.
The five book of Moses.
So they were written by Moses, right?
You missed my point.
Hold on, no. So I'll get to your point. And remember that Moses was an educated Egyptian. I mean, permit me to use the word Egyptian. I'm sure you know why I'm using Egyptian. And some of those stories that even Moses wrote were akin to Egyptian mythology.
Exactly.
The people who we now call Israelites were slaves, ostracized for 400 years with almost no history. All they had was we knew Abraham,
You know, we knew our father Isaac. We
Brother,
knew.
sorry.
Yeah.
Let's stop this this lie.
Yeah.
I spent
Yeah.
months in Egypt.
Yeah.
With a prophet. I didn't even know it was he. He was the one that led the protest in Egypt. They killed his brother, but it was my tour guide.
Right.
Their own issue because they are the Egyptians, right? Those guys they were not slaves, though. Nobody was slave in Egypt. Those so they don't that. And if
they were
then
slaves.
you can't be slave and be carving up amazing structures. So
Oh no,
I'm not
that's why they
buying
were
that.
slaves.
I'm sorry, your
It is
Bible.
because they were slaves. They the ones they did the manual work. So so beyond the Bible, right?
Was it free?
I've actually read the book of Joshua.
No, you cannot. No. Their work even if your own Bible, it tells you that when they had their favorite the king there, they gave them the best lands in Egypt. Yes or no?
Who they gave who? Yes. So no. So yeah. Yes. You're right. No. But hold on.
So why are we? No.
But see,
I've been to Egypt. There's no.
You skip the history. Okay, so you know it's Egypt now. They won't tell you the full guy. So here's the thing: when Joseph, when Joseph was governor, right? Him, his father, Jesse, his father, his brothers, they enjoyed Egypt. You remember that Pharaoh is a title like president. So Joseph enjoyed well, but when Joseph had long died, a new Pharaoh that did not know who Joseph was. So after several years, meanwhile, those Israelites that we call them today were thriving. So it's like saying you have people, you give them a land, like maybe Alaba Internationals, just for the lack of a better example. Let's just troll them. So that land. Let's not use a lot, but let's just say maybe Banana Island or something, or Lekki. We give them a land, and those families were thriving. They were bigger, they were stronger, they were prosperous, they were farmers. They were agric inclined. They were doing exceedingly well. Now, the Pharaoh had died, the one that Joseph ruled under. Joseph himself had died. Several other years, and I think maybe like the third generation or so, of another Pharaoh entirely that did not care about Joseph. I don't even know who Joseph was.
So they were getting beaten with kings and like
because Joseph's
the way they had it in the movie, Abby, just fighting them and
because Joseph's name was not documented in the real Egyptian history. He didn't have his own sphinx, he didn't have his own tomb, he didn't have his own pyramid, he didn't have all those things. Because he's a foreigner. That one, like, why these people that are thriving? So, in fact, they become so strong that the real Egyptians started becoming scared of them. So they had to take hotels when they now made them into slaves. That story is clear. So again, the book is called the Book of Joshua. It's a very interesting book. He broke down that.
You have no idea what my own research. Even the whole idea of the only reason they didn't know the difference between him and the palace was because it looked like them.
Joseph?
The Israelite that came in. Remember, initially they didn't even know